Created by artists for artists, ZBrush for iPad offers a fully reimagined user interface and touch-based controls without sacrificing the power and functionality of ZBrush for desktop. Apple's user-friendly touch capabilities make it easy to jump right into sculpting, especially if you're a new user. And you can streamline your workflow using gestures to control common features such as draw size, focal shift, undos, and redos. The new Apple Pencil features will speed up your sculpting process by assigning actions. Adjust things like draw size, Z intensity, or focal shift, or set squeeze to adjust polyframe on or off. You can also customize the Apple Pencil to create simple, quick access to features such as trimming your mesh to the screen, solo your subtool, replay the last stroke, create a new folder, activate symmetry, and so much more. For artists who want to continue their sculpt on desktop, simply save your work. This version allows users with subscriptions to transfer files between iPad and desktop seamlessly, whether it's saving out a ZTL or a Z project, or just pressing the one-button Go Z solution to transfer your creations. ZBrush for iPad's highly customizable user interface lets you personalize your own digital sculpting experience so you can have all the tools arranged just the way you like them. Poly count can reach upwards to the same detail level as the desktop, depending on the iPad memory and version. Up to 92 million polys per mesh has been achieved on the latest M4 iPad. You also can get ZBrush's unrivaled collection of proprietary digital sculpting brushes created with real-world sculpting techniques in mind, so you can get the same type of natural feelings with sculpting with polygons that you get with clay. The familiar ZBrush features you've come to love are now available in ZBrush for iPad. Experience the same powerful tools and capabilities on the go. ZRemesher generates a new mesh with an even distribution of polygons, preserving the essential details and flow of the original surface. Sculptures Pro adds and reduces triangle tessellation with each brushstroke, making it simple to focus on sculpting without worrying about technical restraints. Dynamesh retopologizes while sculpting, so as you stretch the digital clay or add volume, it retains the same basic digital sculpting detail. Array Mesh lets you create duplicate instances of geometry in varying patterns and shapes in real time. The dynamic system enhances your sculpt by allowing any surface to be draped over another surface to give that extra touch to your characters. Live Boolean gives users the ability to combine, subtract, and/or use intersections to create unique results. Polypainting makes it easy to paint and sculpt at the same time, making it possible to paint on a model surface without first assigning a texture map. We're excited that all these features and more are now available to artists who want to work anywhere they feel inspired. ZBrush for iPad is included with your ZBrush or Maxon One subscription and is also available as a standalone subscription. This includes over 200 of ZBrush's leading digital sculpting brushes and allows you to load the thousands of custom desktop brushes that have been created by our incredible user base. For anyone wanting to try the world's leading digital sculpting application, now on iPad, a free plan is available with some limitations in functionality. This builds on the same powerful sculpting foundation with 28 of some of the more popular brushes. We can't wait to see what you'll bring to life.
said, hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang.
I've always wanted to be able to sit on my couch, sculpt something when that idea strikes, to have that opportunity to just put it down on paper. And I think that ZBrush for iPad really allows for that. And I think in the future, it allows for me and my workflow a lot more iteration, a lot more creative ideas, construction of characters quicker, and it allows me to get my ideas out a lot quicker.
We are human beings. We need like new stimulus, right? And then when I bring the iPad outside to see the nature more, and I can get inspired more, and I can draw and sketch instantly. So it's huge.
You know, you have toys and tools, professional tools. ZBrush for iPad is a professional tool. You can definitely do professional work in the iPad version of ZBrush.
I think the future of sculpting is very bright, because I think before, when you have a huge barrier of entry to someone who isn't an artist, or maybe is but doesn't have the funds to be buying tablets left and right, I think a lot of people have products like iPad, and it's going to allow a lot more people access to be making things that they thought was only possible with a crazy setup.
The idea of enabling like professional level work, not only for someone like me that can travel, but to me, I think the most exciting thing is getting to a future where someone who's interested in this sort of thing that doesn't even have a desktop or doesn't have experience 3D modeling or sculpting could play around and make some stuff on an iPad and get some of that joy and fun that I get from doing this kind of art that I do. That's what's, I think, the most exciting part of it.
I mean, I can really see that to be a very handy tool, especially, you know, if you're in like I said, in a conference with 47 producers who can't make up their mind. And if they said, well, you know, maybe if you want to change that a little bit, you could do it right there on the spot with them, which I really see as an advantage. And I think having them involved in that would actually help them decide, you know, oh, I saw him do that and I suggested that, so I like that design, you know, so I can see that being a real plus. You know?
Capsules are our library of assets, models, shaders, materials, presets, and more designed to help kickstart your projects. Our Capsules drop in June included a minimalist home office collection with beautifully designed models and original photographs to outfit your workspace. You can even explore a complete Cinema 4D scene file to see how to create your own home interior rendering. Our extensive library of realistic plants continues to grow, now offering over 600 different plant models to add life to your environments. In July, we completely revamped the look and feel of our material and object capsules in the asset browser. It's never been easier to make an apples-to-apples comparison between materials and get an accurate sense of how they'll look in your scene. We've also rolled out an amazing collection of 3D scanned natural materials by exterior.com, perfect for environment layout and rendering, everything from sand to lava rock to grass. When combined with the 12 volume of plants by Lovework, you can render photorealistic landscapes. We've also continued our collaboration with Fuchs and Vogel to make a diverse set of roofing materials to cap off your exterior.
Good morning, everybody. It's day 3 of IBC 2024 from RAI Amsterdam in Amsterdam. And we have an exciting lineup today. It's a third day. It's been amazing past 2 days. And we have Andy Wenzel, who's a freelance visual effect artist who has been in the field for a while now, who's been doing some amazing stuff. And he will be talking about his workflow, sharing and taking us through a lot of things. And I'll let Andy take ahead from here. Do not forget to scan the QR codes when they come up on the screen. One QR code is for the assets. Andy has shared his assets as well, so you can download them and play around with what he's showing you today. We also have the QR code for a chance of winning Maxon 1 license, so please scan that as well. And please be with us. We're going to have some amazing artists today. Let's kick it off with Andy. Take it ahead. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for the introduction. So, good morning, everyone, here at IBC 2024 in Amsterdam, and also everyone on the live stream. Welcome to my presentation about creating cinematic landscapes in Cinema 4D and Redshift. So, before we start, I just want to introduce myself real quick. My name is Andy Wenzel. I'm a freelance visual effects artist since around 2010. And I would call myself a 3D generalist and compositing artist. As you can see here, there's quite some variation in my work. And on some of these projects, I only did 3D. On others, I only did compositing. But I tend to like the most where I can do both. So although I like being a generalist, I still have a focus on lighting and shading. So maybe some of you remember the Maxon release film from a few years back called Latista. On this one, I did the lighting and compositing. And we made this project as a team at our shared office space called Büro Feuerwache in Mainz in Germany. And there we have a bunch of creative freelancers sitting there. For example, Can Erduman, who is presenting here as well, and Alex Boats. With both of them, I created the Latista short film. And the advantage of the office is that we are able to kind of act like a studio, and we come together as a team to tackle bigger projects together. So why did I choose landscape creation as a topic for this presentation? So during the last few years, I made several projects where I had to build various landscapes. And I think large-scale scenes like that can be quite overwhelming. So at least that was the case for me. And although also they're hard to do on a limited time and budget. And let's be honest, that's almost every time the case when you do client work. So during these projects, I learned some tips and tricks, I think, that I would like to share with you. And everything here that I want to show you is around how to build the environments in an efficient way and in the amount of time that you get. And it's about saving time and resources. So here are some of the projects where it all kind of started for me. I had the opportunity in 2019 to do some showcase renders for the exterior 3D scanned assets, great assets by the way, that are now included in the Cinema 4D content browser. I think it's only a few days ago where they announced that, so have a look at those. And these first projects I did were they focused more on the details and were close-up shots. But soon I had projects where I had to build wider landscapes, bigger scenes. Here it's pretty simple still, so just the mountains in the background. Here on this project for our sponsor, I had to build kind of the mountain landscape and a forest scene that you see in a minute. This project was super fun. Right, then shortly after, there were following kind of jobs where I had to build more detailed landscapes with more vegetation, more details in them. And the aim always was to kind of have a photoreal result in the end. And we all know that's in 3D, that's not a walk in the park. So on this particular project, for example, it was kind of a one-man show, except some additional simulations and animations. I did it all by myself, the 3D and compositing part. And so I had to come up with an efficient way to do it in the amount of time that I had. So to guide you through my workflow step by step, I created this kind of demo scene just for this presentation today. And I want to show you different ways how to tackle the problems to do a project like this in a reasonable amount of time. So before we dive into Cinema 4D, I want to start how every project should start. It's collecting references. So I try to find important characteristics of landscapes, the things that make a landscape believable and real. So the first thing that comes to mind is scale. And I think it's an issue in 3D often to get the scale right, to get it feel right. So what can help with that is to use objects that you know pretty well. So like the houses in here, we all know how big a house is, so our brain tells us what the scale is here. And another thing that can help is to repeat the same object on different distance levels. So like the trees in here, we have trees in the foreground, in the middle ground, in the background, and this helps us to get a sense of the right scale of the scene. Another important thing is about depth and atmosphere. I think almost every landscape image has these atmospheric effects. It's called aerial perspective or atmospheric perspective, and it's the effect that happens that the colors in the far back get washed out and mostly bluish. And I think it's always great to think about your light and mood that you want to get in the end. So again, study a lot of photography images to get it right in the end. Look at the colors, the saturation, the brightness, the contrast, things like that. And also we often see these kind of stacked layers in landscape images when it comes to mountains, for example. And it's the atmospheric effect that we're seeing here, but it's good to keep in mind that these layers can help you with your compositions in your landscape renders. And a bit more of a kind of scientific point is to kind of think about the setting where your scene is set at. Think about the area and the climate and what vegetation you will find there, what plants are growing there. And with habitat rules, what I mean by that is things like the tree line. When you look at images of the Alpine mountains, for example, you see that at some point the trees stop growing at a high altitude. So yeah, keep that in mind and use that for your scenes. And when we look at all of these examples, I think one thing I realized is that it's not so much about single elements. And so don't waste your time on like a photoreal bark texture for this one particular tree that's sitting somewhere in your scene. When you're doing these large-scale scenes, it's more about the whole picture and the overall thing. And I think the realism doesn't come from this one texture. It comes from the right compilation and composition of all your elements and combined with a realistic lighting and atmosphere in the end. So be smart about it because we always have limited time and only do details at the where you need them. Okay, back to my demo scene. If you want to follow along, by the way, some of the steps I'm showing you now, there's a demo scene you can download. I think you will find the link probably somewhere in the captions of the live stream or on the Maxon website. All right, let's finally dive into Cinema 4D. So here's a quick overview of the steps that I want to show you. The first thing is about building the terrain, then blocking some elements in there, setting up shaders. We're looking at adding vegetation and details to the scene, then lighting and the sky. And last but not least, we're looking at how to create depth and atmosphere in your image. All right, so we have quite a lot to cover, so let's get going. Building the terrain. So I think we all know, every one of you knows the Cinema 4D landscape object. And I think this is easy to use and you can get some nice shapes out of it. So it's always a good starting point to kind of lay out your scene, your landscape, just to get a first impression of it. And sometimes I even use the landscape objects for mountains that are more in the background. If you want to get more realism, though, then it's good to look into height maps. You can find height maps online on many sources, and it's kind of a displacement map that gives you a realistic terrain in the end. And of course, you could build your own terrains. There are tools for that, maybe Gaia or the terrain tools in Houdini, or you can sculpt them in ZBrush. But here again, it's about saving time and doing the project on the limited time. So as I said, you find a lot of nice height maps for free even or for just a few bucks online, and you can use them on your projects. So setting up these height maps is super simple. You just throw a displacer on a plane, actually, that we see here, and on the displacer you put in you choose the height map that you want to use. Then you have to make sure that the aspect ratio of your plane matches the resolution of your height map. After that, you just adjust your height, and then you have the height map. So, and then it's just about more subdivisions to get the details. So, and this is where it can get a bit difficult, because when you want to have more details, you need more and more subdivisions. So you can end up with a quite high poly mesh, and you need many subdivisions to get all the details of the height map that you want. But there's a solution for that, and it's the solution is using kind of a mixed approach, using the displacer and using a displacement map for the rendering. So here's the workflow that I want to show you. I have a low poly reference, like I showed you just before, with the displacer. This is kind of a low poly representation just for the viewport. And additionally, I have then another plane that can be even more low poly, as you see here. And on this plane, we just put a material with a displacement map, and we use the same map, the same height map here that we used on the displacer before. So the results in the end, they should match. So now we get kind of the best of both worlds. We have when we look at the low poly representation of the viewport, we still have a fast viewport, a snappy viewport, and we have all the details, all the displacement details in our rendering in the end. So this is what I mean. And additionally, we can use this low poly reference thing for other things like scattering trees later, for example. All right, another thing is that I always build my scenes in a real-world scale. The main reason for this is to stay consistent throughout all your assets, though you don't have to think about what scale this should be to look right. You just use the real-world scale. If you're putting in a house, you know how big a house is, and you use these values. And I think in a world of physically based lighting and shaders and camera settings and renders, it's a nice way to think about your virtual 3D world kind of as an actual film set. And you just don't have to be afraid of huge position values that you might get here. And you have to change your display view clipping, of course, in Cinema 4D, so you can see all of your scene. Otherwise, it will be clipped. So when you build your terrain, you can already think about these layers that I told you before. So think about what is your foreground, your middle ground, your background, so you already know where to put more details in the end. So next is blocking some elements, and I would start with my hero objects. So this is the objects that kind of tell the story of your image or the most important things. Here, that's just a demo scene, so I just use kind of a figure and a house. And at this point, it's a good point to check the scale of your scene. So as soon as you put in some super easy objects like this figure in the front, you immediately get a sense of the scale of the scene. And without these objects, it's hard to tell how big this all is. Then you can scatter some prominent trees in the foreground to get a feeling of the composition later. Maybe some water surfaces, so water reflections. They always bring in some nice detail, and they can help your composition. And at this point, I would adjust my camera to get kind of the final framing that I want to use in the end. So. And now it's getting really interesting, I think. It's about setting up the shaders. So this is the point where our simple geometry kind of turns into a real landscape. I always love to work procedurally. To me, this is the most powerful, fast, and flexible way to do it. And I try to avoid using baked maps every time I can. So. So here's my major setup for the shader that I use. So it consists of a material blender and some different landscape materials. Here at this point, I only use kind of colors, simple color materials for 2 different grass materials, kind of a brownish soil material. We have like a gray rock material and some snow. All right, and when we combine these, we already get kind of a super believable and detailed material, as you can see here. So how's that possible? That's all the power of masking, of the procedural masks. And of course, I'm using some good old noises to blend materials, but the real power here comes from the state node. I don't know how many of you really know the state node. I think not many artists use it. And the Cinema 4D help file says, this shader allows you access to different aspects of the shading state for various shading effects, debugging, or AOV output. Yeah, so to make it easier, I want to focus on 2 outputs in particular here. It's the normal output that you see here. So we get maps for the normal directions. And the RGB always represents the XYZ axis, and the ray position is kind of a world position path. And again, we're getting kind of the real XYZ coordinates mapped on an RGB image here that we can use for mapping stuff later. So the B, this is the Z axis, and when we combine these, and we can create really complex maps for these different shaders. So yeah, and you can just the normal output here represents kind of the slope. You can get masks for the slope, the steep areas or the flatter areas. And here, this is kind of a map for the altitude. You can map out just the peak of the mountains, just the valley, stuff like that. It's a bit like if you know the Cinema 4D terrain shader. It's kind of the same thing that you can use here. But with the state node, you have much more different options. So right, and this like this we can pretty nice we can create pretty nice maps, masks for example for the rockier areas where we have the steep areas on the mountain at a higher altitude, for example, and we can combine these with more curvature and ambient occlusion maps, for example, to get even more detail. And here I think we see the map for the snow. It's only on the high altitude and only on these flatter areas. Oh no, this is the rock thing. Yeah, and this now should be the snow map in the end. So you can see it's kind of the snow only falls at the high altitude and where the terrain is flat enough that where the snow stays. All right, and this is what it looks in the end, and we are able to control this in a really, really quick way. So we just have to change the range mapper, kind of change the clipping, and we can have really nice control over it. And on our final image here, on the whole landscape scene, there's just this one shader. We have only one material for the whole scene. So the foreground and the mountain in the back, it's all the same shader. This is the nice thing about it. So you get a really good maybe starting point. Maybe you can even use it till the end. All right, the next step would be to change these simple color materials into real materials. So like PBR materials, and mostly I use scanned textures for it because we immediately get kind of the real thing. So again, it's about saving time. We don't have to create all these maps for ourselves. There's no shame in using the resources that are out there to get it done real quick. And of course, you can find a lot of these materials in the Cinema 4D content browser. Here again, these are the exterior assets I told you before. So these are some materials you can use. And of course, there are some other sources online, like the Quixel Megascan library, for example, stuff like that. All right, the only problem we get when we're using textures is the... this is a quick overview. It's super simple. You just put in the maps that you get from these PBR materials, and you just put them in, and actually that's it. You can adjust them if you want, but you get there, you have nice shaders really quick. So now, okay, the only problem that we're getting when we're using textures like this is the tiling problem. I think we all know how ugly this can look when it's visible in our image. And especially on these large-scale scenes, when we're doing whole landscapes, that can be a problem. So usually these scanned assets, these scanned textures are supposed to work on a kind of 2 by 2 meter area, and we have to cover a lot of ground on our landscape. So this is what I mean here. When we look at one of those shaders, one of those textures, and when we try to scale it right so that it matches kind of the how it should look in the foreground, we see that the tiling in the background gets super ugly here. The more we tile it, yeah. So a solution for that can be OSL. So it's open shader language, and there are some Redshift OSL shaders that you can find online for free. And these are kind of different tools that you can use. And here's a quick overview of them. And a few of them, they are made to randomize UVs. So especially this is what we want. So yeah, there's a few of these tools who can do this. And the one that I use here is called hex tile coordinates. So it's a super simple version. You just put it in your OSL node, and it creates this code for you. So you don't have to write any code, it's all there. And you get some sliders to adjust it, and this is working like this. You just connect the output to your UV offset, like this. And then on this tiling slider, you can adjust the scale and the tiling. And as we see in a minute here, we have the right scale that we want, but without the ugly tiling that we see everywhere. And when we combine this workflow with these procedural masks that I created earlier, we get a really nice result already. So there's no, it looks natural, it looks organic, and there's no visible tiling or anything like that. So, and except for deserts or glaciers or volcanic landscapes or something, I think almost every landscape has some vegetation on it. And often we need to find a smart way to kind of get millions of objects into the scene. So we have grass and flowers and trees, and it can get pretty massive. So you need to find a smart way to do it, to be efficient and memory saving, that the scene that it stays kind of workable till the end, and the scene is able to render in the end, stuff like that. So the go-to tool in cinema, of course, would be the cloner, where you can scatter objects on a surface. And this is the setup, how it looks like in my scenes. I have a few different types of trees here, different sizes. I have a cloner set to object mode, and I use my mountain landscape as the source object, and then we already get trees everywhere. It's a good idea to use the multi-instance for it, just for a good performance, as well as the point viewport mode that we see here. When we change it to object, we would see the actual trees there, but the viewport will get pretty slow, as you can see here. And this is even just cones for the trees. When we use real objects in the end, you just can't navigate anymore. So it's a good way to you see where the trees are, but you only have these points as a representation. And when we render this, we already have trees everywhere, but it kind of looks like a tropical jungle mountain or something. It doesn't look like an alpine mountain because it's green everywhere. And we'll fix that in a minute. So, in the full scene, you can also see that I use a lot of polygon selections for the areas where I want to scatter the different trees or other objects. Again, to stay efficient and to only scatter objects where you would see them and not everywhere in the scene. Again, because of performance issues. So, and as you can see here, I use only instances in my cloners, though there are no real objects in that. And I have kind of a, yeah, you can see it here. Everything is just instances, and I kind of have an asset library down here with all of my objects. So every object is just in the scene just once. So we don't get multiple duplicates, anything that had to be rendered into the put into the memory of your machine, and it's to keep organized and to use less memory in the end. And again, also you can think about different LODs for your different distances, so you don't need the full detail trees that you use in the foreground for the background. You can use simpler ones for this, because otherwise your scene just would crash and wouldn't be able to render in the end. All right, so back to our jungle mountain before. When we want to control how the trees grow, we can use the power of fields. So fields are super great in Cinema 4D, and so this is how this looks in the scene. So we can control the distribution of our trees here using a vertex map, for example. And the vertex map is linked to a shader field where we have a terrain mask. I told that earlier. It does the same thing as the state node at the Redshift shader. You have masks for kind of the altitude and the slope, and here you can control where you want your trees to grow. So, and then I have this vertex map then is used in field as a field and effectors that control the visibility and the scale of the trees, and then you already get kind of a nice, more convincing looking distribution of the trees. And again, it's super easy to control, super fast. You can just adjust your terrain shader. Yeah, this is the difference. And then you can just adjust your terrain shader here. And that's super quick. You can choose where you want your trees to grow, how many. So it's a super nice way to control these kind of things. All right, but in the end, of course, we don't want to use cones as trees. In the end, we want to use real objects. And again, here I tend to use lots of 3D scanned assets, again, because you get a good looking photoreal kind of result really quick. And yeah, like this we can populate our scene really quick, and it's looking great. So again, the Cinema 4D content browser has a lot of these things to use for you. There's a lot of plants, different trees you can just put in. Again, you can also use other resources like the Quixel Mega Scan library or other websites, and they all always come together with textures, so you get there pretty fast, and you can populate your scene with all of the detail that you need. So, but the real beauty of these shaders and objects in the end, they only become visible when we light our scene. So usually this is what I tend to talk about the most, but actually in kind of daytime landscape scenes like this, the lighting is pretty straightforward. So usually we just have one light source, it's the sun, and maybe some diffuse ambient light coming from the sky. So I start using the RS sun and sky, and just find a nice angle for the sun where I get the mood that I want for my image. Another thing we can use is HDRIs, of course. You can find lots of these in the content browser or online, and you can play around, try different ones out. And this is a really nice way to get nice and moody results. And again, the advantage for this can be that if you're lucky, you don't only get the lighting, you also get kind of a backdrop that you can use, like a sky, or as you can see here. So this can be pretty handy. So you also could use volumetric light effects, like these atmospheric effects. You can render these in Redshift, but I think this is not super flexible, a bit hard to control, and your render time gets super slow. So I show you how I do it instead in a second, because I'm also a compositing artist. I like to do what I can in compositing just to be efficient and Yeah. All right, so about depth and atmosphere. So this is what I was talking about, to get the last bit of realism to your scene and all these atmospheric effects. I could call this chapter compositing as well, because everything you see here is done in compositing. And yeah, I like to do it that way because to me this is much faster and more flexible, and I can change it all till the end and I don't have to re-render my scene. So let's talk about AOVs. I never only use a beauty pass. I always render AOVs for compositing. And here I didn't use many passes, just the most important ones for my landscape scene. It's kind of here the sunlight, like an ambient light pass, depth, sea depth pass, world position, and cryptomat to create masks. So the setup is super easy. You just go to your AOV manager, and here you can see the layers that I use. The beauty with light passes, light groups enabled. Then we have the sea depth, which is set to the full type here. We will see what that means in a second. And then I have my world position pass, also set to full. And the cryptomat just for masks, because that's always handy. And here you can see how this looks in the render view. I have the ambient light, the cryptomat pass. So in here on the setter, on the sea depth, you would expect a gradient, a grayscale gradient from black to white usually. But you only see white. And this is because I built my scene in a real world scale. And as you can see here, the values, if you check the values of the depth and the world position, you see there are values everywhere, but they are huge. So they cannot be displayed on the display, so it's only white, but the values are there. And we can use those values in compositing later. And the nice thing about that is that these values represent the real coordinates. So when I look at the sea depth, I know this is not only just a random value from 1 to 0, it's the actual distance in centimeters from the camera to the pixel that I'm looking at. So this is a really nice way to always know where you're at in your scene. And the world position pass is the same thing. The origin, you see the origin is there where these lines meet. This is kind of the scene origin, and then we have all the axes, the X, Y, Z axis mapped on different RGB channels. And now I want to show you how I use these AOVs in compositing. Usually I'm a Nuke guy and I do all my compositing stuff in Nuke, but of course, this can be done in any compositing software. In the end, it doesn't matter. And I thought maybe here are more After Effects users than Nuke users, though it's easier for you to follow along. So this is what I do. We have kind of a multi-XR image here, and we just see what passes we have in here. We have the sunlight, and the other means the ambient light that's looking like this. We can name it light ambient. Then we put in the second pass, the sun layer, sunlight, light group. And when we add these on top of each other, we get back to our beauty pass. So this is what our beauty render did look like. And what I love about light passes, it gets you much control over your grading and your look development, because you can grade the lights individually. To get really different kind of looks. So it can be great for look development, that you don't have to do it in 3D and change stuff. You can just play around it here in compositing and see what looks nice. So again, about the atmospheric effects. I think this is one of the most important things to make the landscape believable in the end. And for the atmospheric effects, I heavily rely on my depth pass because, this makes sense. And by adjusting the black and white point, as you see here, you see the super high values here that I have to use here because I rendered it in the full range. And by adjusting the black and white point and some levels, I can create masks for my depth effect. I can control pretty nice how much of it I want, where I want it to go, where it should start, and stuff like that. And additionally, as you can see here, I can mix in, this is from the world position pass, the green channel that represents the y-axis, so kind of the altitude of the landscape. And I can create an additional mask for kind of a ground fog. And I can mix that together with my other mask, as you can see here, to add in some more kind of ground fog for even more realism in the end. So, and then these masks I use then for simple grading layers or color tinting, like it gets more bluish towards the back and washed out, less contrast, less saturation. And like this, we get these kind of atmospheric effects. Then again, I like to use fog layers to again add more realism, add more detail to the scene, and it doesn't only help you with your atmosphere and mood. It can also help to separate your layers, to make your composition more interesting by separating the different hills and mountains. And what I usually do here is I bring in my Cinema 4D camera and some helpers down there in the form of lights here that I put into my Cinema 4D scene to kind of put it at the position where I want my fog layers to be in the end, because the After Effects 3D space just is not usable here because of my huge values that I use in my scene, so it's just not visible here. And like this, we can just link the fog layers to my helpers right here. You see the high values here, huge values because of my real world scale. And we can just link like fog layers to that you can see now. These fog layers, you find them online. I like to use the ones from Action VFX. It's a great site for assets where you can buy stuff like that. So it's animated, so you can get some nice subtle movement in your fog. And it's always super nice to put them into your scene and play around with them. So here you see how this looks like. And of course, this is just a still. I didn't have to use it in the 3D space, but as soon as we have some camera motion in there, we need that it stays on the right spot in the image, of course. So this would work with the camera movement as well. And I use my world position pass, as you see here, to create masks for these fog layers. So the foreground hills and mountains are left out, and the fog is just behind those hills. And then I have plenty of those layers in my scene, just to get some more detail. Maybe I exaggerated here a bit to make it more clear, but yeah, you see what's possible here. And it's a super fast and easy way to do, much easier than to rendering volumes in Redshift. So some ground fog here on the lake. All right, and we can use the same kind of process even for clouds in the sky. So here I created kind of the sky in compositing, and we can see these layers are in 3D space as well. So when we have some camera movement, we can have some parallax of these layers, which is a nice thing to have. All right, so some volumetric light is pretty subtle. You see it here. It's always nice. You can use Redshift to do those kind of things with the RS environment object. Sometimes I do that because sometimes it looks better, nicer, but on most of these wide scale scenes, you can do it in comp as well. And this is a super simple thing. I have just some light burst effect, like God rays coming from the direction of the sun. Like here, you can see them here. I mask them with a soft mask, just that my image doesn't get blown out everywhere. And yeah, it just adds a nice moody effect. So last but not least, some subtle effects to get the last bit of realism. It's about some subtle glow, some... now it's running, yeah. Just about a bit of subtle glow, some grading, maybe. So we can use maybe a vignette and some lens flares. So all of these little imperfections in the end, it's like the imperfection that a real lens would produce when you film a scene like that. So this always helps to make your 3D render in the end look more believable and more like it has been filmed with a real camera. All right, so just some before and afters, because it's always nice to look at. We have the scene in the viewport. This is just the raw 3D render without compositing, and then all the atmospheric effects in the end. So it makes a huge difference to add these effects in compositing. Before, the scene looked super CG and 3D because there's no depth visible, and later we can achieve much more when we use AOVs for compositing later. So this is the other scene that you saw in the intro. And here you can see I used the HDRI in the end, and I didn't only use the sky, I also used an HDRI with a mountain landscape, and I used these mountains as well. So it's also a nice way to add more depth, more detail to your scene in a super fast way. You don't have to model these mountains. It's like a matte painting, a backdrop, which can work if you find the right HDRI for it. All right, so now just to recap, the most important things, I think, is use height maps for all the detail in your surface. Oh, sorry. Mix materials using the procedural mask. The state node is your friend here, so it's super powerful. Use 3D scan textures and assets, though there's no shame in using those. Our time is limited, so we want to get it done. So you can use all those assets that are out there. You can use OSL tools to prevent these texture tiling problems. You can use cloners and control them with fields for all the natural distribution of the plants and the trees and the landscape. When you do large-scale scenes like that, you always have to think about your detail and memory management. So the texture resolution, for example, just use as much resolution as you really need. And think about LODs, like do all the high detail objects up front and in the back. Even in the final image, the trees in the final image in the background, they were only cones. There were no tree scanned objects. I used those simple cones in the background and it works. So this can save you a lot of memory and a lot of render time. And then use AOVs, especially the Z-depth and the world position pass, to add more atmospheric effects and detail in compositing later. All right, that's it. Thank you for listening, and thank you, Maxon, for having me. And are there any questions? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andy. Any questions for Andy? This is your moment. Where do you get your inspiration for landscapes?
Inspiration? I think I get it everywhere outside. I love to go hiking and to go out in nature and to look at all these kind of details that you see when you're standing on a mountain peak and look at the landscape. I just suck all that in. And of course, when I do every project, it's like research, look at references, online, look at a lot of photographs, and to see where the direction is, what you want to achieve. So, yeah.
I remember having a conversation with you when I was talking to you, because when I see the atmospheric effect and the landscape photos,
yeah,
I've taken some photos of the landscape in Austria and places, and I saw them and I was like, is that a photo? And he's like, no, that's a render. And then it's just so photorealistic. It's amazing.
Thank you.
And seeing the aspect and the effect and everything, the hard work that you put into creating those atmospheric effects is brilliant.
Nice. Thank you.
Any other questions?
What are the advantages of using the world position pass instead of the depth pass when you're compositing?
The difference is the depth pass always is related to your camera position. So when you have a camera move, like remember a flight through a landscape, the sea depth follows. So you get these atmospheric, the atmospheric effects when you use the sea depth pass would follow with it. which makes sense in a way because you get more of these effects the further away from the camera you are. And the world position path, it's like the real 3D coordinates of every pixel, and this stays the same always. So if you want to use masks for specific areas of your image, or like I used the masks for these fog layers, you don't want these to move along with your camera when you have a camera movement. So the mountain or the hill stays at the same position all the time. So your mask should as well. So this is the difference. Sorry? For animation? Yeah. And with the world position path, you get even more because you get all the axes. The Z path is only the Z axis, and the world position path also gives you like an X and Y values. So the effect with the ground fog that I did in compositing is something you can only do with the world position path.
Thank you. Any more questions? All right.
Yeah, I will be around here for some time, so just
find him. He's going to be around.
Say hi.
Just find him. You can also scan this QR code that comes up on screen for a chance of winning Maxon 1 license. And we will see you in 15 minutes with amazing Ross Mason next. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Architectural visualizations. Maxon Studio, our new template engine for After Effects, was released in June and harnesses the power of over 130 red giant tools you can use to create amazing videos. Whether you're crafting stunning effects, intricate animations, or captivating motion graphics, Maxon Studio empowers you to enhance your videos with a straightforward dashboard that makes the process quick and easy. Need a quick transition effect or lower third? Launch the Studio dashboard and give it a try. We're thrilled to announce a game-changing update to our template engine that will revolutionize the way you customize and manage your designs in Studio. Now you can save your adjustments as reusable presets. Streamline your workflow by quickly applying your favorite customizations to new projects with a single click. Experiment with different styles and layouts without the fear of losing your favorite designs. Share your presets with your team to ensure a unified brand identity. Experience the freedom and flexibility of the Save as Preset feature. Update your plugin to the latest version and start creating with confidence and ease. Cinema 4D 2025 lets you elevate your motion graphics and VFX to new heights with unprecedented control and realism with advanced simulations, featuring improvements in pyro, rigid body dynamics, particle modifiers, and MoGraph tools. We've added a number of improvements for particle modifiers. The new follow spline modifier makes it easy to create motion graphic effects with particles flowing along a spline. The spin modifier has been redesigned. We've added align to surface. The math modifier now includes variants, and look, spin, and turn have more artist-friendly controls. Support for MoGraph weights and force objects allows you to quickly dial in rigid body simulations, while the new sparse volume and sparse surface emission types, based on nano VDB technology, allow for faster and larger pyro simulations. Also, improved parameter options in pyro are sure to light the fuse of your creativity. We've also added a bunch of new pyro presets to the asset browser to kickstart your next project. The new field driver tag adds unparalleled flexibility, allowing you to control object parameters with fields. Optimize your scene performance with the Object Profiling Manager, ensuring your projects run smoothly and efficiently. Cinema 4D 2025 offers continuing improvements with updates to color management and render space settings. The Color Chooser offers a streamlined workflow that makes it easier than ever to choose the right color in the right color space. Colors are also now automatically converted to the proper space when you import presets or copy and paste between multiple projects. New import and export settings for color spaces ensure consistent color accuracy across all formats and assets. New file name tokens allow you to easily tag renders with the display and render color space, so you're sure the right settings get applied when moving to compositing. Achieve exceptional color precision and consistency with the enhanced OCIO workflows. And just in case you missed it, Cinema 4D's June release includes scene nodes enhancements that provide more options to create procedural geometry. The points modifier node, for example, greatly simplifies the process to create custom deformers and remap data attached to points. The set point value node and noise modifier make it easier to deform existing geometry. The outline spline node enables procedural spline outlines, allowing for stacked and nested shapes from a single input. Support for spring connections and motors were added to rigid body simulations, along with easier options for creating connectors between objects. Cinema 4D 2025 also enhances its extensive import and export capabilities to ensure a smoother, more integrated workflow. Instances are now supported in USD import and export, while full skeletal animation can now be exported in USD. FBX import and export now include improved support for units and scaling. Cineware is our bridge for seamless integration of Cinema 4D into other host applications like Adobe After Effects and Unreal. And now, Cineware 2025 offers even more extensive integration and includes a number of performance improvements under the hood.
Check out these rims. Let's go, Jitter.
I've always wanted to be able to sit on my couch, sculpt something when that idea strikes, to have that opportunity to just put it down on paper. And I think that ZBrush for iPad really allows for that. And I think in the future, it allows for me and my workflow a lot more iteration, a lot more creative ideas, construction of characters quicker, and it allows me to get my ideas out a lot quicker.
We are human beings. We need like new stimulus, right? And then when I bring the iPad outside to see the nature more, and I can get inspired more, and I can draw and sketch instantly. So it's huge.
You have toys and tools, professional tools. ZBrush for iPad is a professional tool. You can definitely do professional work in the iPad version of ZBrush.
I think the future of sculpting is very bright because I think before, when you have a huge barrier of entry to someone who isn't an artist, or maybe is but doesn't have the funds to be buying tablets left and right, I think a lot of people have products like iPad, and it's going to allow a lot more people access to be making things that they thought was only possible with a crazy setup.
The idea of enabling like professional level work, not only for someone like me that can travel, but to me, I think the most exciting thing is getting to a future where someone who's interested in this sort of thing that doesn't even have a desktop or doesn't have experience 3D modeling or sculpting could play around and make some stuff on an iPad and get some of that joy and fun that I get from doing this kind of art that I do. That's what's, I think, the most exciting part of it.
I mean, I can really see that to be a very handy tool, especially, if you're in like I said, in a conference with 47 producers who can't make up their mind. And if they said, well, maybe if you want to change that a little bit, you could do it right there on the spot with them, which I really see as an advantage. And I think having them involved in that would actually help them decide, oh, I saw him do that and I suggested that, so I like that design, so I can see that being a real plus.
Red Giant 2025 injects fresh new energy into your workflows with a stunning set of new features for Geo, such as rigged animation support, expanded cloner capabilities, and depth of field. The new Particular Designer gets a refresh with improved preset search and navigation, timeline controls, and AE project saving. Finally, releasing Red Giant's 5th brand new tool this year, we proudly introduce Parametric Curve, a powerful contribution to our superior line of color tools. Parametric Curve provides unprecedented control for handling color and HDR video. Curves, levels, and working with HDR video are standard practices. Users now have the power to manipulate their footage with an HDR curve. Many color adjustments benefit from more nuanced controls than lift, offset, gamma, and gain. Make use of the Bezier curves effect that both processes.
Welcome back, everybody present here and watching it live. We are live from IBC 2024 in Rye, Amsterdam. We have amazing Ross Mason now. I've had a pleasure of talking to him, meet him a few months ago, and he's an amazing artist based out of London. He's a freelance 3D artist working with brands and agencies. And he also teaches Cinema 4D and Redshift on YouTube and Patreon. So follow him, get to know what he does. You can also scan the QR code to download the assets that he has shared today. He's going to talk about it as well. You can learn with it later when you watch the videos again. I'll let Ross take ahead and have you take through the journey. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Kuran, for the lovely introduction. Hello, everyone, and everyone watching at home. Thank you, IBC and Maxon, for having me here today. It would be useful if my laptop was on. There we go. Is it working? Cool. So today I'm going to be talking through lighting and texturing in Cinema 4D and Redshift. That's kind of my primary software that I use. I'm a freelance 3D artist, motion designer, teacher, like Kuran mentioned. I like nature, fitness, photography, and that's pretty much everything about me. So I'm going to quickly show you a show reel, and then we'll just dive straight into some projects. If it plays, there we go. Cool. So, like I said, I like lighting and I like texturing. So let's just get straight into both of them. And I want to start off with lighting and my approach to building scenes and kind of how I approach this side of things. So I want to start off with this interior project, which I made with a good friend of mine, Owen Schmidt. And he helped build the composition, and then I took it and did all the lighting and texturing. So before I dive into the cinema file, I kind of just want to say that it's always important to experiment with light. And for me, I think lighting can completely make or break a visual and can completely change the look and feel and the mood that it delivers to a viewer and to an audience. So, for example, using this like nighttime lighting gives it this very like mysterious kind of ominous feel, and then like the golden hour lighting makes it feel extremely cozy and completely transforms that same visual. So I'm going to dive straight into cinema and kind of show you the setup for this. So it's fairly straightforward. I mean, it kind of, let's see if this will update. And I don't know why this is so zoomed in, but it's okay. We'll work with it. Okay, hold on. Am I going to have to reboot this? Maybe. Hold on. Do a bit of updating on the fly. Okay, whilst that reboots, hopefully. Sorry, bear with me. There we go. Okay. Yeah, while that reboots, kind of why I wanted to mention this slide is that obviously I'm going to show you kind of my lighting setup for this, but there is a lot of experimenting and look development behind the scenes until I get to a point where I'm happy with what a visual looks like. So if I can open this, I'll show you exactly what's going on. So we can see on the right-hand side, we have this dome light. So this essentially is going to take a HDRI, which is a 360-degree image, and use that to light the scene. So I like to use this for, I'd say, like 90% of my projects, because obviously it's using an image from the real world, and it's using that real lighting and that diffuse and that reflection, which is then kind of projecting itself into the scene. So I find that this delivers incredible realism, which is what we're seeing here, and we can obviously completely rotate this. And this is quite an intense scene, so it's going to take some time to preview, but Redshift luckily is super flexible and versatile, so it does calculate it at a pretty good rate considering everything going on. But kind of like I said a minute ago with the experimenting, we can like rotate this dome light around and get completely different looks and feels. And as Andy mentioned in the previous presentation, also the Redshift sun and sky is super powerful and can kind of deliver very, very similar results with a really nice kind of art directable ability. So I can just bring this in and like rotate this around and get just really nice lighting kind of straight out the gate. And there's a bunch of settings in here we can adjust. For example, we can go to the sun and increase the scale. I'm just going to go crazy high with this. And we go from like a really kind of sharp lighting to now like quite a soft, diffuse lighting, which again is really helping to kind of transform that look into something that's a much easier on the eyes. The other thing going on in here is this Redshift environment, which I'm just going to show you in the presentation because it'll be easier. But I think atmosphere, especially with these kind of interior scenes, is going to really help elevate the scene and give that sense of scale and depth, which I think in my eyes just really sells the image. So by default, you're going to get this kind of warm like blanket of layer, like this atmosphere. But I've actually, in this case, used this custom one, which pushes it much more towards like a cooler temperature and also breaks up that fog so you feel like you have kind of some low-level clouds. And this is all completely procedural within Redshift. So what you'll see I have going on here, and let's see if I can just do a render region so this calculates a little bit quicker. I have this material setup here, which essentially is layering 3 different noises. This kind of like cool blue one, a warmer kind of orange one, and then a black and white noise over the top, which then is kind of creating this separation within the fog. And I have this all added up in a color layer. So if, for example, I pushed this layer 1, which is the warm noise, all the way to 1, we should get a much kind of warmer fog. If I change that to normal, there we go, we can kind of see that coming through. And if, on the other hand, I pushed it all the way down to something super low, that cooler noise from the base layer is going to come through, and now we have this super cool atmosphere going on. So this is a really quick way to add a little bit more detail to the Redshift environment and break it up and just give it a bit more of a natural feel. The other thing I love using in Redshift is the Redshift post effects, which shouldn't be this scaled in, but we'll work with it. We have a bunch of settings in here which I like to play with to adjust kind of the grading and the final look and feel of an image, and this means you can do everything in Cinema without having to take it into something like After Effects or Nuke for post-production. So, for example, the first thing I've done, which makes a major difference, is boosting the exposure up to 2. So this would be the default kind of look with the lighting I have going on, and just immediately boosting that exposure gives me tons of flexibility in terms of the brightness. But then what comes with that is, by default, the highlights are now going to get super overexposed. So what I've done is I've enabled this tone mapping option, which will clamp those highlights, and now we have a much more kind of flat image, and we're not getting those overexposed areas. We have more settings down here, which I have enabled. We have the color controls, which is going to help to dial in some contrast, because obviously now we have clamped those highlights, so we're taking a lot of that contrast out. So using the color controls, I can dial that back in. I can use this really handy kind of curve here to like clamp the shadows even more and boost the highlights back up if I want to. But I think there's kind of like you want to find a middle ground where you're not crushing all the black values and overexposing the white values. So it's just a super powerful tool to be able to kind of dial that detail in. And then there's a few other things. We have bloom going on, which is kind of adding a bit of glow to the lamp on the left over there. If I adjust the threshold, you'll see how the lower I go with this, the less picky it is about the areas it overexposes and glows. So you can create really stylized looks with this setting. I'm obviously trying to go for something realistic, so I'm putting it into a space where it's only kind of blooming the areas that should be glowing like the lamp. So these Redshift post effects are super powerful, and you can kind of see the difference before and after just by using these. So that kind of can remove a whole step of taking it into another software, like I mentioned. Okay, so I want to move on to some product lighting. I do a lot of product work, and I think it's always important to reference photography when working in a 3D space. So something I like to study a lot is lighting techniques that photographers use. And one of the most popular ones is the 3-point lighting system. So this consists of a key light, a fill light, and a rim light. So essentially we're using these to illuminate different parts of the product and give it a really nice kind of studio finish. So the key light is what we're seeing on the left-hand side. That's the brightest and biggest light in your scene. And we then have the fill light, which is just going to lift those shadows ever so slightly so nothing's completely dark. And then we have this lovely rim light on the right-hand side, which is going to separate your product from the background. Now, this is quite a basic principle, but I think once you learn this, you can start to bend the rules and apply this to your own work and start to create more stylized looks. So you'll notice as well, there's one final step at the end, which is just lifting everything that little bit further. And that is, again, the dome light, which I've mentioned in the previous one. So a dome light, I've already talked about it briefly, but it's a 360-degree image, something like this. And we're just using that. If I open the file, there it is. We're just using that to, let's see. There we go. We're using this dome light just to kind of lift that scene ever so slightly. And the reason why I do this again is for extra realism in reflections and diffuse. And even though in this case it's quite subtle, you can kind of see, I don't know how well you can see on the screen, but it's adding some extra reflections on this oil can, which has actually come as part of the Cinema 4D asset browser. So they have a really good collection of models and materials and all sorts. It really has expanded recently. So you can grab a lot of stuff straight from there and bring it into your scenes. But like I said, this dome light is kind of the missing piece, I think, in 3D for this 3-point light setup. Because if you think in real life when a photographer is shooting a product in a studio, obviously that space is reflecting in the product. So I think this dome light helps to kind of simulate that. The other thing we can do in Redshift with lights, which I think is super powerful, is we can actually add textures in here. So again, everything I'm kind of doing and my thinking behind this is how would a photographer approach it? So for example, in these area lights I'm using, so in this key light, for example, I have this softbox texture down here, which I have grabbed from Grayscale Gorilla, which is a great kind of resource for, again, textures, materials, HDRIs, but you can find these kind of anywhere. And even though it's very subtle in this example, if I was to go down and reduce the spread of this light and then reduce the intensity ever so slightly, we can start to see that texture come through in that light. So it's breaking it up from just being a solid white light to something that now has a little bit more detail. So you can see that's kind of like the basic light. And with this softbox enabled, we get a really nice fall off and we get a bit of breakup in that light, which I think just kind of helps to add that extra little bit of detail, which when you piece everything together, creates a really nice finish. So kind of with this principle in mind, I want to talk about this barn door style of lighting. I don't know if that's the official name, but that's what I've named it. And this comes from the idea, again, in photography of where you have these barn door attachments on the side of your softboxes and your spotlights, which then helps to focus the light into a certain area. So we can do this super easily in Cinema 4D using that spread tool that I just mentioned a second ago. So this is the scene here. Just like we did with the interior, we have some post effects going on just to kind of clamp that contrast. But you can see in our key light here, if I go down to the spread, we have this set super low to 0.1, which is giving us this really nice kind of high contrast look and feel. And this is just super easy to do in Redshift. So if I lock the camera and jump out, I can kind of show you the scene and what we have going on here. So I've just made this light really, really small. And the reason for kind of hitting it from this left-hand side, and this is like another thing that I'm very aware of when I'm lighting my scenes, is how the positioning of your light affects the look and feel of the product. So for example, if I was to take this same light and move it in front of my product and just rotate this around, let's try to get it somewhere like that. So now we kind of have the same light with that same kind of high contrast, which is a little bit too bright right now. Let's drop that down. There we go. So we have that same light, but we're starting to lose a bit of the shape and the depth of the object because it's being lit front on. So we can see, we still see some of those creases and those details, but from a viewer's perspective, lighting it from the side really helps to capture that depth and the volume of the product. So when I'm approaching these types of projects, I'm really thinking about how the viewer is going to perceive the image and what I can do to kind of show the product in the best way possible. So this is kind of one of those smaller details, and I think this is something that you develop the more you play with lighting in Cinema 4D or any kind of 3D software. And yeah, it's just kind of learning where to position it, and again, constantly referencing photography and how they light their scenes. So let's move on to texturing, and particularly I kind of want to focus on the extra like tips and tricks you can do to push your texturing, that extra like 10%, which pushes it from something that potentially may be perceived as CGI to something that moves more into like a photoreal space. So for example, I do a lot of work for drinks brands, so I've done a lot of glass texturing, and something that I've really studied is like all the tiny little imperfections in glass, but this can obviously be translated to any type of product. So for example, what we see here is these kind of little I guess like deformations in the glass, because no glass is ever perfect. So like really like dialing in these smaller details here and kind of looking at surface imperfections where we have these kind of smudges and scratches, I think is what takes it to the next level from, like I said, something that might straight away be perceived as CGI to something that feels a bit more realistic. So I want to dive into kind of setting this up and these kind of smaller details, but I want to start off by saying, obviously, you want your object to be UV unwrapped. So I've kind of done that process here in Cinema, which gives me then the flexibility to add those details in the texturing. So I've UV unwrapped it, brought that into Photoshop, and kind of set up those smaller artwork details. And this can then be used for something like a bump map or displacement map. And what I'm doing here essentially is anything that's black is going to have 0 displacement, and anything that's white is going to be like 100% displaced. So by blurring the artwork, you're kind of creating that gradient from no displacement to full displacement, so you get that kind of like feathered effect, which we can see in this second version here. So the less blurry it is, the sharper those extrusions will be. And there's usually a bit of back and forth between Photoshop and Cinema 4D to kind of finesse this and get this into a place that I'm really happy with. So let's open this in Cinema and take a look at this. So give it a second to update. There we go. And I'm going to actually just change this from a glass material to more of a diffuse material, just so it's kind of easier to showcase to you guys. So let's just go down to the transmission and disable that, and we'll enable the base color. And let's see if I can create a render region and zoom in. So here we go. Let's take a look at this. So you can see in the material here, I have all those different kind of artwork pieces that I was discussing a minute ago. So we have those kind of punt details at the bottom. We have, let's see, the kind of text. So I like to separate all these out individually so that when I plug them into these displacement nodes, I kind of have control over each of them and how they're looking. And let's just refresh that real quick. There we go. So for example, if I wanted to make that type like way more displaced, I can just increase that value and push that a lot more, and then it's not affecting the other elements. So where I can, I like to be able to separate these elements, and that just then gives me a lot more flexibility. So I'm just going to undo that. There we go. And what I have going on down here is some Maxon noises, which I'm going to talk about a little bit more later, but I like to use these wherever I possibly can because they're completely procedural, and you have all these different settings of these different noises you can play with, which will give you completely different results. You can change the scale, the contrast, everything. And in this case, I'm using it to add some very, very subtle surface imperfections and kind of break up in the model, where you can see in the reflection here, where it's not like a perfect clean line, there's a bit of breakup. So I think when I'm like approaching this, I'm trying to find a balance between it not completely destroying the product, because obviously from a client's perspective, they want to show it off in the best way possible, but also dial in that detail where, again, it's making it feel photorealistic. So you can see the value I'm using here is super, super small. If I was to exaggerate this, you can see much clearer what it's doing. It's now turned into some weird abstract glob, I suppose, but yeah, you can be super, super subtle with this, and that kind of gives you that kind of photoreal finish. So I've layered this smaller Maxon noise with a larger one. I'm going to actually just get rid of this so you can see the full image. And again, using on a very small scale, but if I was to increase this, you can see now we're kind of getting those vertical deformations. So when you tone this down to a much less intense version, you're starting to get that breakup in the reflection and in the model, where you start to kind of get that subtle wave. So these Maxon noises are super powerful, even for this particular case, but we're going to talk about it in more of an abstract way in a little bit. But I've also then, just to kind of finish this off, paired it with this kind of grungy texture, which again is helping to break those reflections up even more. So these small details kind of all add up together to create something which I think feels photoreal and dials in those imperfections. And then in terms of those kind of fingerprints and scratches and smudges that I was talking about, this can be done using either, again, noises, but in this case, I've used these kind of smudges and also these fingerprints, and I've blended them together in this color layer. So you can see by default, we have those smudges. They're quite dark because I have remapped them. So essentially, the brighter you go with these textures, the more rough your image is going to be, or the more rough your material is going to be. So for example, if I really brightened this and I plugged that into the roughness of our material, what we should see, if I just maybe dial a bit more contrast in this, is those fingerprints become super, super apparent. So again, like this is now kind of too extreme, but I try to find a space where it's subtle enough that it's not distracting from the product itself. So I can reduce this back down, and let's just drop this value. And like I said, I've combined both of these together, so then we get these kind of really subtle breakups in the material. So you can obviously kind of push this as much as you want, but I think just that small little detail there helps to add those kind of imperfections we want. Okay, so some quick tips for the perfectionist and the designer, and again, kind of dialing more detail in, and again, coming from a perspective where you want there to be this bridge between CGI and photoreal. So for example, if I was to apply that same material across all these tires here, you can see those surface imperfections are in the exact same place. But I want to talk about a node in Cinema 4D really quickly that will help to break that up and again, just dial in a little bit more realism. So let's open this and get rid of that. And let's open this here. Okay, cool. So like I was saying, this is the material here with a bit of roughness plugged in, just like I showed you in the previous example. And we can currently see those surface imperfections in the exact same place in all of these objects, which completely gives away the idea that this is CGI. So there's this lovely node that Maxon added not too long ago called the Jitter node. Now, by default, if I was to plug this out color into the base color, this is going to add variation to our model. So it's going to be set to essentially take a black color, and actually it might be better if I just use one from scratch. So let's drop a new one in and plug that in. There we go. So this color jitter section is taking all these different parameters here and using them to add variation to the product. So for example, what we're seeing here is a variation of 0 saturation, so we're kind of seeing that near the bottom, to then complete saturation, which we're seeing in these red values. So we can start to vary these to potentially reduce the amount of variation in the saturation. And likewise, we have this hue slider here, which we can use to then completely vary the hue of the color itself. So we don't want to use these particular parameters, but these are super useful. But instead, we want to use the float values at the bottom here. So I'm going to take this same jitter, but instead of using the out color, I'm going to use the out float and plug that into the triplanar and plug that into offset. And I'm also going to plug it into rotation, if I can do it. Let's move it over here. There we go. So rotation, and at the moment, we're not going to see any change. I'm going to just add a render region, so that's a little bit quicker to preview. But if we go to our jitter node and we go down to the float jitter, we have this minimum and maximum value again. And I could crank this up to something like 1. We're not going to see too much difference. If I go to 100, we're going to see a little bit more. And then if I go all the way up to something like 1,000, you can see now these two textures are completely offset from one another. So This is a really easy way to add variety across your objects, especially if they're sharing the same material. And this used to be a really complicated setup with color user data and change ranges and all sorts going on. But now it's super simple with just this one jitter node, which Maxon has introduced. And this is quite a simple example of this, but this can be used in all sorts of different ways to really help break up your products and your objects in your scenes. So me and Maxon Noise. I love using Maxon Noise, like I discussed earlier, and this is kind of more of an abstract take on it. So I want to kind of go through how we can use it to create something like this, but also just how it can be then applied to any type of work that you use. So I'm going to open this scene here, and let's just jump into this and take a look at this scene here. So all these scenes are using that same kind of lighting setup I was talking about with a key light and a rim light. And let's just open this material and we can kind of break this down. So like I mentioned earlier, these Maxon noises, super powerful and procedural in your scenes, so you can create some really cool looks with these. And I like to use these sometimes for these abstract visuals just for good practice, and also to think of ways how I can then apply it to other types of work. So let's break this down step by step. So we have this kind of glass material here, which is essentially just the basic material, but I have enabled transmission with an IOR of 1.5, which is kind of like the IOR and the index of refraction for a glass. And straight away what I've done is I've used this Maxon noise here, and I've used a ramp node to clamp this down so it has a lot more contrast. And this is being dialed in to the reflection roughness. So essentially, we're going to get some breakup in that reflection, like I talked about with the wine texturing. I'm just going to quickly get rid of the displacement so it's a bit easier to see. And I also have these bubbles inside, so let me just hide those very quickly. But if I push this into kind of a much brighter space, so for example, if I lift this value from 25% to 100, that noise becomes much brighter. And if I increase that ramp and move that slider along, what we should see now is that roughness becomes super apparent. So now we're kind of getting some breakup in that reflection. Again, I used it quite subtly here, so I'm just going to drop that back down and reduce some of that contrast. But I think kind of the main approach for everything I've talked about so far is using things in a way where it's not taking away from it, but it's adding that kind of necessary detail to push it into more of a realistic space. So that's what I'm trying to do here with the noise. The next thing I have set up is this very large scale noise here, which is set to the turbulence noise, which if I just drop the scale down to something like 60, and let's just fix that real quick. There we go. This gives you a much kind of like rougher, grungier noise as opposed to like the basic noise, which I can't see. Where's it gone? There it is. Which, yeah, is much softer. So the turbulence one I find gives you a lot of detail. And in this case, what I've done is I've made it super large scale and just increased the kind of stretching on the x-axis. And then this has also been multiplied with this other noise I have going on. Again, using turbulence, but this time stretched on the X and the Z axis to kind of give this like swirling effect. And I've then inverted it using the color invert node and multiplied it over the top of that kind of Maxon noise we had there previously. So with all of this combined, I then have plugged it into a material blender, which is going to basically take this blue material I've made. Let's just get rid of that. There we go. So this kind of blue material with a bit of subsurface going on, which gives us that really nice yellow fall off, which is in here. So subsurface is a great way to kind of scatter light through your objects and give you a really nice kind of soft feel, which you can use for like marble textures or like kind of milky textures. And essentially that is going to be scattered and blended using that Maxon noise. So you can see now we have some of that glass and we have some of that subsurface material coming through with those kind of cutouts from the Maxon noise where we can see in that kind of spiral pattern. So straight away we're starting to layer these to kind of add more detail and create something a bit more abstract. And also it's then kind of like dialing in these really nice kind of shadows here from the glass. So we can push this one step further. We can use another Maxon noise here, which is this Voronoi noise, which kind of gives you these little dots. And I have played with the high clip and the low clip on this to essentially kind of determine how many of these dots I want to be shown. So by default, you'll get something like this. But if we use the low clip and the high clip, we can really crush those black values and boost those white ones. And now we get something like this. And then if I duplicate that and make it much smaller scale, I have this smaller version, and then I'm using a color mix to get a mix of both of them. And this, again, is being used in the material blender for this third material, which is this very like metallic material here. So if I just plug that into layer 2 of our blend material into the blend color, or sorry, not the blend color, the material color. And then I use that color mix and I plug that into the blend color and then output that. Now we can see those kind of dots coming through in that texture. So you can start to see how this all comes together to layer a material. And obviously this is completely procedural, but you could use texture maps to get really realistic results. But I think the main thing from this is that it's completely procedural, and I could change, like this noise here, for example, I could just change the seed of it and maybe just change the scale. And now we get like a completely different noise, and then that gives us like a completely different look in our material. Now we don't have those kind of spirals, we have like these little bumps going through the material. So that's what I love about using the noises, is how procedural and how flexible they can be. And the final thing which is going to really elevate this material here is then using these noises for displacement. So I can use that same noise here, plug this into a displacement, and then plug that up into our material displacement up here. And there we go. Now we get that Maxon noise kind of extruded into this object. So this object that is very simple, it's just this kind of like half sphere, glob looking thing, is now like completely transformed just using texturing and using noises and displacement. So there's so much you can do with noises. I think they're super powerful, and that by experimenting with them, you start to kind of really open your mind to how you can approach texturing. And also it's just a good way to practice and play with things in a more fun way. So I think I've got a bit more time. I wasn't going to discuss this, but I will, since I seem to have flown through it also so quickly. Another thing I want to discuss is user data in Cinema 4D, and this becomes super useful for client projects. For example, with this electrolyte company I was doing work for, where there's different variations of their products, and I want to be able to use one material and just be able to create variations of each of them. So for example, they have these different flavors, and I have just set up this user data setup here to be able to quickly flick through this variations. Now this is obviously like a small example, but if you're working on a project where there's like tens or hundreds of products, this can be a really quick way to be able to flick through those variations. And then with the take system in Cinema 4D, you can set up these different takes to then go through these different variations and then just render out these takes, so you can just leave Cinema to just work its magic and run through everything. So I'm going to show you how I set this up. So let's first of all open the material for the sachet. There we go. So what you'll see is I have each of these different variations. For the sachet over here, you can see the different artworks. And essentially what I've done is I've plugged them into a shader switch, which by default you would have to manually plug in the offset or the shader selector, but we're using the user data here to drive that. So the way we set that up is if we go to add user data, and I'm just going to delete the previous version. and we can go from float to, let's see, where's it gone? Hold on. Let me undo this. Okay. Add user data, there we go. So we can go from float to integer, so that's like a single value. And then by default, the interface would be integer. So if I was to kind of plug this into the material, it would just be a number we would have to change. But I can change the interface from that to something like radio buttons, which now would give us these kind of little buttons we have down here. And we then just have to correspond this to the textures in the material. So for example, if I put 0 and then corresponded that to the berry variant, and I'm going to have to delete this original one. There we go. Cool. And I don't know why that's done that either. Quick tab radio. There we go. So now it's basically saying to this user data, okay, which user data do we want to reference? And I haven't actually named it, so let's name it something. Let's call it, we'll just call it variant. Hit OK. And in this user data, we're searching for that variant data. And this is plugged into the shader selector. So now, because we have told the user data that 0 is the berry flavor, that's going to try and reference whatever is plugged into shader 0, which in this case is berry. So I've made sure that those two link up. And you can dial all these in. So I'll just quickly do that. So we have, let's just call that outer. We have lime. And I'm separating all of these with a colon, and then obviously having the number and the name. So this is the number of the shader object. So shader 0, 1, 2, 3, and then the name for each of these, which then we will see in our user data here. So now what we should see is we have berry, we have the elderberry, the lime, and the lychee. So this is a really quick way to be able to flick through these. And then in terms of setting up the takes, let's just go through that from scratch. So we have our default take here, which is going to be set to berry. If I press new child take and I set this to lime, for example, what I can do is I can enable auto take and also the lock overrides. And basically anything I do now in Cinema 4D is going to track it. So if I just change this from berry to lime, you can see this now appears in our category down here, and it's seen that we have enabled the lime. So if I flick between the main, where it goes back to berry and lime, and that's like a really quick way now to have that take set up, and we can duplicate these and make all the different actions and adjustments that we would like. So obviously this is a simple setup, but this can go on. You can make this as complex as you like. And then one final thing, which kind of this all just goes hand in hand. If I was to now render this, Cinema 4D has these amazing tokens, which you can find from the drop-down down here. So essentially I have $PRJ, which means when I render this out, it's going to have the name of the project file. So in this case, 06 user data. And then I've added an underscore, and then I put $take. So on the end of that render, it will add the take name. So when you are rendering all these takes out, you then have really easily findable kind of file names, which become super useful when you're working on large scale projects. So I think that's everything from me. So thank you for watching. Hopefully you found it useful. Thank you for everyone at home watching. And yeah, I'll be around. So if you need anything, just give me a shout.
Thank you so much, Ross. It was amazing. I loved it. Do you have any questions? Anybody? How long is the Jitter node inside Cinema?
I think it's been in there for the last few versions. So it's been in there a good while, but it's kind of flew under the radar a little bit. So yeah, definitely go and check it out.
Well, if you all have any questions regarding the products, you can always ask the training team and the product team that's here. Anybody with the Maxon t-shirt, you can always get hold of them and ask them the questions. Also scan the QR code to get the assets. There's another QR code to register and win a Maxon 1 license, so please scan that as well. Everybody watching here as well as live. We'll be back in around 15-20 minutes with another amazing presentation from Roche Studios. So see you in 20 minutes. Thank you.
Red Giant 2025 injects fresh new energy into your workflows with a stunning set of new features for Geo, such as rig animation support, expanded cloner capabilities, and depth of field. The new Particular Designer gets a refresh with improved preset search and navigation, timeline controls, and AE project saving. Finally, releasing Red Giant's 5th brand new tool this year, we proudly introduce Parametric Curve, a powerful contribution to our superior line of color tools. Parametric Curve provides unprecedented control for handling color and HDR video. Curves, levels, and working with HDR video are standard practices. Users now have the power to manipulate their footage with an HDR curve. Many color adjustments benefit from more nuanced controls than lift, offset, gamma, and gain. Make use of the Bezier curves effect that both processes the image with an HDR curve LUT and also overlays the curve on the image. One great use of this is to invert a color lookup, which isn't possible with some standard color operations. Supercharge your 3D workflow in After Effects with Red Giant Geo's exciting new advancements. Make your objects array pop with expanded cloner features like multiple materials and objects, with inward and outward orientation, and more. Dial in realism with the blazing fast, beautiful built-in depth of field powered by Universe Bokeh and controlled by our After Effects camera. There's so many great possibilities you unlock when adding 3D objects directly into After Effects, and now Geo supports the import of rigged animations from FBX. Breathe easier and settle into a more relaxed, creative environment with the latest improvements to Particular's Designer. With optimized navigation and preset search, timeline playhead control, and the ability to save your After Effects project without leaving the designer, you can focus on creating art and less on managing the tools. Maxon Studio, our new template engine for After Effects, was released in June and harnesses the power of over 130 Red Giant tools you can use to create amazing videos. Whether you're crafting stunning effects, intricate animations, or captivating motion graphics, Maxon Studio empowers you to enhance your videos with a straightforward dashboard that makes the process quick and easy. Need a quick transition effect or lower third? Launch the Studio dashboard and give it a try. We're thrilled to announce a game-changing update to our template engine that will revolutionize the way you customize and manage your designs in Studio. Now you can save your adjustments as reusable presets. Streamline your workflow by quickly applying your favorite customizations to new projects with a single click. Experiment with different styles and layouts without the fear of losing your favorite designs. Share your presets with your team to ensure a unified brand identity. Experience the freedom and flexibility of the Save as Preset feature. Update your plugin to the latest version and start creating with confidence and ease. Today, we're thrilled to unveil the September release of Maxon One, packed with updates and enhancements to our award-winning tools, including Cinema 4D, Cineware, ZBrush, Redshift, and Red Giant. This release is especially designed to empower artists on the go, streamline workflows, and boost precision and control like never before. We're excited to introduce ZBrush for iPad, which brings the powerful features of ZBrush on the go, allowing you to sculpt whatever you can imagine anywhere you feel creative. Cinema 4D 2025 extends fast and intuitive unified simulation and particles even further with tools to help you better art direct projects, while advanced users will enjoy new tools to create efficient procedural animation. With Redshift, artists enjoy production-class GPU rendering, now more photoreal than ever thanks to Caustic's improvements, while also offering more creative options for non-photorealism. And Red Giant gives editors and compositors powerful tools to add effects, transitions, and correct color using Maxon Studio to quickly apply creative capsule templates, Geo to add 3D objects with After Effects, plus a new powerful color correction tool for both After Effects and Premiere. Created by artists for artists, ZBrush for iPad offers a fully reimagined user interface and touch-based controls without sacrificing the power and functionality of ZBrush for desktop. Apple's user-friendly touch capabilities make it easy to jump right into sculpting, especially if you're a new user. And you can streamline your workflow using gestures to control common features such as draw size, focal shift, undos, and redos. The new Apple Pencil features will speed up your sculpting process by assigning actions. Adjust things like draw size, Z intensity, or focal shift, or set squeeze to adjust polyframe on or off. You can also customize the Apple Pencil to create simple, quick access to features such as trimming your mesh to the screen, solo your subtool, replay the last stroke, create a new folder, activate symmetry, and so much more. For artists who want to continue their sculpt on desktop, simply save your work. This version allows users with subscriptions to transfer files between iPad and desktop seamlessly, whether it's saving out a ZTL or a Z project, or just pressing the one-button Go Z solution to transfer your creations. ZBrush for iPad's highly customizable user interface lets you personalize your own digital sculpting experience so you can have all the tools arranged just the way you like them. Polycount can reach upwards to the same detail level as the desktop, depending on the iPad memory and version. Up to 92 million polys per mesh has been achieved on the latest M4 iPad. You also can get ZBrush's unrivaled collection of proprietary digital sculpting brushes created with real-world sculpting techniques in mind, so you can get the same type of natural feelings with sculpting with polygons that you get with clay. The familiar ZBrush features you've come to love are now available in ZBrush for iPad. Experience the same powerful tools and capabilities on the go. ZRemesher generates a new mesh with an even distribution of polygons, preserving the essential details and flow of the original surface. Sculptures Pro adds and reduces triangle tessellation with each brushstroke, making it simple to focus on sculpting without worrying about technical restraints. Dynamesh retopologizes while sculpting, so as you stretch the digital clay or add volume, it retains the same basic digital sculpting detail. Array Mesh lets you create duplicate instances of geometry in varying patterns and shapes in real time. The dynamic system enhances your sculpt by allowing any surface to be draped over another surface to give that extra touch to your characters. Live Boolean gives users the ability to combine, subtract, and/or use intersections to create unique results. Polypainting makes it easy to paint and sculpt at the same time, making it possible to paint on a model surface without first assigning a texture map. We're excited that all these features and more are now available to artists who want to work anywhere they feel inspired. And we can't wait to see what you'll bring to life. ZBrush for iPad is included with your ZBrush or Maxon One subscription and is also available as a standalone subscription. This includes over 200 of ZBrush's leading digital sculpting brushes and allows you to load the thousands of custom desktop brushes that have been created by our incredible user base. For anyone wanting to try the world's leading digital sculpting application, now on iPad, a free plan is available with some limitations in functionality. This builds on the same powerful sculpting foundation with 28 of some of the more popular brushes. Looking ahead to other aspects of this release, our product teams have been hard at work integrating new features and updates into the rest of our product lineup. Cinema 4D 2025 lets you elevate your motion graphics and VFX to new heights with unprecedented control and realism with advanced simulations featuring improvements in pyro, rigid body dynamics, particle modifiers, and MoGraph tools. We've added a number of improvements for particle modifiers. The new follow spline modifier makes it easy to create motion graphic effects with particles flowing along a spline. The spin modifier has been redesigned. We've added align to surface. The math modifier now includes variants, and look, spin, and turn have more artist-friendly controls. Support for MoGraph weights and force objects allows you to quickly dial in rigid body simulations, while the new sparse volume and sparse surface emission types, based on nano VDB technology, allow for faster and larger pyro simulations. Also, improved parameter options in pyro are sure to light the fuse of your creativity. We've also added a bunch of new pyro presets to the asset browser to kickstart your next project. The new field driver tag adds unparalleled flexibility, allowing you to control object parameters with fields. Optimize your scene performance with the Object Profiling Manager, ensuring your projects run smoothly and efficiently. Cinema 4D 2025 offers continuing improvements with updates to color management and render space settings. The color chooser offers a streamlined workflow that makes it easier than ever to choose the right color in the right color space. Colors are also now automatically converted to the proper space when you import presets or copy and paste between multiple projects. New import and export settings for color spaces ensure consistent color accuracy across all formats and assets. New file name tokens allow you to easily tag renders with the display and render color space, so you're sure the right settings get applied when moving to compositing. Achieve exceptional color precision and consistency with the enhanced OCIO workflows. And just in case you missed it, Cinema 4D's June release includes scene nodes enhancements that provide more options to create procedural geometry. The points modifier node, for example, greatly simplifies the process to create custom deformers and remap data attached to points. The set point value node and noise modifier make it easier to deform existing geometry. The outline spline node enables procedural spline outlines, allowing for stacked and nested shapes from a single input. Support for spring connections and motors were added to rigid body simulations, along with easier options for creating connectors between objects. Cinema 4D 2025 also enhances its extensive import and export capabilities to ensure a smoother, more integrated workflow. Instances are now supported in USD import and export, while full skeletal animation can now be exported in USD. FBX import and export now include improved support for units and scaling. Cineware is our bridge for seamless integration of Cinema 4D into other host applications like Adobe After Effects and Unreal. And now, Cineware 2025 offers even more extensive integration and includes a number of performance improvements under the hood. Redshift 2025 updates several aspects of our GPU-accelerated renderer so you can achieve photorealistic and non-photorealistic results with unprecedented speed and efficiency. Rendering beautiful patterns of light passing through glass and gems is easier than ever with improvements to Redshift caustics. Enable the new brute force caustics with a single click and easily achieve realistic lighting. Brute force caustics are ideal when your scene is lit by dome lights or large area lights, but you can still choose photon-based caustics that work best for detailed areas lit by point or spotlights. Improvements to the non-photoreal rendering system let you achieve amazing toon-like results and tone mapping for contours, a global contour option, and custom pattern inputs. With this release, contours no longer need to be added to each material separately. Now, the contour node connected to the global contour port in render settings will apply its effect to every material in the scene that doesn't already have a contour node connected. You can also now choose custom pattern inputs for the tone map pattern node. The sprite nodes utility has doubled with the inclusion of an input port for procedurals, like Maxon Noise or Tiles node. Generating cutouts with procedurals is now simple. Connect the procedural node's color output to the sprite node's input and assign the material to the meshes. Volumes can now be composited using depth data in the same manner as other scene elements with the new volume depth AOV. Clouds, smoke, and explosions are no longer limited to 2D adjustments in post, making it easier to edit exterior environment renders without leaving volumetric elements feeling unrealistic. Redshift native cameras are now supported in Cinema 4D crane, morph, and motion cameras, allowing artists easily to create dynamic and realistic camera movement, including adjustments in depth of field and other Redshift camera effects. Continuing our partnership with Adobe, Substance 3D materials with Redshift for Cinema 4D now include improved options for adjusting the size, rotation, and color space of materials. Presets stored within the SBSR files can now be easily applied, so it's quick to explore different surfaces based on each Substance 3D material. Red Giant 2025 injects fresh new energy into your workflows with a stunning set of new features for Geo, such as rig animation support, expanded cloner capabilities, and depth of field. The new Particular Designer gets a refresh with improved preset search and navigation, timeline controls, and AE project saving. Finally, releasing Red Giant's 5th brand new tool this year, we proudly introduced Parametric Curve, a powerful contribution to our superior line of color tools. Parametric Curve provides unprecedented control for handling color and HDR video. Curves, levels, and working with HDR video are standard practices. Users now have the power to manipulate their footage with an HDR curve. Many color adjustments benefit from more nuanced controls than lift, offset, gamma, and gain. Make use of the Bezier curves effect that both processes the image with an HDR curve LUT and also overlays the curve on the image. One great use of this is to invert a color lookup, which isn't possible with some standard color operations. Supercharge your 3D workflow in After Effects with Red Giant Geo's exciting new advancements. Make your objects array pop with expanded cloner features like multiple materials and objects, with inward and outward orientation and more. Dial in realism with the blazing fast, beautiful built-in depth of field powered by Universe Bokeh and controlled by our After Effects camera. There's so many great possibilities you unlock when adding 3D objects directly into After Effects, and now Geo supports the import of rigged animations from FBX. Breathe easier and settle into a more relaxed, creative environment with the latest improvements to Particular's Designer. With optimized navigation and preset search, timeline playhead control, and the ability to save your After Effects project without leaving the designer, you can focus on creating art and less on managing the tools. Capsules are our library of assets, models, shaders, materials, presets, and more designed to help kickstart your projects. Our Capsules drop in June included a minimalist home office collection with beautifully designed models and original photographs to outfit your workspace. You can even explore a complete Cinema 4D scene file to see how to create your own home interior rendering. Our extensive library of realistic plants continues to grow, now offering over 600 different plant models to add life to your environments. In July, we completely revamped the look and feel of our material and object capsules in the asset browser. It's never been easier to make an apples-to-apples comparison between materials and get an accurate sense of how they'll look in your scene. We've also rolled out an amazing collection of 3D scanned natural materials by Exterior.com, perfect for environment layout and rendering, everything from sand to lava rock to grass. When combined with the 12 volume of plants by Lovework, you can render photorealistic landscapes. We've also continued our collaboration with Fuchs and Vogel to make a diverse set of roofing materials to cap off your exterior architectural visualizations. Maxon Studio, our new template engine for After Effects, was released in June and harnesses the power of over 130.
Welcome back, everybody. We have an exciting studio named Roche Studio, based in Netherlands, who are a creative studio, and they're going to talk about how they've created a soapbox game in Cinema 4D. We're also going to get a chance, not everybody, maybe everybody, to try it out. I'll let Aryon and Joey take us through the process. So, and please scan the QR code to download the assets as well. Emily, please do that. Yeah. See you later, guys.
Hey guys, my name is Arjan van der Knijf and this is Joey van Dijk. We work at Roche Studios and we are here to talk about a project that we did lately. But before we are actually getting into that project, we first want to introduce ourselves a little bit further. I'm a 3D designer at Roche Studios, so I focus on mainly on creating style frames for animations, and I do a little bit of 3D illustrations for various branding projects as well. And in my free time, I like to do this kind of stuff, usually cartoony and colorful, and sometimes, as you can see, a little bit sad.
A sad ghost.
A sad ghost.
I'm actually more of a brand designer, so I work on corporate identities, but I do try to incorporate a lot of 3D into these projects. And in my free time, I also like to experiment a little bit with 3D, which is one of them is standing right here, one of the experiments.
So Joey and I actually met in university about 8 years back. And yeah, we both graduated together. We did some cool projects together there. And from there on, we even landed a job at the same company. I left that company and went to Rush Studios. And Joey quickly came after me because I think he missed me.
Yep.
So Rush Studios, that's where we work. It's a creative agency, and we do 3D animation, motion graphics, graphic design, branding, complete campaigns and marketing, but we are here for the visual stuff. And we also have had the privilege to work for some pretty cool clients. And we also brought our showreel.
All that womp sounds to me so obnoxious.
Boy, you played yourself with your nonsense. I don't know what you're saying. Say what? Would I go? I don't know what you're saying. Say what? Would I go? All that womp sounds to me so obnoxious.
Boy, you played yourself with your nonsense.
I don't know what you're saying, though. Yeah. Tell me now, how did we get so low? Tell me now, how did we get so bruised?
Tell me now.
How could it be so rude? Swear I'ma lose my cool. I won't be made as a fool now.
I'm tired of retreating. Don't retreat it. All that womp sounds to me so obnoxious.
Boy, you played yourself with your nonsense. I don't know what you're saying, bro. Say what? I don't know what you're saying, bro. Say what? All that womp sounds to me so obnoxious.
Boy, you played yourself with your nonsense.
I don't know what you're saying, bro.
And actually, one of the projects that we had the chance to work for, one of the clients we had the chance to work for is NVIDIA. They basically approached us to make something cool. That was the briefing, and show the hardware capabilities of their video cards. We had to make a case video of the project, and apart from that, we had total creative freedom, which every creative I think likes to hear. So we got to thinking, what can we do with all that creative freedom? And we actually set the challenge to ourselves, okay, can we make a game inside of Cinema 4D? The program that we usually do for creative stuff, can we take it one step further and actually make a game inside of it? By using all of the various simulation tags and all of the dynamic tags, and see if this is possible. So we thought of inspiration, what kind of game do we want to make? And one thing we like to watch is the Red Bull soapbox races, which are held throughout Europe, I believe, where basically a team is building a car together, and they try to set the fastest time going down a track. There's only steering and only braking, so no engines or no accelerating, which we also did for our project as well. But nowadays it's quite all over the place, quite a lot of different themes and quite a lot of over-engineering. So we want to take it back one step to probably around the 70s, where you build this car together with your dad, probably in your garage, with stuff you find laying around the house or at the dumpster or somewhere accessible. And then you race that car against your friends on the street somewhere where the hill is. We kind of want to embrace that kind of feeling, so keep it nostalgic and more in one theme. So that's how we landed on the concept of the first Cinema 4D soapbox race. At least we think it's the first one. If you've already done this, then please raise your hand and you can do the presentation. We'll first show you the end result, the one we delivered to NVIDIA, and then we dive into the process and how we've done everything and show you some insights in Cinema 4D.
Creativity, technology, and a good dose of fun. That's how we created the first Cinema 4D soapbox race. In the old days, you would build a soapbox in your garage. We wanted to give it a try in our workspace, Cinema 4D. It started with a kickoff, a plan and lots of sketches. The racers got to work developing their soapbox cards. For this, programs like Cinema 4D, Substance Painter and Photoshop ran at the same time. From car rigs to coding to the final race, we pushed the limits of Cinema 4D. The power of the GeForce RTX 40 series GPUs and the NVIDIA Studio drivers made all of this possible. From start to finish, the entire process was way faster thanks to NVIDIA GeForce RTX.
So how did we make this? Well, we started by building the cars, and we gathered a team. The team consisted out of colleagues who were more than happy to help. So we instructed them. Joe already told that one of the biggest rules was that it should be made out of objects that could be laying around your house. So these are some of the sketches, and now we go to the final cars. So as you can see, the first one is based on the shopping cart, the next one on a drum kit, and the last one on a wheelbarrow. And also the colleagues, the racers itself above it.
The racer lineup.
Yeah, the lineup. And then we have two more actually, a bathtub and an oil drum. And Joe.
All right. So we got the cars, but they're not actually moving yet. So let's dive into Cinema 4D and make these cars move. We have a simplified version of one of the cars, and we'll guide you through the steps how we make all of the cars move. We'll start off by just giving all of them the dynamics tags. So we go to give them the rigid body, which means they can start moving. And when we hit play, it will start falling down. But the floor isn't actually collidable yet, so we can give that a collider body, which means all of the objects should be interacting with the floor. And now the wheels are off on their own adventure, and doesn't look like a car yet. So there's actually a very handy tool inside of Cinema 4D, which is called a suspension, a wheel suspension. And in that way, we can connect the wheels to the car. So I'm going to copy that a few times for every wheel, drag it underneath the first wheel, and I'm making sure that it's on the same orientation as the wheel itself. So by Alt zeroing, we set the PSR to the right location. Then we connect the wheel itself in the object panel to the body of the car, and I'll quickly do that for the other ones as well. Right location. And I think they should be connected. So let's give it a try. And it does work, but if I zoom in a little bit, you'll probably see that the base is too heavy for the current suspension. So the body slams into the floor of the body of the car slams into the floor. So if we grab all of them together, we can actually crank up the stiffness. So let's increase it quite fairly. Give it another try. It does seem to hold the car well, but it seems to bounce a little bit too much. So if we increase the damping, let's say by 2, I think this should be a smoother experience. And as you can see, the car is able to actually go down the track. It's movable.
Yeah, so the next part would be make him then steer. And we've got the steering wheel over there, and we wanted to hook that up to Cinema 4D. On default, Cinema 4D doesn't handle any kind of controller or steering wheel input, so we had to figure out another way. We went on the internet, but we couldn't find a suitable plugin for that as well. So we thought we would just dive into Python and try to make the plugin ourselves. And with a little bit of help from a friend, we actually managed to create it.
We're not coders.
Yeah, we're not coders, we're actually designers, so for us it was a deep dive. So we used the Pygame module. Pygame is a module that is used within Python to create games. So actually in there is a sort of listener for that kind of stuff. So we could use that to create a plugin. And now I have some proof that we actually did that. So now under extensions we got our plugin. We've got the steering right here, and this will give us a value from -1 to 1, and that will come in handy when we are trying to hook this thing up. So the first thing that we want to do right now is get to espresso, and we want to have this one in there. And then we also want the front wheels, because if we have the back wheels, it's going to be very hard to steer. And then, the steering angles that we are going to use here are in degrees. And we are coming from, I think it's integers or something, or floats. So we need a range mapper for that to convert this data. So what we want to do here is we want to get the steering. We want to hook it up there, and then we want to hook these two up in there. So now in the range mapper, you've got the input, that's just fine as it is, but now we want this on degrees. And -60 and 60, and Joey, if you want, you can go to the steering wheel. And then we actually need to make sure that it's flipped. I'm still not sure why, but we go from 1 to -1 instead of -1 to 1. So, and when we hit play now and Joey does its job right, then we should have some steering. There's something funky going on there, but oh yeah, that's because the steering wheel is probably not centered. But doesn't matter, the steering works.
Oh yeah,
little dance here.
Okay, so we got the car. It's moving, and we're able to steer the car. Now we're actually in a racetrack to race these cars on. A quick side note: I think it's already introduced, but there is probably a chance to ride for one of you guys. So pay close attention. This might help you down the road. We made various obstacles with various degrees of difficulty and some nice challenges. Here's a compilation of the course. So remember them. Try to remember them. It might be easier if you actually encounter them along the way. For most of them, there's actually two options. There's the green one, the green option, which is the safer version. You need more braking, but it's safer to get through. We have the red one, high reward, high risk. It's also more spectacular. So maybe you just go for that one for the nice views. But it's faster most of the times, but it's also more risky, and you risk not even getting to the finish. So let's dive back into Cinema and rig some of these obstacles. We have a few simplified versions laid out. We'll skip the first ones, fairly easy for time's sake. Let's start with this pile of tires, and we actually want those to have dynamics as well. So I'm getting the folder. Oh no, this one. Let's give it a rigid body as well, and because it's at the null on top, and we set this one to apply tag to all children, all of those will get the same settings as the null above it. So let's see if this works. And as you can see, we have a problem. The tires are already sliding down the slope before the car even hits it. And also another problem you can't see directly here is that we have a bunch of those tires scattered across the track. And if you want to, and Cinema has to calculate all of those interactions at the same time for the whole obstacle course, we make way too much to compute. So we don't want Cinema to calculate anything that doesn't need calculating at the moment. So if we go into the dynamic settings, we can actually set the trigger to on collision instead of immediately. which means it won't do anything until something hits it, basically. So they stay in place, and Cinema is only calculating the data once something ramps into it, which solves both of these problems. The next one is the seesaw, where we have two components. One is the base, which needs to stay in place, and we have the plank on top. The base, like I said, needs to stay at the same place, so we'll just give it a collider body. And then the plank needs to move on top of the base, so we'll give that a rigid body. And let's make it a little bit less heavy so we can see what we're doing. And if we hit play, it does seem to move. But as you can see, it's not really connected to each other. The car is able to push the ramp away instead of go over it. So to fix that, we do something quite similar to the suspension that we already used, but this time just a connector instead of a suspension. We put it underneath the base, Alt-0 it again for it to be in the right location. And I'm quickly going to upscale it to see what we're doing. So basically the yellow part is able to rotate around the light blue part. So it seems like the orientation is still not correct. It needs to go this way, because right now the plank can move over the base. We still need to connect them, so we take the base and the plank. And you can see it's drawing a little line, so that means it's probably working. So let's hit play again. And it seems they are connected, but something weird is happening with the car and the plank, which is actually a setting inside of the dynamics tag. On the collision tab, it's set to shape automatic, which means it's the fastest way of computing, but it draws like a simple bounding box around the shape, and you aren't able to go inside of the shape, so to say. A little bit hard to explain, but if you set this to moving mesh, Cinema takes a little bit more power to calculate, I guess, and is able to calculate the intersections. So right now it is moving, just the driving isn't on point yet. Okay, so the seesaw is working. Let's go to the next one. This one is the most complicated. Well, I'll try to explain it correctly. We basically have two ramps with tires on them, and we want the tires to try to hit the car as it goes along this track. This isn't actually a wall; it's a collider detector. So what we want to do is, as soon as the car is colliding with this object, we want the wheels to start rolling down the hill. So it's timed correctly. So let's first give all of the wheels a rigid body, so they're able to start going down the track. But like I said, the timing isn't correct, so it's not really stopping the car. So we need some kind of detection method. So let's go into Espresso. Let's load in the actual detector, and we need the base of the car. And then there's this nice collision node inside of Espresso. It requires two object inputs, so let's set both of these to object. And let's get a result in there to see what we're doing, what's happening. Oh. So right now it's giving a value of 0 because the car and the box aren't colliding. But if I hit play and wait till they actually are colliding, it gives us back a value of 0 or of 1. So we can use that data to drive the moment the tires should start falling down the track. So let's get the dynamic stack of the tires, and inside of here is oh, this was the wrong one. I need this one. And inside of here, you see there is a wait, it's here. Right now it's set to immediately, so they immediately start going down the rails or the track when we hit play. We want that to be espresso, and then once the collision is happening, we want to be set back to immediately. So we get a condition node in here, and over here we can, one sec, we want this to switch it. Oh, that's not the right one. And we want this to go from 4, which is the espresso one, to 0, which is the immediately. And if we put that into the dynamics trigger, it should change these values that I just talked about. So it changes this one. So right now it's on 4 because there's no collision, which is espresso. And once the collision is happening, it should set it to immediately, which means the tires are waiting, and as soon as the collision is happening, they actually try to stop the car. Didn't do a very good job, but they should make it a little bit harder to get through this obstacle. So yeah, those are some of the obstacles explained in cinema.
So yeah, the next part would be adding some extra gaming ingredients. And the most important thing that for now is the following camera, because we ran into a little problem with that. So what we have here is a dummy track. We also got the car and we got a camera. And when we hit play, we have a pre-recorded run that actually goes wrong in the end. And now we want the camera to follow this car. So the best way to do that is to get a constraint. So we're actually putting it on the null above it, so we can move around freely with the camera. And what we want to do next is make sure that the constraint is on transform, and then we are going to target the base of the car. So now this null takes over the rotational values as well as the position values. And when we are going into the camera right now, we can actually see that we are following the camera, but it is really janky. And that's because it's also taking over the rotational values at this point, and that's where the constraint comes in handy, because we can just simply turn it off. So now it's only taking the position, but as you can see here, especially at this point, you cannot see far ahead anymore, and that's not what we want. So we are in need of some rotational values as well, but this next part I find hard to explain. So I'm going to build a simple rig that is going to give us the rotational values in the end. And for that I just hide the car for now, and I have a arrow here. So what I want to do is put a align to spline on there, and then make it look at the racetrack, because we also have a spline in the center of the road, and I want this one actually on the arrow, and I want this one on, it's this spline. So if we go through the position right now, we can see that the arrow is actually following the spline, but it's not turning in the corners yet. And if we hit this box, the tangential, we can actually see that it is moving through the corner, but it's still not pointing in the right way, because we're on the wrong axis. If we put it on this one, then we can actually see that we are going through the corners. So now we have something that can give us the rotational values that we were looking for. But if we are bringing the car back, the arrow is still not following the car. And for that we need a little bit of espresso again. And then we are going to use a node that's called get nearest point on spline. And what that does actually is give us the closest position on the spline based on the base of the car. So if we put in the coordinates position, global position into there, and we are going to do this thingy into there. Yep. Then we can actually grab the align to spline that we created earlier. And because this is in percentages and the outcome of this will be on percentages as well of the spline, we can actually hook those two up. position, spline position into position. And now we will be able to see that the arrow is actually following the car along the track now. And what we can do now is steal the rotational values from the arrow and put them on the camera. And for that we are going to use another constraint. And this constraint will be on any transform as well. And then this time we already have the position, so we are only going to use the rotation. And we are going to look at the arrow. So if we go into the camera and hide this one, we should go to the corners at the same time as the car does. And it actually does.
So you can always see ahead, you see the track ahead.
Yeah, and now you can always see ahead. And now you can even, that's the nice part of this, you can actually change the camera and what position you want, and it will actually always follow the car. In the final version we made it a little bit smoother, but this is the basics of how we did it.
Okay, so one of the other gaming ingredients is map loading. Like I said, there are a lot of obstacles on the course, a lot of interactable stuff. For cinema to calculate everything at the same time would be too much to do at once. So we actually need a system where we only load the part that actually needed at the moment. So just imagine the car going through the corner, the camera is following and approaching the first obstacle. We want to load that, view that, and enable all of the dynamics. And as soon as we're past it, we want to disable it and move on to the second one and enable that one. So that means cinema only has to calculate one of the obstacles at a time and is able to do it way faster. Here's a demonstration. So as we approach the first corner, the first one's disabled, and the first one is enabled or disabled. And we do that for all of the obstacles along the course. And we did actually have a file prepared for that, but I think for time's sake we skip it so we have more time for racing.
Oh, you can do that, I think.
Yeah? Okay, let's just do it.
If you just hurry up, you can do it, I think.
I'll do it fast. So here's a simplified version. We have the same animation, so the car going through the course. Just imagine the blue perimeters being the obstacles, and the pink boxes are the bounding boxes to see if it's colliding. So it's basically the same as one of the obstacles that I already explained. We need a collision tag that calculates whether the base of the car is colliding with one of the boxes. Set both to object again. So now we're calculating whether this is actually colliding, whether the car is in proximity of the first obstacle. And then we need a way of hiding it and not being able to calculate the data that's not necessary. And luckily there's a nice system in cinema called layers. And we actually prepared 2 layers already. One is the default one, which is show. The other one is hidden. And the hidden isn't showing it in the viewport, it isn't showing it in the render, and it's also not calculating all of the dynamics and all of the computing power. So we want to switch in between those. We want to make sure the obstacles are in either one of those layers. So let's get back to Expresso. We need a condition again to translate this 0 and 1 to more usable data. This one we actually want to be a link, because we can link both of the layers. We can put them in here, and now it's able to switch between those. So we use this to drive the switch. Then we load in the obstacle itself, so the sphere for this one. We get the layer, because we want to drive the layer data of that object, and we can put it in there. So that means now it's able to switch between those layers. You can already see it happening over here. It's giving it the hidden layer because they're not colliding. And as soon as the car is inside of the collision detector, it sets the layer to visible again. So let's do it quickly for the other ones. Already prepared that, luckily. And now if we go to the track, we should only load one obstacle at a time.
Yeah, so all the dynamics are as well turned on and off, and that's pretty handy because at some point, if you have all those tires rolling around, it gets clogged up.
Dan moet ik door. Yeah. Okay, so we have the soapbox cars. They can ride, they can steer. We got the racetrack to race on. We got some gaming ingredients to make it a nicer gaming experience. So here's the end result. We see Peter from the office who is driving his car down the racetrack. It's steering, the camera is moving along with it, and all of the obstacles are interactable. So that means we're actually ready for race day. We organized a day at the office where we set up a nice camera rig so we could document the whole process to use on the video later on. We got all of the office together, had some pizza and some beers, and all of the racers were invited to try to set the fastest time. And that's when we encountered that it's actually way too hard. Both of us, we are testing and tweaking all the time, so we're able to get all of the cars down the track. But for the ones who didn't have the experience, it was way harder, which did result in quite some fun footage. Actually, 2 of the racers didn't even get to the finish. Everyone got like 20 or 30 tries, I believe. And the fun part is, in the actual soapbox race, a lot of the drivers also don't get to the finish. So, although it was unplanned, it was fun that it was a nice representation of the real world. And this does lead to the most fun footage, I believe. Luckily, there were 3 of the 5 who did get to the finish. We wrote a little script that kind of for every keyframe along the race, record all of the data from the cars, the tires, the obstacles, and keyframes that, so we have that data to use in a later stage.
Yeah, so the last part that we had to do is, we were just looking all the time in the viewport. We actually had some high poly models laying around as well, so I had to swap the keyframes from the one to the other. Also add some lighting, texturing, and we needed to build a world around it. And for that we went to San Francisco, not in real life unfortunately, but on Google Maps. We drove around there and we found the geometrical look of the city, and we found it just very stunning, and we thought it would be a good thing to add to our game, especially the steep hills. Maybe too steep, but speed is fun, right? So we actually built the whole world around it, and then we had to render all the runs, and that's the end of our presentation. First of all, we want to thank Maxon, of course, for having us here, and now we want to see some hands for people that dare to go on the seat. And if nobody's doing it, go ahead.
All right.
You gonna help him?
Yeah.
And I'll set it up.
Okay, basically it's just the steering wheel and this one for braking. And if you can reach it right, we can also put a little bit closer together. Wait. All right.
So it's even harder on this screen because it has a little bit of latency. I wish you good luck.
And if you want to go again, just notice and we'll do a reset of the course.
I'll reset it for you. Oh, yeah, that one actually bumped into the body of the car, I think.
And one tip, a lot of braking does work. Just controlling your pace, so to say. Yeah, if you can save it.
You can do them backwards. We've seen people do that as well. I'll reset it. But it's no shame that you don't come that far in the...
no, like we said, we made it way too hard.
Especially the latency makes it even harder now. Yeah, we can do another camera. We actually let the people. I don't know where it is. Can you do that? Can you do the
POV?
Yeah, I don't know where it is. But we actually did it in this view because we wanted to have it in the same view as we rendered it. So yeah, it made it a bit harder. And this one is not completely. This camera is not completely. The settings aren't right.
Just try a lot of braking. It will be easier. Just go slowly down. Down the slope.
Oh, that's a nice jump, though.
Okay, saved it. Nice.
This is the best run so far. Sometimes you can wiggle yourself free, but
yeah, so this camera doesn't have the nice camera tweaks to make it easier.
Yeah, they're right.
Spectacular, nice.
Is there somebody else who wants to try it? Ross wants to try it?
Okay. Yeah, so left pedal is braking and just normal steering. And like I said, a lot of braking and controlling your pace helps a lot. You need to brake a lot. Yeah. And I think slide steering also works. It's kind of, it steers a lot when you do little tweaks. Nice.
Ooh. So far, so good. Oh,
nice grind.
And land on. Oh, no.
Maybe. You want to try the other camera as well? Yeah? Ja, dat is ook wel wat druk.
Oeh.
Almost. Nice. Ooh. Almost a shortcut. Does someone else want to give it a try? Wil jij nog een keer racen? Wil jij nog een keer?
No.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I can try. It's a long time ago as well.
The latency is gonna kill you, Joe.
Yeah, probably.
So far, so good.
Yeah. Let's go for the grind.
Oh.
Yeah, it is way hard over here.
Yeah. Maybe you have to just look at the screen here, and then you'll get it.
Okay.
Probably go to the right here as well then. Or are you going for speed?
I don't know. Let's go for speed.
Just line it up and then let it go. Should be alright.
Okay, okay, okay.
Good jump.
Oh, this one's hard.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, okay.
Nice, nice. 2 more to go.
Yeah, but I know this one. Just break, wait, yeah.
Oh. That almost went wrong there. Are you going through the middle?
No. There were extra points when you get the cone on the top and make it to the finish.
Yeah. Well, you have actually done it.
Almost.
Well, the fastest time that we did in the office was about 58 seconds, I think.
Yeah, not even close.
So this is really slow, but yeah, it's easier if you do it on this screen because of the latency, of course. Still, anybody wants to try it, or?
I think we're out of time as well, right?
Hmm?
Are we out of time? Yeah.
Yeah, we still got time.
Yeah, we still got time. Does anybody else want to try it? Don't be shy.
It's
Matthias?
hard, right?
Dimi? Come on, guys. Anybody? Go for it. We'll try and set it up after as well for people to try it.
It's probably easier when with the laptop screen because
yeah, we'll try. We'll set it up somewhere here.
Yeah,
and not with many eyes on you. It's probably easier as well.
Yeah, the reset.
Oh, yeah. I think the steering wheel is flipped.
Oh, you need the red one needs to be on top, the red line.
Let's check. Yeah, it could, the
That's goed, man.
Oh, that's good. It's this one, right? The POV.
Hmm?
Is this the? But which one is the POV?
Yeah.
Oh, this is the camera.
He's going for pace. Nice.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And keep track of the times. Then you have a winner.
And we do have a stopwatch in there, so it's recording the times as well. Damn.
Ooh. One last time.
This is it. You'll get this
Yeah.
one.
All the 6 obstacles. Come on. One run. Too much pressure.
Thank you so much, guys. This has been amazing. I'm sure a lot of guys over here would have questions for you. You'll be around. We'll set this up somewhere here so you all can try it as well, so that nobody else sees how many times you're crashing. We'll be back in like 10 minutes with amazing Leila Khalili, who's going to talk about ZBrush. Please scan the QR code for a chance of winning Maxon 1 license, and we will see you shortly. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Red Giant tools you can use to create amazing videos. Whether you're crafting stunning effects, intricate animations, or captivating motion graphics, Maxon Studio empowers you to enhance your videos with a straightforward dashboard that makes the process quick and easy. Need a quick transition effect or lower third? Launch the Studio dashboard and give it a try. We're thrilled to announce a game-changing update to our template engine that will revolutionize the way you customize and manage your designs in Studio. Now you can save your adjustments as reusable presets. Streamline your workflow by quickly applying your favorite customizations to new projects with a single click. Experiment with different styles and layouts without the fear of losing your favorite designs. Share your presets with your team to ensure a unified brand identity. Experience the freedom and flexibility of the Save as Preset feature. Update your plugin to the latest version and start creating with confidence and ease. Along with these amazing new products and features, we've also added the ability within the Maxon app to quickly switch license activations when working from a different computer, making your workflow more flexible and efficient than ever. We'd like to thank you for your support and enthusiasm for Maxon's suite of products. The innovations we've unveiled, from the launch of ZBrush for iPad to the enhanced capabilities of Cinema 4D and Cineware, new brute force caustics and NPR shaders features in Redshift, updates to Red Giant tools, and new capsules inside Cinema 4D and Maxon Studio represent our commitment to empowering your creativity. Redshift 2025 updates several aspects of our GPU-accelerated renderer so you can achieve photorealistic and non-photorealistic results with unprecedented speed and efficiency. Rendering beautiful patterns of light passing through glass and gems is easier than ever with improvements to Redshift caustics. Enable the new brute force caustics with a single click and easily achieve realistic lighting. Brute force caustics are ideal when your scene is lit by dome lights or large area lights, but you can still choose photon-based caustics that work best for detailed areas lit by point or spotlights. Improvements to the non-photoreal rendering system let you achieve amazing toon-like results and tone mapping for contours, a global contour option, and custom pattern inputs. With this release, contours no longer need to be added to each material separately. Now, the contour node connected to the global contour port in render settings will apply its effect to every material in the scene that doesn't already have a contour node connected. You can also now choose custom pattern inputs for the tone map pattern node. The sprite nodes utility has doubled with the inclusion of an input port for procedurals, like Maxon noise or tiles node. Generating cutouts with procedurals is now simple. Connect the procedural node's color output to the sprite node's input and assign the material to the meshes. Volumes can now be composited using depth data in the same manner as other scene elements with the new volume depth AOV. Clouds, smoke, and explosions are no longer limited to 2D adjustments in post, making it easier to edit exterior environment renders without leaving volumetric elements feeling unrealistic. Redshift native cameras are now supported in Cinema 4D crane, morph, and motion cameras, allowing artists easily to create dynamic and realistic camera movement, including adjustments in depth of field and other Redshift camera effects. Continuing our partnership with Adobe, Substance 3D materials with Redshift for Cinema 4D now include improved options for adjusting the size, rotation, and color space of materials. Presets stored within the SBSR files can now be easily applied, so it's quick to explore different surfaces based on each Substance 3D material. Created by artists for artists, ZBrush for iPad offers a fully reimagined user interface and touch-based controls without sacrificing the power and functionality of ZBrush for desktop. Apple's user-friendly touch capabilities make it easy to jump right into sculpting, especially if you're a new user. And you can streamline your workflow using gestures to control common features such as draw size, focal shift, undos, and redos. The new Apple Pencil features will speed up your sculpting process by assigning actions. Adjust things like draw size, Z intensity, or focal shift, or set squeeze to adjust polyframe on or off. You can also customize the Apple Pencil to create simple, quick access to features such as trimming your mesh to the screen, solo your subtool, replay the last stroke, create a new folder, activate symmetry, and so much more. For artists who want to continue their sculpt on desktop, simply save your work. This version allows users with subscriptions to transfer files between iPad and desktop seamlessly, whether it's saving out a ZTL or a Z project, or just pressing the one-button Go Z solution to transfer your creations. ZBrush for iPad's highly customizable user interface lets you personalize your own digital sculpting experience so you can have all the tools arranged just the way you like them. Polycount can reach upwards to the same detail level as the desktop, depending on the iPad memory and version. Up to 92 million polys per mesh has been achieved on the latest M4 iPad. You also can get ZBrush's unrivaled collection of proprietary digital sculpting brushes created with real-world sculpting techniques in mind, so you can get the same type of natural feelings with sculpting with polygons that you get with clay. The familiar ZBrush features you've come to love are now available in ZBrush for iPad. Experience the same powerful tools and capabilities on the go. ZRemesher generates a new mesh with an even distribution of polygons, preserving the essential details and flow of the original surface. Sculptures Pro adds and reduces triangle tessellation with each brushstroke, making it simple to focus on sculpting without worrying about technical restraints. Dynamesh retopologizes while sculpting, so as you stretch the digital clay or add volume, it retains the same basic digital sculpting detail. Array Mesh lets you create duplicate instances of geometry in varying patterns and shapes in real time. The dynamic system enhances your sculpt by allowing any surface to be draped over another surface to give that extra touch to your characters. Live Boolean gives users the ability to combine, subtract, and/or use intersections to create unique results. Polypainting makes it easy to paint and sculpt at the same time, making it possible to paint on a model's surface without first assigning a texture map. We're excited that all these features and more are now available to artists who want to work anywhere they feel inspired. ZBrush for iPad is included with your ZBrush or Maxon One subscription and is also available as a standalone subscription. This includes over 200 of ZBrush's leading digital sculpting brushes and allows you to load the thousands of custom desktop brushes that have been created by our incredible user base. For anyone wanting to try the world's leading digital sculpting application, now on iPad, a free plan is available with some limitations in functionality. This builds on the same powerful sculpting foundation with 28 of some of the more popular brushes. We can't wait to see what you'll bring to life.
said, hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang.
I've always wanted to be able to sit on my couch, sculpt something when that idea strikes, to have that opportunity to just put it down on paper. And I think that ZBrush for iPad really allows for that. And I think in the future, it allows for me and my workflow a lot more iteration, a lot more creative ideas, construction of characters quicker, and it allows me to get my ideas out a lot quicker.
We are human beings. We need like new stimulus, right? And then when I bring the iPad outside to see the nature more, and I can get inspired more, and I can draw and sketch instantly. So it's huge.
You know, you have toys and tools, professional tools. ZBrush for iPad is a professional tool. You can definitely do professional work in the iPad version of ZBrush.
I think the future of sculpting is very bright because I think before, when you have a huge barrier of entry to someone who isn't an artist, or maybe is but doesn't have the funds to be buying tablets left and right, I think a lot of people have products like iPad, and it's going to allow a lot more people access to be making things that they thought was only possible with a crazy setup.
The idea of enabling like professional level work, not only for someone like me that can travel, but to me, I think the most exciting thing is getting to a future where someone who's interested in this sort of thing that doesn't even have a desktop or doesn't have experience 3D modeling or sculpting could play around and make some stuff on an iPad and get some of that joy and fun that I get from doing this kind of art that I do. That's what's, I think, the most exciting part of it.
I mean, I can really see that to be a very handy tool, especially, you know, if you're in like I said, in a conference with 47 producers who can't make up their mind. And if they said, well, you know, maybe if you want to change that a little bit, you could do it right there on the spot with them, which I really see as an advantage. And I think having them involved in that would actually help them decide, you know, oh, I saw him do that and I suggested that, so I like that design, you know, so I can see that being a real plus. You know?
Capsules are our library of assets, models, shaders, materials, presets, and more designed to help kickstart your projects. Our Capsules drop in June included a minimalist home office collection with beautifully designed models and original photographs to outfit your workspace. You can even explore a complete Cinema 4D scene file to see how to create your own home interior rendering. Our extensive library of realistic plants continues to grow, now offering over 600 different plant models to add life to your environments. In July, we completely revamped the look and feel of our material and object capsules in the asset browser. It's never been easier to make an apples-to-apples comparison between materials and get an accurate sense of how they'll look in your scene. We've also rolled out an amazing collection of 3D scanned natural materials by exterior.com, perfect for environment layout and rendering, everything from sand to lava rock to grass. When combined with the 12 volume of plants by Lovework, you can render photorealistic landscapes. We've also continued our collaboration with Fuchs and Vogel to make a diverse set of roofing materials to cap off your exterior architectural visualizations. Maxon Studio, our new template engine for After Effects, was released in June and harnesses the power of over 130 red giant tools you can use to create amazing videos. Whether you're crafting stunning effects, intricate animations, or captivating motion graphics, Maxon Studio empowers you to enhance your videos with a straightforward dashboard that makes the process quick and easy. Need a quick transition effect or lower third? Launch the Studio dashboard and give it a try. We're thrilled to announce a game-changing update to our template engine that will revolutionize the way you customize and manage your designs in Studio. Now you can save your adjustments as reusable presets. Streamline your workflow by quickly applying your favorite customizations to new projects with a single click. Experiment with different styles. and layouts without the fear of losing your favorite designs. Share your presets with your team to ensure a unified brand identity. Experience the freedom and flexibility of the Save as Preset feature. Update your plugin to the latest version and start creating with confidence and ease. Cinema 4D 2025 lets you elevate your motion graphics and VFX to new heights with unprecedented control and realism with advanced simulations featuring improvements in pyro, rigid body dynamics, particle modifiers, and MoGraph tools. We've added a number of improvements for particle modifiers. The new follow spline modifier makes it easy to create motion graphic effects with particles flowing along a spline. The spin modifier has been redesigned. We've added align to surface. The math modifier now includes variants, and look, spin, and turn have more artist-friendly controls. Support for MoGraph weights and force objects allows you to quickly dial in rigid body simulations, while the new sparse volume and sparse surface emission types, based on nano VDB technology, allow for faster and larger pyro simulations. Also, improved parameter options in pyro are sure to light the fuse of your creativity. We've also added a bunch of new pyro presets to the asset browser to kickstart your next project. The new field driver tag adds unparalleled flexibility, allowing you to control object parameters with fields. Optimize your scene performance with the Object Profiling Manager, ensuring your projects run smoothly and efficiently. Cinema 4D 2025 offers continuing improvements with updates to color management and render space settings. The Color Chooser offers a streamlined workflow that makes it easier than ever to choose the right color in the right color space. Colors are also now automatically converted to the proper space when you import presets or copy and paste between multiple projects. New import and export settings for color spaces ensure consistent color accuracy across all formats and assets. New file name tokens allow you to easily tag renders with the display and render color space, so you're sure the right settings get applied when moving to compositing. Achieve exceptional color precision and consistency with the enhanced OCIO workflows. And just in case you missed it, Cinema 4D's June release includes scene nodes enhancements that provide more options to create procedural geometry. The points modifier node, for example, greatly simplifies the process to create custom deformers and remap data attached to points. The set point value node and noise modifier make it easier to deform existing geometry. The outline spline node enables procedural spline outlines, allowing for stacked and nested shapes from a single input. Support for spring connections and motors were added to rigid body simulations, along with easier options for creating connectors between objects. Cinema 4D 2025 also enhances its extensive import and export capabilities to ensure a smoother, more integrated workflow. Instances are now supported in USD import and export, while full skeletal animation can now be exported in USD. FBX import and export now include improved support for units and scaling. Cineware is our bridge for seamless integration of Cinema 4D into other host applications like Adobe After Effects and Unreal. And now, Cineware 2025 offers even more extensive integration and includes a number of performance improvements under the hood.
Check out these rims. Let's go, Jitter.
I've always wanted to be able to sit on my couch, sculpt something when that idea strikes, to have that opportunity to just put it down on paper. And I think that ZBrush for iPad really allows for that. And I think in the future, it allows for me and my workflow a lot more iteration, a lot more creative ideas, construction of characters quicker, and it allows me to get my ideas out a lot quicker.
We are human beings. We need like new stimulus, right? And then when I bring the iPad outside to see the nature more, and I can get inspired more, and I can draw and sketch instantly. So it's huge.
You know, you have toys and tools, professional tools. ZBrush for iPad is a professional tool. You can definitely do professional work in the iPad version of ZBrush.
I think the future of sculpting is very bright, because I think before, when you have a huge barrier of entry to someone who isn't an artist, or maybe is but doesn't have the funds to be buying tablets left and right, I think a lot of people have products like iPad, and it's going to allow a lot more people access to be making things that they thought was only possible with a crazy setup.
The idea of enabling like professional level work, not only for someone like me that can travel, but to me, I think the most exciting thing is getting to a future where someone who's interested in this sort of thing that doesn't even have a desktop or doesn't have experience 3D modeling or sculpting could play around and make some stuff on an iPad and get some of that joy and fun that I get from doing this kind of art that I do. That's what's, I think, the most exciting part of it.
I mean, I can really see that to be a very handy tool, especially, you know, if you're in like I said, in a conference with 47 producers who can't make up their mind. And if they said, well, you know, maybe if you want to change that a little bit, you could do it right there on the spot with them, which I really see as an advantage. And I think having them involved in that would actually help them decide, you know, oh, I saw him do that and I suggested that, so I like that design, you know, so I can see that being a real plus. You know?
Red Giant 2025 injects fresh new energy into your workflows with a stunning set of new features for Geo, such as rig animation support, expanded cloner capabilities, and depth of field. The new Particular Designer gets a refresh with improved preset search and navigation, timeline controls, and AE project saving. Finally, releasing Red Giant's 5th brand new tool this year, we proudly introduced Parametric Curve, a powerful contribution to our superior line of color.
Welcome back, everybody. Sorry for the delay. We were having technical difficulties, but we have found a very good solution and a unique solution. Leila Khalili is an amazing upcoming artist, or rather, she has been in the game for a long time. She's amazing at what she does. There's a lot of sculptures. She predominantly uses a laptop, but today she's going to try using a ZBrush on iPad.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a very impromptu presentation. It's going to be a very interactive presentation, so we would want the audience to be involved, ask her questions while she's doing all the sculpt stuff, help her if she's stuck. She won't be because she's amazing at what she does. She's been exploring and trying a lot of things. I'll let her take us through a presentation, and we'll be here to support you.
Thank you. Thank you, Karan. Thank you for having me here. So, hello everyone. My name is Leila. I'm a digital sculptor, and I started digital sculpting like almost 3 years ago. I'm originally a practicing architect, but I quit my job as an architect 3 years ago in 2021, and I started to follow my passion for sculpting. And here today I'm going to talk about miniature industry and the process of my work, like how I process working with miniatures, and yeah. So what is miniature industry? To me, actually, miniature industry is producing resin figures, printed and sometimes casted. And yeah, the final product is always a miniature in a size between 30 to like 120 millimeters. It's different for what purpose you're preparing your file. And here you can see some examples of miniatures already done by great masters. These people are the ones that I inspired and I learned from only by watching their artwork online, and I kind of convinced myself that okay, I can learn from them. Like in case of Alex, I learned directly from, but with Maria Pamfilova and James Kane, I learned only by watching their artworks online. And so, in the creation of miniatures, there are some stages. First stage is concept. It can be literally anything. It can be a dream, it can be a movie character, it can be a game character, and it can be music, it can be poem, it can be anything. And in the sculpting stage, which is what I am doing, it's kind of like translating the idea that you have as a concept, and the next stage is production. In production, like you can in miniature industry, in 99% of the time, the collector wants the printed figure to be painted by a miniature painter, which is the fourth stage, and it's called box art painting. But some people prefer to just have it in one color, like in gray color, for example. And in my own work, I often get inspired by two artists. I'm going to show some works based on their artwork. First one is Roberto Ferri, and I have a picture with him. And the second one is Luis Royo. Luis Royo is Spanish, is a great artist, is a great illustrator that has kind of this mixture of, dark fantasy with erotic scenes, which inspires me a lot. But Roberto Ferri does this classical type of oil painting, and he's Italian. So the first artwork that I want to show you is actually the first miniature that I did for miniature scale is called Mater Matuta. Is based on the art of Roberto Ferri. And the challenge here was because I wanted to copy Roberto Ferri's artwork, like exactly how it is. And then at the same time, because it has to make sense, like you cannot cut the figure in the middle. So I needed to imitate Roberto Ferri's style to do the rest of the figure, because the painting stops in the middle. And I needed to make it like work when you're putting on display. And there's a video here, but it's okay. The video is not playing, but it's fine. Mater Matuta won some golds and special award in Monte San Savino, which is the most prestigious miniature event in Italy. And yeah, I think I was lucky to win it. The second artwork, which is still based on the art of Roberto Ferri, is called Il Bacio di Dante. In English, it means the kiss of Dante. And the challenge here was still the same. I wanted to copy, but here, because of the drapery, because I really wanted to make the folds as close as possible to the original oil painting, I think it was challenging to do the drapery. But the other challenge is that, like, the arm of Dante was not actually reaching the waist of the woman. And for that reason, I tried to ask my friends to do the posing. And I tried many times, but it didn't work, because it's always difficult when you're translating 2D to 3D, because it has to work from different angles. It's not like only one angle. It works perfectly for 2D, but then in 3D, it needs to make sense from every angle. And the reason the solution for that problem actually was that I made the drapery, I made the clothes like a little bit puffy on top of the shoulder of the Dante, to actually make it work anatomically and to make the proportions correct. Also, this piece won some golds. This time with my miniature painter friend Moses Yao, which is a great artist and he's very talented. He painted, like, the picture on the left is the printed version, and the other picture on the right is printed and painted by Moses. Here we have another video which I cannot play. Okay, we'll talk about Saint John is still based on the art of Roberto Ferri. And this one was collaborated with my friend Hadi Karimi. He's a portrait artist. He's a great, talented artist. And here I wanted to make two versions of Saint John. I wanted to make it both printable, and also I wanted to give the file to Hadi to do the rendering, grooming, texturing, and all that technical stuff needed to work actually. So I have two versions. Again, I cannot play the videos, and yeah. There is this printed version here with the sculpted hair, and the other one, which is a screenshot in Maya, is with the X-Gen hair, and is like with the thin, actually, because for printing you need to make the file printable. So for the drapery, for the cloth, I needed to make it thicker for printing and thin for the texturing. And for this one, I was still lucky again to win a gold medal in sculpting, master sculpting degree in a miniature festival a few months ago in Poland. So moving on from Roberto Ferri, this one is based on the art of Luis Royo. unlike Roberto Ferri, when I get inspired by Luis Royo, I often get inspired, and later I try to change some parts here and there. And I did the same with this one. It's not like an exact copy of the original illustration, but I changed some parts, and also the other pieces I got them printed. But with this one, it's just poly painted and rendered, poly paint in ZBrush and rendered in Maya. No, I think this one was Blender. And well, with this piece, here we can see the flexibility of the concept stage for in sculpting for miniatures. So this one is my own creation. Sometimes I have clients, friends asking me to, to do something based on my own imaginations. And this one was a commission by a friend of mine who asked me to sculpt an underwater dancer, but he gave me full freedom to do whatever pose I want with the clothes. Like, he gave me full freedom to be creative, actually. And another thing, which is very amazing, in miniature industry, you can actually have your figure modified by others, which is the painter, which is the last stage, that painters are free to modify your work. As you can see, the original figure has like some clothes, but here Carla Cases is another amazing miniature painter. She is very creative. She removed the cloth and she put a chain, and she painted it amazingly. And the last piece that I want to show you is called Saksa. As I told you, you can get inspired by anything. For this one, I got inspired by a movie character. Spartacus was a TV series in the past. And I think 10 years ago, I got inspired by one of the characters, and I made this very terrible pencil drawing in my young age. And I wanted to make a tutorial, and because I wanted to have everything by myself, I didn't want to copy another 2D illustrator, so I chose this pencil drawing, and I decided to just make up the rest of the scene with the guy and the stairs there. And yeah, but this one also, I didn't print this one neither. So yesterday I tried to sculpt in iPad, and this is my second time trying to sculpt. I'm gonna show. Whoop, sorry. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm gonna show you how I'm starting with a face, for example, but. Obviously, I'm not gonna be able to finish it here. I will just, start sculpting and see whatever,
So this is where the interactive part comes in play, as I mentioned. While she is sculpting, we are going to support her, and we're going to ask her questions, because this is something new that we're doing this year, and we want her to feel comfortable, we want her to feel confident, and let us know how she feels using ZBrush for iPad. How's the feeling so far, Leila?
It's amazing.
You like
it? Yeah, I really love it because I travel a lot, and it helps me to have ZBrush with me all the time, wherever I go. Like, I can be on the airplane, I can be on a bus, I can be at my couch, at the hotel on my couch, and just, relaxing and sculpting. It's really amazing. Yeah, I'm really loving it.
Okay, that's good to know. I'll let you start on and crack on with it.
So I usually start with head planes in ZBrush, and I start to just, make the edges soft a little bit, like softening the edges to get a better shape. Some people always.
What type of brush are you using there?
This one is, I think, H brush. Yeah.
Good to know.
Yeah. So sometimes some people are asking me if I'm starting with a base mesh or no, and some people think that starting with a base mesh is a cheating, but I don't think it's a cheating, because as long as you have the skill and ability to do what you're doing, then at the end of the day, with the same like base mesh, someone else is gonna sculpt something else, and you're gonna sculpt something else. And for me, I think it's faster to sculpt also with a base mesh. Don't feel scared of starting with a base mesh, because it's helping you and to be faster, let's say. Okay, how do you? Okay. Ooh. Okay. So this is not even my own iPad, and okay, it's gonna get me some time to get used to what I'm doing.
That is what we're trying to show, how easy it is to get used
Okay.
to even somebody else's
Okay.
iPad.
All right. Where is Zsub, Ian? It's
need help?
Ian's iPad.
I'll give the mic to Ian.
Okay.
So you want to subdivide?
Yeah, if you can, please.
So down at the bottom on the right-hand side, there's a plus button. Down at the bottom of the toolbar.
Here, okay, all right.
Boom. And you can subdivide from there.
Okay. No, but I want to use Zsub. Okay, perfect.
So Z-sub is going to be subtracted right here.
Ah,
That's going
okay.
to be not this button, that's your,
Mhm.
your space bar. This one
Okay.
is subtract and pause. So you literally just press that and you can cut.
Okay. All right, okay. Okay, I'm just carving the eye bulb here. Please feel free if you have questions about miniatures or my workflow in ZBrush, just ask me anything. Because sometimes, for me, it's difficult when I'm sculpting and talking at the same time. If you have questions, yeah, please.
What's your thought process when you're starting from a space mesh? Are you trying to find the skull, or are you like more just like blocking out?
Well, that's a good question, actually, because you don't really need to know exactly the facial structure's name or like anatomically what kind of structure is going on, like by detail in anatomy. But for me, it's basically understanding the forms. I mean, anatomy is important, of course, but I think it's more important to understand the forms than, just focusing on, okay, what's going on here, the details, the nose, the eye, the skull. I think for me, it's basically starting with forms.
So is it any different if you're sculpting for miniatures or for like real life statues, like real size? Is there any difference?
You mean with traditionally with clay, or?
No, I mean if you're using ZBrush, does it matter if you are sculpting for something that's going to be a miniature, like really small?
Yes, it's actually very important, because once you print it out and it's small, so some of the details are terrible when you're printing in a very small size, especially that a painter is gonna paint it after that. So it's sometimes better to reduce the details, especially with the drapery. I did it with the sculpt of Dante, that I removed some folds on the drapery, so it's not gonna be a problem for the painter. Or when you print it so tiny, because it's like that one was 120 millimeters, I think, slightly big compared to other pieces. But yeah, it's very important to consider what size you are going to print it.
First of all, thank you for the presentation. It's amazing. And the second thing, I wanted to ask, each artist has its own style. And I always interested how artists come to the style in which they sculpt. Yeah, so if you could please tell me how you came to sculpting in the style in which you are sculpting.
I think for me, because I started copying Roberto Ferri, I think it's, everyone has their own journey learning ZBrush, learning anatomy, learning art, basically. I never went to art school. I learned basically following online resources, and also I learned by watching other artists. For example, if you watch me sculpting here, maybe it's sometimes boring, but then watching other artists sculpting makes you realize that you're doing it different than the other artist, and it makes you learn, somehow how they are working, their process. And I think for me it was first, let's say, copying and learning, and then finding the style. I think I don't have a style because I sculpt anything basically, but because I love sculpting. But what I really enjoy is the classical touches, like the ones that I sculpted based on the Roberto Ferri's paintings. Thank you.
You have been using ZBrush on desktop a lot, predominantly. That's what you use.
I cannot hear you very well, sorry.
I'll come closer to you. You have been using ZBrush on desktop.
Yeah.
And right now you're using iPad.
Yeah.
What would you say is different, or what would you say is better, or what would you say is the same?
Okay. So when you're with your iPad and you're sculpting on your iPad, it doesn't feel like you're working. It feels like you're playing. So it's more relaxing. It's like making you feel like you're having fun. And actually, I think it helps you to be more creative, because you don't put yourself in a box that, okay, I have to finish this project, I have this deadline, and you want to be creative. You want to just create stuff.
And what would you say about the user interface?
I think it's cool. I think it's good.
What is it that you're doing right now? Like, what are you doing? What are you doing right now on the iPad?
Well, I'm just playing with forms. That's how I start normally. I play around until I find the right shapes. I mean, you should always have the reference, and better to always have the reference of real people, real models. Don't make this mistake that I'm making now. I'm totally sculpting from imagination. I mean, that's also fine, but at the end of the day, you need to check everything. You need to check, because I always make this mistake that when I'm sculpting without watching at references, I'm sculpting a self-portrait. Yeah.
So do you keep like a photo or something in front of you, like a mirror?
Yeah.
Yourself.
When I started to learn, I always had a mirror in front of me, because I wanted to learn the facial structures. I wanted to learn some expressions on the face. I always had a mirror in front of me, but then later I just use the model references. Sometimes I use myself to do the expression in the mirror to catch the feeling. But mainly it's like just internet pictures and online resources. I sculpted an elf yesterday, and this is literally my second time sculpting in Ian's iPad. I mean, in Ian's iPad, I'm sculpting for the first time, but yeah.
What she's trying to say is it's so easy to take anybody's iPad and start sculpting in it if it has ZBrush in it. Don't steal it, but you can borrow it, play with it.
Yeah. So I'm just, having a quick block out here, just, find, oops. So we have undo here. Yeah, oh, 2 fingers, yeah. Oh, great. Some of the things I'm learning right now, right here.
It's that easy to learn.
Yeah, of course. So with 3 fingers, you just change the size of your brush. Please keep asking me questions. I love questions.
If you ask me, that already looks good. It's part of an alien movie or something.
Again?
If you ask me, that already looks good.
Oh, really?
It's like
I don't think so.
Alien movie or something.
Yeah, it's too soon to look good. Okay.
Doesn't that look like Deadpool without the mask? That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, so actually I was thinking to sculpt something else with my own tablet, but it seems like I had problem with the tablet. So now I'm sculpting on Ian's iPad, but I already made a bust that was supposed to be printed here because we have a printer here, and one of my friends, he. Wait, if I have the file here, can you help me find the files? It should be, because I want to show his paint job on the bust that I wanted to sculpt with my own computer here. Not my own computer, with my own. Yeah. Okay.
It's the USB stick. Was this the USB drive?
Yeah, yeah.
Give it a second. There it goes. Which one was it?
Layla, no, we don't have it in here.
No, we don't have the file.
Oh, okay. Okay, seems like we don't have it because it's, yeah. So yeah, I asked him. He's Moses Yao, the one who painted the Dante's figure, and I asked him to actually paint the figure because I wanted to show you the process of making a figure for miniatures. I wanted to show you the final piece, how it's gonna look at the end. But yeah, I think I wasn't lucky today enough.
Why is it that you want to create an elf? Is it like you like elves, or is it just something that you get attracted to?
No, I just wanted to not make a human. Yeah. I also made an elf yesterday with the ZBrush for iPad.
But your work mostly being miniatures, your sculptures are really... You would see like a very out there in the open atmosphere where you'll have somebody sitting on kind of a throne.
Excuse me.
You'll have somebody sitting like a queen on the throne.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Is there an aspect to that you want to change, or you would want to keep developing into that in the future?
You mean artistically?
Artistically, yeah.
Yeah. It's well. I can say that it's just my personal taste. I mean, I am not a horrible person walking around and killing people, but it's just in art, it's just inspiring to me. You can see that I have a lot of dark, dead people in my artworks, but it's just a personal taste, I think.
I have a question.
So how much time do I have?
Next, every time when you select a character, which you're going to do the next, what are you driven by?
Excuse me again?
when you select, when you decide on which character you're going to do next, what usually you are driven by? Like it's, for example, you watched a movie and you think that I want to make like fan art of this character, or you were working outside and you saw something beautiful and it gave you an idea of the next character. So what are usually your this like process of thinking when you are selecting which character you are going to sculpt the next?
I think it's just it's just like when you get inspired by something, it can be even the breeze, you know. You get inspired and then, you know, images come to your mind. You have the image and then you play with it. It can be like a ZBrush, it can be like a pencil drawing. And for me, as a as a digital sculptor, it's always ZBrush. So I just play with the idea in ZBrush until I find the right character for that, story that I have in my mind, or the idea, let's say.
Leila, so we have like 5 minutes left.
Okay.
It's a time rush, so it's a challenge for you now.
Yeah.
In 5 minutes,
Yeah.
sculpt as much as you can,
Okay.
as quick as you can.
As quick as I
Yeah,
can.
it can be a devil, it can be an elf.
And you're always
can
making
be...
it difficult.
Do it!
Okay.
You can do it.
Okay.
Leila.
Yeah, but if you
Leila.
have questions, ask me, please. I like questions, especially that it's about miniatures, which is my favorite topic. So when you're sculpting a portrait, I think the most important thing is to look at it from top and also from below, to not make it, because it's a very common mistake for beginners to make the face too flat and make the whole face too squarish. So it's always like, have references from top and bottom, like this and like this, to avoid that mistake. It also helps you to sculpt the eye and the cheekbones here. Ooh. Okay. And another thing that when I sculpt a face, I don't use Dynamesh a lot at the beginning because it's ruining everything. I just make the initial block out, and once I feel like everything is there, the proportions, the not details, but the generic things, the generic forms are there, so I can add details to that. I sometimes use Dynamesh in that stage, and sometimes I use Sculptress. I use it a lot. I know some artists don't do that, but for me, because I try to treat the mesh as if it's like a real clay, to make it look like more like a sculpture, I usually use Sculptress. Yeah.
Does ZBrush on the iPad respond just as fast as on the desktop for you? The responsiveness when you're working with it, is it just as fast?
Yes, it's as fast as a computer. Yeah. So when you look at it from the top, you realize that you need to make the eyebrow. And don't rush the details when you're sculpting for the face until you really feel like the proportions and everything is there.
I have a quick question.
Yeah?
How do you approach the ears of an elf? Like, what are the things you look for? That's something I've struggled with in the past, is trying to convert a real ear into something without just pulling it. Is there a trick?
Well, I always pull it. No, I just sculpted like a normal ear, and then I sometimes use a snake hook. Sometimes no, I just mask it quickly here. If I still have time, cut on. Yeah. Ooh.
1 more minute.
Okay. You told me to be as quick as possible.
You can do it.
Yeah. Okay, so I just do this when everything is done, and then I just modify the shape and yeah. Well, yeah.
Isn't that Batman without mask?
Excuse me?
Isn't that Batman without mask?
It's Batman without mask. No, it's not Batman. It's just I don't know. It's a very early elf. Yeah. I like elves. No? Oh yeah. Okay. No. Smooth. No more questions.
And that is it, Layla.
It's done.
Almost there.
Almost there.
We are at time for now. You
Yeah.
can keep sculpting.
Yeah.
You can send us the final results. We can post it somewhere.
Yeah. Okay.
If anybody has any questions regarding ZBrush for iPad, please reach out to the Maxon training team who's here. We also have the test for ZBrush for iPad here. You can come and try it. You can reach out to Layla as well to ask her about her workflows. She's always available, and all of the artists as well who have presented here. We will end this presentation here for now. We'll be back with Eva Kremers in next 15 minutes. You can also scan the QR code for a chance of winning Maxon 1 license. And we will see you in 15 minutes. Thank you.
For tools, Parametric Curve provides unprecedented control for handling color and HDR video. Curves, levels, and working with HDR video are standard practices. Users now have the power to manipulate their footage with an HDR curve. Many color adjustments benefit from more nuanced controls than lift, offset, gamma, and gain. Make use of the Bezier curves effect that both processes the image with an HDR curve LUT and also overlays the curve on the image. One great use of this is to invert a color lookup, which isn't possible with some standard color operations. Supercharge your 3D workflow in After Effects with Red Giant Geo's exciting new advancements. Make your objects array pop with expanded cloner features like multiple materials and objects, with inward and outward orientation and more. Dial in realism with the blazing fast, beautiful built-in depth of field powered by Universe Bokeh and controlled by our After Effects camera. There's so many great possibilities you unlock when adding 3D objects directly into After Effects, and now Geo supports the import of rigged animations from FBX. Breathe easier and settle into a more relaxed, creative environment with the latest improvements to Particulars Designer. With optimized navigation and preset search, timeline playhead control, and the ability to save your After Effects project without leaving the designer, you can focus on creating art and less on managing the tools. Maxon Studio, our new template engine for After Effects, was released in June and harnesses the power of over 130 Red Giant tools you can use to create amazing videos. Whether you're crafting stunning effects, intricate animations, or captivating motion graphics, Maxon Studio empowers you to enhance your videos with a straightforward dashboard that makes the process quick and easy. Need a quick transition effect or lower third? Launch the Studio dashboard and give it a try. We're thrilled to announce a game-changing update to our template engine that will revolutionize the way you customize and manage your designs in Studio. Now you can save your adjustments as reusable presets. Streamline your workflow by quickly applying your favorite customizations to new projects with a single click. Experiment with different styles and layouts without the fear of losing your favorite designs. Share your presets with your team to ensure a unified brand identity. Experience the freedom and flexibility of the Save as Preset feature. Update your plugin to the latest version and start creating with confidence and ease. Today, we're thrilled to unveil the September release of Maxon 1, packed with updates and enhancements to our award-winning tools, including Cinema 4D, Cineware, ZBrush, Redshift, and Red Giant. This release is especially designed to empower artists on the go, streamline workflows, and boost precision and control like never before. We're excited to introduce ZBrush for iPad, which brings the powerful features of ZBrush on the go, allowing you to sculpt whatever you can imagine anywhere you feel creative. Cinema 4D 2025 extends fast and intuitive unified simulation and particles even further with tools to help you better art direct projects, while advanced users will enjoy new tools to create efficient procedural animation. With Redshift, artists enjoy production class GPU rendering, now more photoreal than ever thanks to caustics improvements, while also offering more creative options for non-photorealism. And Red Giant gives editors and compositors powerful tools to add effects, transitions, and correct color using Maxon Studio to quickly apply creative capsule templates, Geo to add 3D objects with After Effects, plus a new powerful color correction tool for both After Effects and Premiere. Created by artists for artists, ZBrush for iPad offers a fully reimagined user interface and touch-based controls without sacrificing the power and functionality of ZBrush for desktop. Apple's user-friendly touch capabilities make it easy to jump right into sculpting, especially if you're a new user. And you can streamline your workflow using gestures to control common features such as draw size, focal shift, undos, and redos. The new Apple Pencil features will speed up your sculpting process by assigning actions, to adjust things like draw size, Z intensity, or focal shift, or set squeeze to adjust polyframe on or off. You can also customize the Apple Pencil to create simple, quick access to features such as framing your mesh to the screen, solo your subtool, replay the last stroke, create a new folder, activate symmetry, and so much more. For artists who want to continue their sculpt on desktop, simply save your work. This version allows users with subscriptions to transfer files between iPad and desktop seamlessly, whether it's saving out a ZTL or a Z project, or just pressing the one-button Go Z solution to transfer your creations. ZBrush for iPad's highly customizable user interface lets you personalize your own digital sculpting experience so you can have all the tools arranged just the way you like them. Polycount can reach upwards to the same detail level as the desktop, depending on the iPad memory and version. Up to 92 million polys per mesh has been achieved on the latest M4 iPad. You also can get ZBrush's unrivaled collection of proprietary digital sculpting brushes created with real-world sculpting techniques in mind, so you can get the same type of natural feelings with sculpting with polygons that you get with clay. The familiar ZBrush features you've come to love are now available in ZBrush for iPad. Experience the same powerful tools and capabilities on the go. Z-Remesher generates a new mesh with an even distribution of polygons, preserving the essential details and flow of the original surface. Sculptures Pro adds and reduces triangle tessellation with each brushstroke, making it simple to focus on sculpting without worrying about technical restraints. Dynamesh retopologizes while sculpting, so as you stretch the digital clay or add volume, it retains the same basic digital sculpting detail. Array Mesh lets you create duplicate instances of geometry in varying patterns and shapes in real time. The dynamic system enhances your sculpt by allowing any surface to be draped over another surface to give that extra touch to your characters. Live Boolean gives users the ability to combine, subtract, and/or use intersections to create unique results. Polypainting makes it easy to paint and sculpt at the same time, making it possible to paint on a model's surface without first assigning a texture map. We're excited that all these features and more are now available to artists who want to work anywhere they feel inspired. And we can't wait to see what you'll bring to life. ZBrush for iPad is included with your ZBrush or Maxon One subscription and is also available as a standalone subscription. This includes over 200 of ZBrush's leading digital sculpting brushes and allows you to load the thousands of custom desktop brushes that have been created by our incredible user base. For anyone wanting to try the world's leading digital sculpting application, now on iPad, a free plan is available with some limitations in functionality. This builds on the same powerful sculpting foundation with 28 of some of the more popular brushes. Looking ahead to other aspects of this release, our product teams have been hard at work integrating new features and updates into the rest of our product lineup. Cinema 4D 2025 lets you elevate your motion graphics and VFX to new heights with unprecedented control and realism with advanced simulations featuring improvements in pyro, rigid body dynamics, particle modifiers, and MoGraph tools. We've added a number of improvements for particle modifiers. The new follow spline modifier makes it easy to create motion graphic effects with particles flowing along a spline. The spin modifier has been redesigned. We've added align to surface. The math modifier now includes variants, and look, spin, and turn have more artist-friendly controls. Support for MoGraph weights and force objects allows you to quickly dial in rigid body simulations, while the new sparse volume and sparse surface emission types based on nano VDB technology allow for faster and larger pyro simulations. Also, improved parameter options in pyro are sure to light the fuse of your creativity.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here with Eva Kremers, who's an amazing Dutch 3D artist. I've had a pleasure to hang out with her. She's super cool. Her work is even more amazing. She's collaborated with some big brands. Her work is really quirky and colorful. Please hang out with her. She's an amazing person to chill out with as well. And she's going to take us through a workflow and her creative presentation and approach to things that she does. And I'll let Eva take over. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wonderful introduction. Welcome and thank you all for joining this presentation. My name is Eva Kremers and I am a 3D artist and animation director. And to give you an idea of what I do, this is basically what I create. All right. If people ask me, what do you do? I always find it really difficult to explain what I do, especially when it's 3D. Even my parents still have no idea exactly what I'm doing. So I always try to say, I try to design fun and I try to design smiles, basically, because my work is very colorful and playful. And I love the fact that I'm able with my work, which is very, of course, inside the computer, always in front of a screen. I like to take it outside of the screen. So you can see my work in, for example, big malls where they've actually created sculptures and creatures from 3D models. You can see it on buildings, for example, on very large screens. I think this is in Korea, I believe. But also on walls, which is not really something you see every day. A 3D illustration actually getting painted onto a wall. For me, this was really, really cool to see happening. It was for Amazon Music. I created 2 murals, and they painted it in the middle of New York, actually. So that was a really unexpected, but really cool cooperation. Also on gadgets, I designed some characters for Samsung. And it was really cool. For example, this one, if you have the new watch and you go, for example, for a run, this guy will run on your heart rate pace. So it's really cool if you go faster, then the guy starts running faster as well. So that was a really, really fun one to work on. But also on clothing, which is another unexpected collaboration. But I actually got an email from H&M that they wanted to do a kids' clothing line with me. And at the beginning, I actually thought, I would just deliver some artwork and they would then throw it on some clothing and my name would not even be mentioned. But in the end, my name was mega bigger than their own logo, and it was just such a surreal moment for me, where we designed everything from newborn to 14-year-old, using 3D illustration as a basics for the full clothing line. And I actually have a 1-year-old son, so he's going to wear everything from now until he's 14. So that was a really cool collaboration. But I thought it could be interesting to tell you a bit about how I got into it, because I never really imagined myself as a 3D artist or an artist even. I actually studied international business, something completely different. I grew up in a family where that was a more normal choice of option. And I could already see myself, becoming this boss lady. But while studying it, I realized, I'm just going to sit in an office all day and it will probably look more like this. So I quit and I decided I wanted to be a creative and do something creative. But in my mind, an artist was still very much a Bob Ross, painting all day and really hard to make a living out of it. But I decided to do it anyway and try it. And I studied graphic design for 4 years. And after that, I didn't really know what to do. But I actually got an email from Man vs. Machine, who is a really big agency creating a lot of CG content. Still no idea why they reached out, but they did. And they asked me to do an internship there. And obviously I said yes. But since they do so much with Cinema 4D, they basically asked me, can you learn some very basics just so you understand what we're working on? And this is actually how I accidentally, fell into the 3D rabbit hole. This is basically how I started. So I had no idea of Cinema 4D. I actually had to Google what is Cinema 4D, what is it, what is the program, and how to download it. And I just Googled tutorials for beginners. And the thing was that it's so overwhelming. There's so many buttons, there's so much going on, there's so many options. But there was also zero pressure for me, because it was just, about having fun and learning as much as I could before stepping into that internship. So just playing around with it. And also, I did only have 3 months prior to the internship. So doing the normal learning curve, I knew I had to condense it into a short time period. So I was skipping tutorials and fastly reading through menus and things like that, just trying to learn it as quick as I could, and also not really learning it by the rules. So I tried to find my own solutions in a way. And very quickly, for example, I would Google like how to create an eye. And I would see a tutorial of like how to sculpt a realistic eye. And I was like, no, this is taking hours. And then I realized, you know what? A cartoon eye is just two balls on top of each other. So I started to think of smart and easy and fast solutions. And it also simultaneously shaped the way things were looking. And I actually really liked the sort of cute characters that came out of that. And so I slowly started to build worlds around it, and learning more about texturing and lighting and things like that. And it just really had a lot of fun with it. And I decided that this is what I want to do for a living, basically. And I started to create work that I wanted to get hired for. So I started to do a lot of personal projects and like personal explorations, such as this, mixing media together. And here you can see, for the people that understand cinema, for the terrible topology, it doesn't look nice, but I don't care. You know, it looks nice in the end, and I try to really make it fast and fun and try to sculpt with it rather than, you know, playing by the rules, basically. So I did, and I kept on creating and kept on working on fun projects for clients as well. And I've always had this idea of, you know, I just started so quickly. I'm not really technical in the program. I can't do really complex dynamics. But I realized it doesn't really matter. I use my program the way I want it to, and it's actually working out great. And I realized you don't really have to be the best to, you know, make a living out of it or become a successful artist in a way. And actually, I was asked by Maxon last year, or actually beginning of this year, to come visit their summit and actually create all the branding around it. And I thought, do these guys know that I don't know their full program and I don't know how to use every tool? But they didn't care. They just liked the way I was approaching it and like using it. So I was really excited to be able, and scared to be able to stand in front of them and share my story. So taking you to the project, they asked me to create a video, and the theme of their summit was Stand Out, and they wanted a mascot character. So very quickly I thought, you know, we can do something with the O, it could be a character there, and we immediately mixed the two together. And the O could maybe be a big ball. And I was just sketching around this idea of, if you stand out, you're different than the rest, you act different, or you look different, or you stand out in what you do. And I just wanted to highlight it by using different shapes and have 4 scenes where in every scene, it's really hard to explain, but for example, in every scene, they would all do the same, but there will be one object doing something different and being the standout. So I tried to create a storyline in a very abstract animation. And in the end, the objects would all come together and form this mascot character. And it was really fun to play with it and to create these abstract images and to create this mascot. And the way I work is I try to render really early in the process, just to match everything together and to make sure it all makes sense in the end. I'm just going through this fairly quickly as I'm going to do some live things as well. But here you can see how I started doing things by just blocking it out basically and doing some small dynamics as well. And, whoops. Here you can see a bit of behind the scenes of like things that I tried out. And it was really fun for me because I don't usually really work with dynamics a lot, but in this case for me it was really a playground to use it and try it and have fun with it and see what would happen basically. And here you can see also some research development like on the look and feel and the textures and all that. And it's just really fun to play with that and test it out and like make a lot of variations and mix and match all the scenes together. So quickly going through this, these are some of the final renders that were also used on banners and on the lanyard designs and things like that. And it was just really fun to see it at the end coming together and going to the summit and seeing all the artwork hanging everywhere. For example, here you can see what that looks like. And they actually made a sticker sheet as well. And everyone had it in their goodie bag. And there were people walking around with glasses and the eyeballs on top, which was really funny. And here's the final result. All right, let's dive in cinema. We need a quick change from this laptop to the other. But to complement my story a bit, I just want to show you nothing complex, nothing crazy, not diving in an existing project. I just want to start playing with no assets and just showing you how easy and quickly you can start with Cinema 4D and like how you can have fun with it, just creating something within under, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes, whatever time we have left. If you can swap the laptops, please. Is this working? Yeah, there we go. So I like to think as Cinema 4D as kind of digital clay, where you can just play with it a lot. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a quick character, and since we're at the end of summer, but we really want to hold on tight to it, I'm actually going to create a... Woo? Ah, there we go. I'm actually going to create a little sun. Yep. Okay, there we go. All right. So I'm going to create a little sun, and I'm going to add some rays to it by actually using a tool, very easily drawing some lines. And often you would think like, no way this can look good in the end. This is too easy. So there we go. And I'm going to extrude that. Something like that. There we go. But a little less thick. I don't know, 5 maybe. Yeah, something like that. They're a bit too pointy, so I'm going to select them all and make them a bit more round. There we go. We're going to give him a little face, of course, because I love a character with a face. So we're just grabbing a cylinder here, and we're going to create a nose. There we go. So as you can see, it doesn't really have a lot of subdivisions. So I'm going to add a couple of them. Whoops. There we go. And I'm going to bend it. And it's going to have this kind of cartoony nose. And I'm going to add a taper as well. There we go. Fits apparent. Like that. And adding this in. There we go. All right. It doesn't look much like a regular nose, but, you know, once we paste it in here, let's see, there, whoop, and re-rotate it. I love using just very basic shapes and then sculpt it later on. Why is this working so weirdly? Do I have this? I don't know. There's one setting different, but doesn't really matter. It doesn't. Yeah, there we go. All right. There we have a little nose, right? Okay, what's next? We can add some eyes, maybe. Or maybe, since it's the sun, we want to add sunglasses. So we can do a funny shape sunglasses. So we're going to draw again, use the spline tool, and do a heart-shaped sunglasses. Let's hope we can use sunglasses for a couple more days before we're diving into pumpkin letters and things like that. Okay, quickly trying to shape a regular heart. I'm also a bit too tall for this computer setup. So here's a heart. It's not perfect, but that doesn't really matter. And I'm going to add a sweep and tell the sweep to make a little tube around that heart. And we see something happening here, which is easy fixable, which is round the corner. There we go. And it looks like that. Okay, cool. Now, if we want to create sunglasses, we obviously need 2 of them. And I'm going to copy. Ooh. I'm not used to the new version yet. Oh, this is not a Dutch computer, of course. Where are we? Okay, so now it's starting to look like sunglasses. And we add a extrude to it and use these shapes. There we go. As the glass inside the sunglasses. And do another one. And use this. Is that correct? There we go. We use the same spline, so one for the outline and one for the glass in the middle. Actually, I like it to be a little bit thicker. So I'm going to add a little bit more to it. And what I love as well is a little reflection in it. So I'm going to add that too. Like an old school cartoon reflection idea. There we go. As you can see, this is far from perfect, but you know, it doesn't always have to be perfect. There we go. We've added this in. That's a bit too much. So I'm just going to do 1 centimeters, and I'm going to see where it is. There we go. There we go. And copy paste it for the other one as well. Oh, whoops. This keyboard, where is the Z? Oh, there. So I'm going to copy paste this one. And there we go. Okay, cool. So now we can select all these elements and say, you know, this is... Why is it not working? I'm really not used to this other keyboard. How can I make group object alt? Oh, okay, it's using alt, okay. So we say this is sunny, sunglasses. and we can actually move it around. I'm too lazy to change the axis here. And we can move it around. Actually, let's do it anyway. So axis, no. I'll just create, normally there should be a button right here. Going to ignore it for now. And we'll just place the sunnies right on top there. Let's see. There we go. A little bit higher. A little bit tilted. Okay, cool. Now, another feature that I really like, or love actually, is the volume builder and the volume mesher, because this actually turns everything into clay. So we're going to grab the sun sphere and the nose and actually mesh them together. So this is a bit too big. But if we then add a smooth deformer, then we can really smooth this out. Add a little bit more subdivisions here. And now you can see it's becoming one shape. I'm going to do the same for the rays to make them a little bit more funky. And I'm going to remove actually the sun outside, the sun inside of the rays. I'm going to add that in and say we want to subtract it. And adding in a smooth deformer, but also making it a lot thicker. And you can see it starts to look like clay almost. And I'm actually going to make it slightly smaller, like that. And you can see it's looking a little bit more funky there. So what else? We need to add a mouth. And again, I'm using a sweep to do so. And I'm using a spline tool to just quickly draw a mouth. There we go. It's as simple as that. Okay. Let's rotate this a bit. There we go. Like that. Oops. All right, we can adjust it later. And we are going to put this inside a sweep again. And there we go. Well, now it looks a bit too much like a little clown's mouth. But we're going to change that. Oops. And we are going to make this a bit bigger. And maybe we want to add some funny teeth as well. So we're going to grab the bottom one and push this a bit to the back. So we can add a couple of teeth here. There we go. Obviously the mouth is a bit too big. So we're going to scale it down and maybe place it like that. You can also project it onto your character. So it's like shaped around it. There you go. Maybe the glasses are a little bit too big. I'm going to put them inside a no. Just scale them down a little bit. Maybe they're a bit like that. All right. And then I'm going to add some teeth. And let's see. let's do 8 by 3. No. Oops. Something like that. And yeah, there we go. So we're adding, oops, V. We're adding 2 of them onto here. There we go. I always love to create these kind of silly looking things. There's never a storytelling or, well, sometimes there is, but most of the time it's just creating something fun. There we go. As you can see, I think this took me, what, 50 minutes or something? I mean, it's not perfect and it's not rendered, but still, you can really easily create something fun with this. And I'm not going to render it fully, but we can add some color maybe. I'm just looking at Material Manager. Like if we would quickly do some coloring here just to give you an idea. You know, we would add some yellow. It's also the first time for me to work in the newest version, but it's still working quite the same way as the old one. I don't know, maybe the rays are orange. We use that there. And we create another one, and it's for the sunglasses, and it has 0 reflection there. And another one. This is really high speed creating something. Normally not this fast when I work, but the idea was to show you how quick you can get. I mean, it's not really well organized here either, but you know. And we create a little colored lip. There we go. And whoop. Perhaps the color of the sunglasses are the same. So there we go. I mean, it's still looking pretty cool, I think. And if you render it and create, obviously, a scene around it, you can definitely make this work. So, yeah, this is me showing in under 50 minutes. You can actually create something fun. So if you're interested in Cinema 4D, definitely just dive in and have fun with it. And just start with the basics and not really follow the rules per se, unless you're interested in doing that, of course. So I think this is it. I don't know how we are with the time, but I think we're nearly there, right? Okay. Well, thank you, everyone. If you have questions, please do ask me. I'll be around as well, but definitely ask me anything that you like. Oh, there you are.
I'm here. Thank you so much, Ava. It's so cool to see and so quick that you created that in like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Or less. But colorful. I'm pretty sure when you render it, it'll be so colorful. We would love to actually 3D print it at some point as well.
That's cool. Yeah, for sure.
And stickers, of course.
Yeah.
And magnets, of course. And pins and badges, of course. A lot of it. But that is, as I said in the beginning, she's a very colorful individual. Her work is super interesting and colorful. She has collaborated with amazing brands and she does super cool stuff. Please hang out with her. She's super amazing.
I'm dying for a beer, so we can go.
There you go. Thank you again.
Thank you so much for inviting me.
Always a pleasure. We'll see you soon. Any questions, please connect with her, speak to her, and we will see you again in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
also added a bunch of new Pyro presets to the asset browser to kickstart your next project. The new field driver tag adds unparalleled flexibility, allowing you to control object parameters with fields. Optimize your scene performance with the Object Profiling Manager, ensuring your projects run smoothly and efficiently. Cinema 4D 2025 offers continuing improvements with updates to color management and render space settings. The Color Chooser offers a streamlined workflow that makes it easier than ever to choose the right color in the right color space. Colors are also now automatically converted to the proper space when you import presets or copy and paste between multiple projects. New import and export settings for color spaces ensure consistent color accuracy across all formats and assets. New file name tokens allow you to easily tag renders with the display and render color space, so you're sure the right settings get applied when moving to compositing. Achieve exceptional color precision and consistency with the enhanced OCIO workflows. And just in case you missed it, Cinema 4D's June release includes scene nodes enhancements that provide more options to create procedural geometry. The points modifier node, for example, greatly simplifies the process to create custom deformers and remap data attached to points. The set point value node and noise modifier make it easier to deform existing geometry. The outline spline node enables procedural spline outlines, allowing for stacked and nested shapes from a single input. Support for spring connections and motors were added to rigid body simulations, along with easier options for creating connectors between objects. Cinema 4D 2025 also enhances its extensive import and export capabilities to ensure a smoother, more integrated workflow. Instances are now supported in USD import and export, while full skeletal animation can now be exported in USD. FBX import and export now include improved support for units and scaling. Cineware is our bridge for seamless integration of Cinema 4D into other host applications like Adobe After Effects and Unreal. And now, Cineware 2025 offers even more extensive integration and includes a number of performance improvements under the hood. Redshift 2025 updates several aspects of our GPU accelerated renderer so you can achieve photorealistic and non-photorealistic results with unprecedented speed and efficiency. Rendering beautiful patterns of light passing through glass and gems is easier than ever with improvements to Redshift caustics. Enable the new brute force caustics with a single click and easily achieve realistic lighting. Brute force caustics are ideal when your scene is lit by dome lights or large area lights, but you can still choose photon-based caustics that work best for detailed areas lit by point or spotlights. Improvements to the non-photoreal rendering system let you achieve amazing tune-like results and tone mapping for contours, a global contour option, and custom pattern inputs. With this release, contours no longer need to be added to each material separately. Now, the contour node connected to the global contour port in render settings will apply its effect to every material in the scene that doesn't already have a contour node connected. You can also now choose custom pattern inputs for the tone map pattern node. The sprite nodes utility has doubled with the inclusion of an input port for procedurals, like Maxon Noise or Tiles node. Generating cutouts with procedurals is now simple. Connect the procedural node's color output to the sprite node's input and assign the material to the meshes. Volumes can now be composited using depth data in the same manner as other scene elements with the new volume depth AOV. Clouds, smoke, and explosions are no longer limited to 2D adjustments in post, making it easier to edit exterior environment renders without leaving volumetric elements feeling unrealistic. Redshift native cameras are now supported in Cinema 4D crane, morph, and motion cameras, allowing artists easily to create dynamic and realistic camera movement, including adjustments in depth of field and other Redshift camera effects. Continuing our partnership with Adobe, Substance 3D materials with Redshift for Cinema 4D now include improved options for adjusting the size, rotation, and color space of materials. Presets stored within the SBSR files can now be easily applied, so it's quick to explore different surfaces based on each Substance 3D material. Red Giant 2025 injects fresh new energy into your workflows with a stunning set of new features for Geo, such as rig animation support, expanded cloner capabilities, and depth of field. The new Particular Designer gets a refresh with improved preset search and navigation, timeline controls, and AE project saving. Finally, releasing Red Giant's 5th brand new tool this year, we proudly introduce Parametric Curve, a powerful contribution to our superior line of color tools. Parametric Curve provides unprecedented control for handling color and HDR video. Curves, levels, and working with HDR video are standard practices. Users now have the power to manipulate their footage with an HDR curve. Many color adjustments benefit from more nuanced controls than lift, offset, gamma, and gain. Make use of the Bezier curves effect that both processes the image with an HDR curve LUT and also overlays the curve on the image. One great use of this is to invert a color lookup, which isn't possible with some standard color operations. Supercharge your 3D workflow in After Effects with Red Giant Geo's exciting new advancements. Make your objects array pop with expanded cloner features like multiple materials and objects, with inward and outward orientation and more. Dial in realism with the blazing fast, beautiful built-in depth of field powered by Universe Bokeh and controlled by our After Effects camera. There's so many great possibilities you unlock when adding 3D objects directly into After Effects, and now Geo supports the import of rigged animations from FBX. Breathe easier and settle into a more relaxed, creative environment with the latest improvements to Particulars Designer. With optimized navigation and preset search, timeline playhead control, and the ability to save your After Effects project without leaving the designer, you can focus on creating art and less on managing the tools. Capsules are our library of assets, models, shaders, materials, presets, and more designed to help kickstart your projects. Our Capsules drop in June included a minimalist home office collection with beautifully designed models and original photographs to outfit your workspace. You can even explore a complete Cinema 4D scene file to see how to create your own home interior rendering. Our extensive library of realistic plants continues to grow, now offering over 600 different plant models to add life to your environments. In July, we completely revamped the look and feel of our material and object capsules in the asset browser. It's never been easier to make an apples-to-apples comparison between materials and get an accurate sense of how they'll look in your scene. We've also rolled out an amazing collection of 3D scanned natural materials by Exterior.com, perfect for environment layout and rendering, everything from sand to lava rock to grass. When combined with the 12 volume of plants by Lovework, you can render photorealistic landscapes. We've also continued our collaboration with Fuchs & Vogel to make a diverse set of roofing materials to cap off your exterior architectural visualizations. Maxon Studio, our new template engine for After Effects, was released in June and harnesses the power of over 130 Red Giant tools you can use to create amazing videos. Whether you're crafting stunning effects, intricate animations, or captivating motion graphics, Maxon Studio empowers you to enhance your videos with a straightforward dashboard that makes the process quick and easy. Need a quick transition effect or lower third? Launch the Studio dashboard and give it a try. We're thrilled to announce a game-changing update to our template engine that will revolutionize the way you customize and manage your designs in Studio. Now you can save your adjustments as reusable presets. Streamline your workflow by quickly applying your favorite customizations to new projects with a single click. Experiment with different styles and layouts without the fear of losing your favorite designs. Share your presets with your team to ensure a unified brand identity. Experience the freedom and flexibility of the Save as Preset feature. Update your plugin to the latest version and start creating with confidence and ease. Along with these amazing new products and features, we've also added the ability within the Maxon app to quickly switch license activations when working from a different computer, making your workflow more flexible and efficient than ever. We'd like to thank you for your support and enthusiasm for Maxon's suite of products. The innovations we've unveiled, from the launch of ZBrush for iPad to the enhanced capabilities of Cinema 4D and Cineware, new brute force caustics and NPR shaders features in Redshift, updates to Red Giant tools, and new capsules inside Cinema 4D and Maxon Studio represent our commitment to empowering your creativity. Redshift 2025 updates several aspects of our GPU-accelerated renderer so you can achieve photorealistic and non-photorealistic results with unprecedented speed and efficiency. Rendering beautiful patterns of light passing through glass and gems is easier than ever with improvements to Redshift caustics. Enable the new brute force caustics with a single click and easily achieve realistic lighting. Brute force caustics are ideal when your scene is lit by dome lights or large area lights, but you can still choose photon-based caustics that work best for detailed areas lit by point or spotlights. Improvements to the non-photoreal rendering system let you achieve amazing toon-like results and tone mapping for contours, a global contour option, and custom pattern inputs. With this release, contours no longer need to be added to each material separately. Now, the contour node connected to the global contour port in render settings will apply its effect to every material in the scene that doesn't already have a contour node connected. You can also now choose custom pattern inputs for the tone map pattern node. The sprite nodes utility has doubled with the inclusion of an input port for procedurals, like Maxon noise or tiles node. Generating cutouts with procedurals is now simple. Connect the procedural node's color output to the sprite node's input and assign the material to the meshes. Volumes can now be composited using depth data in the same manner as other scene elements with the new volume depth AOV. Clouds, smoke, and explosions are no longer limited to 2D adjustments in post, making it easier to edit exterior environment renders without leaving volumetric elements feeling unrealistic. Redshift native cameras are now supported in Cinema 4D crane, morph, and motion cameras, allowing artists easily to create dynamic and realistic camera movement, including adjustments in depth of field and other Redshift camera effects. Continuing our partnership with Adobe, Substance 3D materials with Redshift for Cinema 4D now include improved options for adjusting the size, rotation, and color space of materials. Presets stored within the SBSR files can now be easily applied, so it's quick to explore different surfaces based on each Substance 3D material.
Welcome back, everybody. We have an amazing artist all the way from Brazil but lives in Spain, Caio Cesar. He's a ZBrush artist, does amazing tips and tricks on his social posts, which are super cool. That's how I followed him and met him. He's super interesting individual as well, super fun to hang out with, super passionate, and loves what he does. He posts almost regularly, daily, about his work. He's going to show us everything ZBrush today. He's going to talk about his experience. He's going to talk about where he comes from, what he does. You can also download the assets using the QR code here. Scan the QR code, download the assets. I'll let Caio take over, and stage is yours.
Thanks a lot. Hey, people. First of all, Karen, thank you since the beginning for the support. Thank you all. And hello. Today I will talk about ZBrush fast learning method. And before, I want to ask you a question of how long did it take from your first contact with 3D until your first job? Yeah, it's heavy. For me, it took like 10 years until I could start doing what I love. So it was very hard to find a way to work with that, because today I have an example of my life, because people are talking to me, what do you use? No, I want to use the iPad, I use the computer, but with the mouse, with the mouse, okay, old times. And for me, it was a big idea, because it can sound for you like a product. Oh, you use ZBrush with the mouse, but it was my life during like 6 years, 8 years. And when you start looking this way, you understand nothing can stop you when you want to do something, because you think ZBrush, you think pressure, but pressure is one of the features of ZBrush. You can model without pressure, okay? So let's talk about that. But before, my name, Caio Cesar. I am Brazilian. I am an Instagram content creator. I'm the creator of ZBrush Hacks. If you want to see, ZBrush Hacks about me teaching one feature or more, like 4 ways to do something in 1 minute. So it's the way I found to spread it knowledge for free, okay? So I am a 3D artist at Stylization and ZBrush mentor focusing on 3D printing. So let's go on. This is my portfolio until now. Some of my pieces that I like. This one, here, we have almost the first time. First time doing like some complex like this. First time doing hard surface controlled. First time doing this crocodile there without alpha. I was, let's do some challenging, let's learn something. First time doing a cosplay item, first time doing a dragon, and first time doing, this was the second time trying to do a likeness. So I like first time. And then it was the concept I used to sculpt this guy here. It was a mentorship by Igor Kato. I love his job. And those are some whips, unfinished until now, but there are other parts of this concept. Maybe one day it will be ready. I don't know. So this is the one video of ZBrush hacks. It won't work here. I didn't know PDF can't run video. So if you want to check it out, Caio Cesar Sculpts, there you will see some hacks. Okay? About the hacks, before going on, dive into it, I have to speak Portuguese a little bit just to thank those guys, because, man, I couldn't be here if it won't be the community, Because those hacks, it was what bring me here. So, brigadão, galera. Valeu pelo apoio do pessoal do Brasil e realmente seria nada aqui, não estaria aqui sem vocês. Então, coming back to English, okay? This is some portfolio of my students. I like to show it because when I perceived that when I was teaching people ZBrush, just open ZBrush and try to do it, and people was stuck. And then I perceived that they need a goal because what they want to reach. So if you are trying to learn ZBrush, I will ask you why. Because people come to me and, oh, I want to learn ZBrush, but why? And they tell me, I don't know. So how can I teach you if you don't know where you want to reach, what's your goal, what you want to achieve, you know? So I started teaching for the market of 3D printing, focusing on Patreon companies, you know? So many of those companies are Patreon that my students could enter after the mentorship, okay? So I have some examples. It's Bruno, one of my students, like I don't know how can I speak it, classes before, okay? So in 4 months, he never opened ZBrush before, and 4 months he was that, and reposted by the artist. Here, another case, Renan, he has a different approach because he already knows ZBrush, but he was stuck, right? And how? Why? You already know ZBrush. Why are you stuck? And then I keep chatting and talking with him, and in 1 month he could achieve these. This one, two, this one. Okay? So those are some proofs that it isn't only about ZBrush, okay? It's about me, it's about you. I don't know if you know how is your life, but in mine, I am my biggest enemy, you know? Because when I start sculpting and I stop and I think, oh, Jesus Christ, can I do it? And I have to keep doing it until I reach the spot, okay? So think about that, and think about that when you are sculpting. Is it a ZBrush problem or is it a confidence problem, right? So let's talk about a ZBrush fast learning method. It's based on some things like before teaching, I need to know people. I need to know what are they thinking about, what are their beliefs. Because sometimes people come to me and say like, I don't have many money, so I can't do this. I don't have familiar support, so I can't do this. Oh, I don't have it, I don't have that. And okay, if you don't have self-confidence, really, you can't do that. But if you believe in yourself and keep trying, maybe you can take 10 years like me, but I'm here. Okay, so it's the point. This one is the result of the course I spread before the mentorship. Every mentorship I start, I give this course to my students. And this is focusing on teaching the basic features, you know, to do this character. Because when they know those basic features, they can do things like this. Okay? A complex piece is made of basic shapes, right? So let's go on. So what do you need to know before ZBrush? You need to get used to discomfort, insecurity, because you will deal with many first times, right? You need to start with the basics. It's what I was telling you right now. You need to know that 90% of hard surface could be made with booleans. You don't need to know all the features of ZBrush. Oh, but it would be faster, right? You get faster, but first you need to just do it. Don't care about the speed at the beginning, you know? So you need to finish your project to build a portfolio, right? And then it's my wife. She sent me this photo today. She's at Porto. She don't know I using her photo. She sent me today. And what does it mean? She likes to run. She started running And what's running about? What do you need to know to run? Do you know? Can you ask? What? Distance. No, the distance, but what you need to do to run. One step after another step, and you need to know how to breathe. Take a breath. And all the time, when she finishes the running, and she, oh, I completed this. This run was important today, and 21 kilometers. And then she talked to me like, I completed it. And yes, but my pace was so slow. And Jesus Christ, you completed 21 kilometers. Who is caring about how long did you take? I could take like 1 day long and I could run this distance, you know? So time is passing, and how as fast as she's getting, as less she cares about that, because it's the process. You get faster naturally, okay? So what do you need to know about ZBrush to start? Like basic features. Let's talk about that. So to sculpt, you need those brushes, at least those brushes I use to sculpt things, okay? Mesh navigation. So we are talking about sculpting. Sculpting is one of the types of workflows. You can sculpt in many ways too. But you need to know some brushes to give form. You need to know mesh navigation to move the things, to mask the things, and you need to mesh control. I would say that mesh control is one of the most important part of the beginners, okay? Because you need to know the material you are dealing with. Imagine, ZBrush, you deal with mesh, and if you go to marble, how can you deal with marble? But it's sculpting too. You need to know your material, okay? And the way you can control that is by the mesh density. So you need to know Dynamesh, ZRemesher, Divide, Project. We will talk about that, okay? So I did it today, playing in ZBrush for iPad. And man, it looked like fun, like Lilian said before. And this one was like with those brushes. You don't need more than this to do that. You can have a different workflow. You can use different brushes, you know, but you don't need to know all of them. So when we talk about fur, hair, belt, and things like that, you need basically know IMM and curve. So you can read like a bird like that. So it looks like complex things, but you just start with some strands, put one strand beside another strand, and then you have a couple of strands, duplicate it, and Dynamesh, and after like 20 hours, doing the same thing like marathon, like running, it's done, okay? And then hard surface. I really like Boolean. This one was my first complex project because it was my first piece, my first job. I didn't believe I could do that before I did that. And then when I started doing it, I was like, Jesus Christ, what am I doing with my life? And then I need to do it now. Someone's paying me now. I need to deliver that. Don't know how much I need to. So all of those hard surface things was made with knife, basically, and Boolean. Because I didn't know another feature to do that. Oh, it taken so long. It took me some time to do that, but it's done, right? So basically, before we enter ZBrush, now we start using ZBrush to show you the thanks. But I need you to know, first of all, that it's different creating a character, concepting it, and modeling it, okay? Some examples. You see this model, oh, it has a lot of details, but this is the concept. So if you are starting, man, don't try creating the concept while you are modeling, because the concept will involve another concepts like composition, like silhouette, like movement, like gesturing. And you are learning ZBrush, you are learning tools. So separate those things. And the major problem with people that are starting ZBrush, they think they will open ZBrush and magically they will sculpt a character, you know? But you need to know some concepts to do it, like this guy here. Dun, 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 dun. Here, I was having fun there, and I was thinking about, oh, his eyes need to be smaller, because a small eye it will be more dangerous creature, you know? Oh, I need more silhouette, it's wrecked. I need to bring those things there. So if I had more time to do that, if I had more fun, I would try to make more silhouettes, you know? It isn't about the tool, it's about the concepts, okay? So don't mix those things. Today, I won't tell you about concepts. I will tell you about tools, how you can realize them. So when you try to apply that, try to take a concept and replicate or sculpt this concept, you know? Don't mix those things. So let's do it. Here, I will just check with my ZBrush here. One thing I like to do is set my interface. People ask me for share my interface all the time, and I said, no, man, no, don't take my visuals. I don't know how I can speak that in English. Visuals, is it right? Something you're addicted to. Don't take my addictions, you know. Build yours. So I will start here. Like I will create a sphere and make polymesh. Just take my okay and edit. Before entering ZBrush, diving into it, anybody here didn't open ZBrush ever? New beginner? Anyone? All of you already use ZBrush in your life, or just in the beginning, because you need to know how ZBrush works. What's the logic behind it? You need to know, like, ZBrush is like the real life. In real life, we don't build things in one single piece. My glove, my cloth, the computer. Oh, so ZBrush sounds like that. I have a tool made of infinite subtools. Okay, so I could call it a tool, entire piece. And if I keep all the components, it's like subtools. Those are the names we use here. So I pick a tool, like a sphere, and then I will make polymesh. Why make polymesh? Because it's 3D. Before you can sculpt it, you will have some deformations that you don't need to worry right now, okay? So click that button, transform it in a sculptable piece, right? And then here I will use the brushes I told you. I will use move, here, move, control. How can I use control here? Well, okay. Perfect. Thank you. So when I want to assign a shortcut, I can hold Control Alt and use the brushes. Okay. So standard. This one is standard. Dun, 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 dun. Here. So let me show you some of them. But the funniest part I want to show you here, it isn't sculpting itself, because as I said, sculpt need pressure. Okay, you can do something with sculpting without pressure, but as you come getting deeper, you know, adding more details, you will need more surface, pressure. You need control. Okay. So let me work with those brushes I could show you. So S, I can use my scale. 1 is the shortcut I put here, and 2, it isn't working. Let me put it again. Standard. Okay. Standard. Control, Alt, click, 2. Okay. And the clay build up. So let me show you. Here, I can move, but if you try to move here, my sculpture is very big to the canvas, so I can use this one to deactivate dynamic. Why? A lot of people don't know why dynamic is here and why we should use that. Dynamic is a dynamic way to resize your brush all the time. Because if you are working so close, Ctrl N to clean my space. If you are working too close and you try to move or do some detail here, and then you got this far, how can you continue your detail if you lost your size? So it comes with dynamic, because I can activate that and use it, and then I hold my size, you know? So it's dynamic. And this is what I was trying to help people, or trying to have their first approach. And it's my first time here, and it's my first time talking English in public. So I'm anxious too. I'm nervous. It's challenging for me. It's like I know how you're feeling when you start in ZBrush, you know? And the life is made of challenge, you know? Imagine if you were a baby and didn't want to do first time. So you weren't born. You know, you wouldn't born. So let's go. Here, those are the brushes. So you can sculpt, you can pick things. But the most interesting part I want to show you with the mouse is when you have the mouse, you need to have much more control. You need to have much more ways that you won't mess your mesh, you know? So let's do something here, like this Viking I showed you. I can do her entirely with the mouse. I don't need pressure, because she doesn't have tiny details. She doesn't have pores or things like this. So if I want to do her helmet, for example, I can come here, make polymesh, and with the transform I showed you, I can just hold Control and do this. Okay? It's the base of her helmet. And okay, how can we go after this? Remember the boolean I showed you? We can use that too. Or I can come here, Ctrl-Shift-D to duplicate the subtools I told you, rescale, and Control, and come here again, the same tool. I don't need pressure. I don't need a lot of fancy things, you know. So I can't. Oh, okay. I delete that. I can do it again. So come here. Perfect. I can duplicate this one. Let me change this material. Okay. I can use that the same way here. This way. This way. When you are starting, you need that. You need the pleasure of making something successful. Doesn't matter how simple is that. Imagine someone is coming here and trying to sculpt and don't know a lot of things, and they get frustrated. And just doing a simple helmet, they get much more fun. So if you start having success, maybe you will be used to it, you know. You will be more confident to try it more. So let me show you new things. I use a pen, this one. Let me make some horns. And then I can rotate here, scale down. And I can use move itself. Look at this. Maybe it will take me some time, but I will do that. And then I will use another one. Pinch. Where is it? Pinch. Here. Pinch. Perfect. Not perfect yet. Let me try again. Pinch. Up. Pinch. Okay. So I can pinch that. And now I have a horn. And come back to move. And I have a horn. I can adjust it as much as I want. And some people ask me, okay, and another faster way to do it. If you already use ZBrush, and if you are starting, close your eyes. Don't confuse your mind. It's not for you now, okay? But you could use bend curve, that you can use those anchors. To get a similar result, right? So if you are starting, it was faster, but it's the same thing. Right? You don't need to know everything to start. You just need to do it. You just need to start sculpting. It's why I love to teach for people who is at the beginning. Because the transition of, oh no, I can't do it. I don't have talent. I don't know how to draw it. And give me 10, 15 minutes. Let me show you something here. And then people get amazed. Oh man, I can do a helmet now. I never did nothing about art in my life. And then we can continue sculpting that. And here, if you are a new user, you can just pick that, Command-Shift-D, duplicate, hold Control, use size to inflate. And there are some ways to do like a ring in the horn, on the horn. So I use some folder here. Append, new folder, what is, here. Horn. Okay, and another horn. Here is one method to use Boolean. Boolean has 3 functions. Or you can use with 2 or more subtools. You can add volume, you can subtract volume, or you can intersect. What I want to do, and before you doing it, you need to know what you want to do. So let me explain you. If I want to do a ring there, okay, a ring, what I need to do? I need more volume, and then I need to cut. Then we have a ring. Now you know what we are doing now. Let me show you how we do that in ZBrush, okay? With Boolean, for example. Here, I have my tool, my basic one. Solo, where is my solo button here? Control. Here, solo, just to show you. Okay? And then I have another one here, the biggest one. So let me take just the biggest one. And I will create here a cube. Let me put it in the folder. Here, I deactivate this eye. I is for visibility, okay? So I can do this way. I can use here, Ctrl-Shift-D, and use here. Here are the Boolean effects. The first one, to fill the circles, is to add. I don't want to add. I want to subtract. So the second one. And live Boolean to activate Boolean. And now I have my ring, right? Okay, you are starting to do details. If you are starting, you can do this way. If you are starting, now you close your eyes again, because I will show other methods, right? It's not for you at the moment. So I can use some ways to do it. This case, it won't work to try to shrink that with the transform, because shrink should you use transform. Transform basically do this. Let me show you why it don't work. Here, if I try to do this the same way, won't work. Why? Because it's just shrinking. It isn't direct. Control Z. See the mesh going down? It won't work. We need to really cut it, not flatten. So I can use the knife brush, right? I can use the knife brush again, holding space and B radius, choose my size and do this. Okay? So I have many ways to do the same things in brush. You don't need to do every ways. I'm still learning, you know. I was there with other artists and watching them modeling, and they use the same tools in different ways, and I was, oh really? Really? And Lillian, which was talking for me here, she was sculpting an amazing elf there, and wow, what a piece. And then she came here with the same iPad, and she asked, how can I subtract that? And I was, what the hell? How can you sculpt that without subtracting? You know, you just did it now and don't know even how to subtract. And it opens our mind, because when you get off pressure and get rid of subtracting and try to do the basics, it makes more simple to reach the goals. So it's my purpose with ZBrush, with teaching. It's show people that you can do much with basic things. Let me tell you a story before I continue that. Long time ago, like 6 years ago, I had an opportunity to learn with Alex Oliver, and he was teaching in a workshop of faces, okay? And I was, oh Christ, okay, let me get into it. And then when I arrived there and see other people with their tools, and I, oh Jesus Christ, where are my tools? I forgot it. And I had a full kit of tools to sculpt it with the clay. And now I didn't have anything. And Jesus Christ, I won't waste my money, you know. I will find a way to sculpt and learn with him. I don't need those tools. And then I found a stick in the floor, and I start modeling with the stick. Okay, you won't me, you know. And with the mouse, if you have a mouse, if you have just a stick, start modeling. Because when you use that to stop you, it's like excuses. So you are feeding the same enemy I have, myself. So don't hear yourself sometimes, just do it. Just do it with what you have. So let me show you more things. It's the helmet. If I want to add more details, I can just pick here, cut here, duplicate, add a bunch of things. And if I want to do, for example, an axe, a lot of people ask me, how can I do an axe? I can do this axe one. I can take a cylinder. I can make it with the cylinder. Make polymesh. And are you seeing that? If you never open ZBrush, those are polygons. I can get rid of them and come here and edge loop and delete loops. I don't want them now, okay? But I want a middle loop. How can I do that? I can just mirror. If I mirror, one part will be equal with the other part. And at the middle, I will have a loop that I can edit. So let me mirror that. If you want to mirror, when I teach people and I ask, what do you want to do? And people tell me this thing, like mirror. What you are doing when you mirror? You are modifying your polygons, your geometry. So you can come to geometry about polygons. You can come here to modify topology and mirror and weld. You don't need to know all the paths. You just need to understand the organization of the path. So it's another trick. When people come to me and, oh gosh, I have to memorize all those shortcuts, all those tools, all those things, and then no, stop. You don't need to memorize that. You just need to understand those. So what you want to do? Why? What is the description of you are doing? You are using your geometry, you are modifying your topology, so you have a menu for that, okay? So here, mirror and weld, I will just change it, and now I have this one. And then I can come here, just use the mask, as I said. Many types of mask, a square, a circle. Let me take this one, invert it, and pay. And now I can come to subtool, append, a cylinder, come here, bam. And now I have an axe, you know? Up here. And then I can use another cylinder. You don't need fancy things. To do the axe, you just need cylinders. So here, come here, and we can use the bend curve again. Oops. I can add some anchors. Okay, I can change my size. I won't dive into the bend curve right now, but can do this. Right. And then people ask me, how can I do a bandage? And then I make a ZBrush hack. There was one of the most successful ZBrush hacks that 4 ways teaching how to do a bandage in 1 minute, because it's simple. Look at it. Imagine that. When I was trying to do the face, I told you, people were trying to sculpt hair, I don't know, braids, you know? And they are struggling a lot. And I was struggling a lot too. Have you ever tried to sculpt a braid of hair? It's so hard. And then I was listening to music, and I stopped it, and let me try to look by another point of view. And okay, now I know. If you give to a kid a bunch of clay and ask him or her to make a braid, what he would do? He would pick it, roll, pick another one, roll, pick another one, roll, and make a braid. And I was in a class of 20 sculptors, artists, that was struggling to do a braid. And the kid with 3 years old could do it better. So don't be confused by the tools. The tools are here to serve you, not to make you struggle, you know? You need the basics. So let me show you that. If I want to add some braids, some bandages here, there are some ways to do that. You can do one by one, like with the... Let me... Ctrl-Z, inflate, that. I can do one by one. Back up, here. Cut this one. Why are you? Just a minute, here. Sorry. I just duplicate that, inflated it, and cutting. I can resize that a little bit, and I can cut again. You can do it all the way. I just need one tool, knife. And people come struggling with that. I can't do that. How? You can just press 3 buttons, and do it for like 40 minutes or 20 minutes. Okay, it's slow, but who cares? You can do it. Another way to do that, let me show you. You can use the Ctrl-Shift B-radius method. You can just click and then you have one red. Nice. You can use, for example, another one. If you are starting, close your eyes again. Because I can use that. I can just duplicate. I can inflate. I can cut my polygons here, my polygroups. Polygroups, guys, is just a way to organize your polygons, okay? To use another tools. So, cut as you want. Pay. Let me organize that. Inflate a little bit. And then I can use Dynamesh with groups and Dynamesh it. And perfect. I already have my bandage, and to organize that, make the overlaps, I can use move topology, or I can use just move and use the topology. What's the move topology does? Move topology makes moves with separated topologies. How? I have these two made of a lot of subtools, and if I want to make a move, just that the tip in this metal part, I would use move topology, because the move would move everything. So how can I do that? Do you remember what protects the mesh? A mask. You can mask what you don't want to move. So I don't need to show a new brush to my student. I just need to explain what's the logic behind that, and then I can come to brush, a configuration, and auto mask. So you can ask what this menu does. Hit auto mask, okay? And then I can use this one, topological, right? And then I can use this to move my bandages. So you have this way to do it, right? Man, I took like 6 years modeling with the mouse. And when I started in Facebook, and a lot of people, I don't have money to sculpt. Do you think, guys, that I can use ZBrush with the mouse, start learning, start doing? And I said, yes, you can. And a bunch of people, no, you need a tablet. You need pressure. You need to do this. And then, no, guys, you're just frustrating maybe another new artist, If I believed that I won't be here, I wouldn't be here, because I was with a mouse. I didn't have money to buy a tablet, I didn't have money to buy fancy things to model. So I didn't have money to buy a course. I didn't have money to do that. So I was watching a bunch of ZBrush tutorials, Michael Pavlovic, those guys, and I was, whoa, he's teaching a new tool. Let me try this tool in ZBrush. So it's the point that I want to bring to you. To learn ZBrush, you need to start with the basics. To run, you need the basics. To do anything, you need the basics. Do you think my wife would start running if she didn't start running with the normal sneakers? Man, if you are starting, you don't want to waste money in an investment that you don't know if you will continue on that. So before investing on things like a tablet, like a computer, fancy things, just start. Give it a chance if you like it. And when you like it, buy things slowly. Buy a course, buy a tablet, buy a a better mouse, you need this sometimes. So go slowly, but do it, right? So I took like 10 years to reach there. And it's an honor for me, like having my student portfolios like 1 month doing those things that I took 10 years to do. It's amazing because, man, Renan, for example, he came to me and I don't know if I'm capable to do that. And then, man, you already know ZBrush, what you are incapable of. Because he was struggling with that, with the basics. And every class, I would teach him a new tool, and he already know, you already know the basics. Start with that. Stop mixing all the things together. You already know. So what do you need to know? What do you need to start doing? If you are new to ZBrush, okay. And if you are new to the ZBrush, and if you are go to the iPad or come to the program, open that, pick your tool, and start having fun. Because when you get used to a 3D ambient, like turning things around, zooming in, zooming out, and doing those things and having fun, you will have pleasure. You need pleasure. And try to do simple things because you need to achieve things. Don't wait to, like my wife, don't wait to reach 21 kilometers to have fun, to be happy. She started with 5. And she was happy. So my students came happy doing those things like this helmet. And 1 month later, he was doing this dragon that I showed you. So she started with a model like this one, learning the basics. And 1 month later, he was doing that. Not doing that 1 month later. 1 month later, it was done. In this period, he made 4 sculpts. And each one, he learned new tools. Don't try to learn everything at once a time. It will melt your brain, man. So conclude your workflow, conclude your basic projects, and any new project, try to learn a new thing. It's why I chose those pieces. Because when I started Karn, this one, I learned how to do hard surface in a way. When I was doing this one, I learned how to do hard surface again another way. And then I missed that thing and I need to redo this like 2, 3, 4 times. And each new time I was learning more things. This bird, to reach this result, the simple result I told you, I tried like 4 different ways. And every new way, I didn't like the result. And then at the end, okay, I will try the most slow way possible, doing detail per detail. And it was good. Take me time. Things like that take time. So give yourself some time. And if your head doesn't let you have fun, do like me. Turn on some music. Have fun. So this ZBrush for iPad that I talking to Rodolphe, Karen, and all the guys, and the major difference for me, it's because you feel like having fun. You're just scratching things, you know, and that is it. I hope that's a way to think your new things, new hobbies, to start on that. And if you already sculpt, maybe I asked you to think about that, to close your eyes, think another way, another point of view, to get your job better. What you are learning in your actual project, what you are trying to reach. Are you giving yourself time that this piece need, that this state you need time, you need to have fun, you need to know yourself. What do you like to do when you are stressed? Do you know yourself? If you don't know yourself, if you don't know your mental barriers, if you don't know what make you have fun, if you don't know what make you happy, you won't learn that, because it's hard, but it's hard in a fun way, bro. So meet yourself, because when I am struggling, when I am in a bad humor, I just stop, take a coffee, I go to the streets with my wife, then I return. Okay, now I'm ready to sculpt and learn more. So, guys, thanks for your time and have fun with the basics. Thank you a lot.
Thank you so much, Kayo. Did you all enjoy it? Go and talk to him. Talk to him. He's amazing. He'll teach you some tips and tricks. And he's always smiling. That's what I love about him. No matter what, you talk to him, he's always, that's a smile. Brightens up my day. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure.
Thanks for the support.
Keep doing amazing stuff, please.
Thanks.
Please scan the QR code if you want to win the Maxon 1 license, and we will see you shortly in like 10-15 minutes. We have the team from ZDF Digital coming up on stage. Mario Hill and Jenny Cox next. See you soon. Thank you.
Hi.
Created by artists for artists, ZBrush for iPad offers a fully reimagined user interface and touch-based controls without sacrificing the power and functionality of ZBrush for desktop. Apple's user-friendly touch capabilities make it easy to jump right into sculpting, especially if you're a new user. And you can streamline your workflow using gestures to control common features such as draw size, focal shift, undos, and redos. The new Apple Pencil features will speed up your sculpting process by assigning actions, to adjust things like draw size, Z intensity, or focal shift, or set squeeze to adjust polyframe on or off. You can also customize the Apple Pencil to create simple, quick access to features such as trimming your mesh to the screen, solo your subtool, replay the last stroke, create a new folder, activate symmetry, and so much more. For artists who want to continue their sculpt on desktop, simply save your work. This version allows users with subscriptions to transfer files between iPad and desktop seamlessly, whether it's saving out a ZTL or a Z project, or just pressing the one-button Go Z solution to transfer your creations. ZBrush for iPad's highly customizable user interface lets you personalize your own digital sculpting experience so you can have all the tools arranged just the way you like them. Polycount can reach upwards to the same detail level as the desktop, depending on the iPad memory and version. Up to 92 million polys per mesh has been achieved on the latest M4 iPad. You also can get ZBrush's unrivaled collection of proprietary digital sculpting brushes, created with real-world sculpting techniques in mind, so you can get the same type of natural feelings with sculpting with polygons that you get with clay. The familiar ZBrush features you've come to love are now available in ZBrush for iPad. Experience the same powerful tools and capabilities on the go. ZRemesher generates a new mesh with an even distribution of polygons, preserving the essential details and flow of the original surface. Sculptures Pro adds and reduces triangle tessellation with each brushstroke, making it simple to focus on sculpting without worrying about technical restraints. Dynamesh retopologizes while sculpting, so as you stretch the digital clay or add volume, it retains the same basic digital sculpting detail. Array Mesh lets you create duplicate instances of geometry in varying patterns and shapes in real time. The dynamic system enhances your sculpt by allowing any surface to be draped over another surface to give that extra touch to your characters. Live Boolean gives users the ability to combine, subtract, and/or use intersections to create unique results. Polypainting makes it easy to paint and sculpt at the same time, making it possible to paint on a model's surface without first assigning a texture map. We're excited that all these features and more are now available to artists who want to work anywhere they feel inspired. ZBrush for iPad is included with your ZBrush or Maxon One subscription and is also available as a standalone subscription. This includes over 200 of ZBrush's leading digital sculpting brushes and allows you to load the thousands of custom desktop brushes that have been created by our incredible user base. For anyone wanting to try the world's leading digital sculpting application, now on iPad, a free plan is available with some limitations in functionality. This builds on the same powerful sculpting foundation with 28 of some of the more popular brushes. We can't wait to see what you'll bring to life.
Welcome back, everybody. We have last two presentations now. We have a team of Jenny and Mario, the amazing team from ZDF Digital. Mario is the team lead, Jenny is the 3D generalist. Their work is brilliant. ZDF Digital does amazing stuff. We saw Jenny yesterday presenting with Chan Erdoman as well, and they're going to talk about their workflow, the amazing workflow that they use, Maxon One tools in it, and they're going to take us through that. You can also scan the QR code to download assets and play along with the artists, and this is by the artists, so you get an opportunity to see what work they do. And I will let Mario and Jenny take ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Karan. Thank you, Karan. Thank you. Hello, welcome to our presentation for the IBC. First of all, thanks to Maxon to having us here on stage. And first of all, we want to a little bit introduce ourselves. And ladies first, Jenny.
So my name is Jenny Cox. I'm a 3D journalist, and I've been working in the TV industry for about 12 years now. And yeah, I do pretty much everything that comes up. This includes different kinds of software and different kinds of specialities. So yeah, we're going to dig into that in a second.
And now, to me, my name is Mario Hill. I'm the team lead of the design department in the creative production department at ZDF Digital. I'm 43 years old, married with 2 children, and an absolutely dog lover. And I have around 15 years experience in the industry, starting as a graphic designer, junior artist, come to a software tutor in different software solutions, and come after that senior 3D generalist, and now as a lead, as responsible for all visual designs at ZDF Digital. So, and what, who we are and what we do. So, what is ZDF Digital? Because ZDF Digital is a subsidiary of the ZDF broadcast, and we organized in 2 major areas. These building blocks are content, and another one is technology. And all this, from the content and technology aspect, we have an approach that is innovation for and be innovative. We see ourselves as an innovation hub under the umbrella from the CDF. So we have several departments in-house, that is motion design, 3D real-time, audio description, virtual production, machine learning, community management, virtual studio, sound design, cross-media products, and so on and so on. It's a very big thing. Is we have around 400 employees. And in our company, 55% is women. So, yes. And there is an average age of 31. And we are quite young in this place. And then in our team, we are together 14 people, amazing artists, that works with us together. And now, after that, we want to show you a current showreel of us and what we do and create over the past 1.5 years. it's your turn.
So, one of our projects, which I will gonna walk you through now, happened last year. It was a co-production. Well, it was made in-house, completely made in-house, and called Fateful Planet. And it is a 5-part series that explores the dramatic birth and evolution and survival of our planet. It reveals how Earth has faced and recovered from catastrophic events like asteroid strikes and volcanic eruptions and mass extinctions. And we, the design team, created around about 240 CGI shots with a team of 4 people. We started in August 2023 and finished in April this year. So this is quite intense. And to give you an idea of the CGI that we do for documentaries, here a little breakdown of our beloved Fateful Planet. As you can tell, we did a lot of different kind of shots on this project. And one of them was space, so in-space shots. And starting with these, I'm going to show you some examples using Cinema 4D and After Effects in this particular case. And most of this was done by my beautiful my colleague. My beautiful colleague.
Yes, of course.
Talented, very talented, Christian Michelmann. So another one where we were very excited about was lots of pyro and fire effects. And for this we used mostly Cinema 4D and Unreal Engine. We did massive impacts, volcanic eruptions, burning forests, all made in Cinema 4D using the pyro system. And these effects were masterfully handled by my colleague Kevin Sprock, who quickly became our pyro master. So another big topic in the documentary is, of course, numerous Earth views spanning in millions of years. And these were created entirely in Unreal Engine by the incredible talented Philippe Clermont, who beautifully guides us through the various stages of planet Earth evolution. So the most extensive segments highlight how various geological time periods were visualized using a wide range of tools, including ZBrush, Cinema 4D, Substance Painter, and Unreal Engine. And with the help from Cinema 4D, we built assets for Silurian underwater worlds, Permian and Jurassic landscapes. This is just a few I can mention right now. So give you a second. And at this point, I really want to mention our fantastic freelancers, Can Erdoman, Alex Boots, Lars Korp, Phil Amelung, Ayla McInter, and the team of Airship who created the all the animals, the prehistoric animals, as well as the dinosaurs. Yeah, last but not least, we have microbiological worlds that try to explain how life works. And using Cinema 4D and Redshift, we visualize complex biological processes. For instance, I created the Luca cell, which I will explain in detail now. It's the one you see in the middle. So Luca. The Luca cell represents the last universal common ancestor, the hypothetical single-celled organism from which all life on Earth is believed to have descended. My approach was more artistic than scientific, so please. I will walk you through building the cell structure in the shader with Redshift, creating some sort of primordial soup environment, Cinema's new particle system, and setting up the cell division. So the cell model itself is just a matter of stacking up spheres on top of each other and show the nucleus, the cell plasma, and the surrounding cell membrane. Then I just go in, do some look development until I find something interesting and not too heavy on render time. I play around with some particles for the inside and some displacers, try different colors and lighting. And this is what I then ended up with. Yeah, still quite heavy on render time, but I tried to fake a bit with the shaders, which I will talk about now. So the shader set up in Redshift. It's pretty straightforward. I use a lot of Maxon noise for the nucleus to drive the color, and the same noise for the Redshift displacement. This noise is also animated, so it gets a bit of more movement inside of the cell, which is very subtle. And then I have an extra sphere surrounding it. And here is where I start mixing my new favorite node, the Fresnel node. I believe it's a grunge map. Then I connect, that is from the asset browser, and I mixed it and piped it into the opacity slot. Then for the plasma, which you can see, I don't know if you see it. The plasma is a combination of another Fresnel and driving the opacity, giving it this volume-like look, and layering another sphere on top of that with a simple glass shader that is also from the asset browser. And I did some details in the roughness and displacement to give the surface a little more interesting look. And then for the membrane, I used, again, a Fresnel in the opacity. It saves a lot of rendering time. And used some color, introduced a bit of red to make it more contrasty, and finally a last sphere with another Fresnel that is white. And this is what I then actually, what I ended up with. So I wanted the environment to have a primordial soup kind of look, underwater-ish. For that, I simply used Cinema's landscapes. I adjusted them with some FFD modifiers, and I put on some displacers with a subtle movement, so they're slightly animated. And for the shader, again, combined Fresnel node with a texture and some noise. For the piped in the opacity, and here also use a texture that I pipe into the emission. Yeah, so you get like little sparks. I don't know if you can see, it's quite dark.
No.
Gonna skip it a bit. Ja, das geht gar nicht.
Nochmal reinklicken, dann kannst du weitermachen. Willst du es nochmal zeigen oder was?
Mm-mm.
Nein, hier.
Yeah, I just fucked up my slide, sorry.
So, next one.
So I'm going to jump to cell division, which is a fairly easy setup. Here I just put the spheres in a cloner and simply animate the offset. I put this then in a volume builder, in a volume mesher, and then on top of it a subdivision to smooth everything out. So that's it. And for a bit more detail, I set up a simple dust particle system with a new particle system in Cinema, setting the speed to 0 and add some slow turbulence, some random rotation. I add a color mapper for some random color. And for custom objects, I quickly did several small spheres with the displays. Put these in a cloner and selected the particle group as an object. All of this I then bake to use it in my actual shot, where I load it in. These are actually alembics, and yeah, you can also duplicate them. And again, using the Fresnel shader to make a dusty shader, and this is what it looks like in the shot. So I did another one, an additional particle system that is basically just switching groups through specific conditions to change the behavior of the particles that start following the animated cell and in the end slowly fade away. So these are the straight renders from Cinema. I tried to cover as much as possible. I did depth of field and everything considering lighting inside of Cinema 4D, so I don't have to do as much in the end because time was short. And yeah, here in After Effects, I did the post-production in After Effects, and I used quite a lot of Red Giant tools, so that was fun. In this specific case, I used bokeh, shine, the looks, the flares, renoise, the heat, and the color vista. And I'm just gonna really fast show you how this looked inside of After Effects. So it's just a matter of building up the layers. Yeah, and this is how it looked in the end. So the final shot. How life evolved. Your turn.
Thank you so much, Jenny. Yeah, you heard before it was a big project for a small count of artists, like 4 people. So it's amazing that the group of people, of artists, do this job in this time, in this time period. It's absolutely amazing. So, and we have also bring for you another major documentary that we do for TerraX. TerraX is one of the popular German and international documentary series produced by CDF, and we have the opportunity to get 41 CGI, VFX and reenactment shots. We was also able to 3 virtual production worlds on a big LED volume, and then we have 15 different CGI moderation effects in a virtual world with a famous host for TerraX, Harald Lesch. And first of all, maybe someone knows TerraX, but what is TerraX? Is one of the popular German international documentary, what I say, since 1982. Cover a wide range of topics from history, science, nature, and culture. And also TerraX won several awards: German Television Award, Golden Camera, Crim Award, international awards with the New York Festival TV and Film Awards, Banff World Media Festival, and so on and so on. That is that you recognize how famous this documentary in German market is. So now a little bit from our 3D shots, some 3D what we do for the documentary, and they all done Cinema 4D and Unreal Engine. I think you can see in October this year at CDF. And now another major component of the documentary was the virtual production in LED volume. So we have different tasks, build 3 worlds, digital doubles, photorealistic look, and interplay between LED volume and the set construction. So, and all the assets, 3D assets that we built was in Cinema 4D, using also a Substance 3D pipeline, and bring it to our real-time engine, Unreal Engine 5. And here's some behind the scenes, behind the scenes how we built this up with my colleagues Dominik Laudendorff and Dennis Wetzel, and that was also live on the LED volume. We drive through Sofia on a LED volume. So bring it everything to Unreal after I build it up, and now a little bit time lapsing for how we produce that. I think here is the final images. It was a desert scene. It was here you see the Ishtar Tor, or the Ishtar Gate, I would say, and also a historical train station from the for the first. Thomas Cook made at Leicester City in England, and that was what we built the train station. That was the scene for the light signs, all built. Maybe I skip a little bit further. Oh. It doesn't work. So sorry for that. Okay, we jump through. We grab all from the 41 shots. We grab one shot in this documentary that Jenny talked before. Our amazing artist Kevin Spock make this shot with the particle system in Cinema 4D, and I have pleasure to presenting this workflow for you. So I think we are not really just in time, but let us jump into the final shot before. There's the host, Harald Lesch, and it is boiling water. This is a virtual production. We have a camera tracking system. After that, we all dark environment, but we use camera tracking, virtual production, and after that, after recording or producing, this stuff is come to us for the post-production. And first, we build it in cinema, the boiling water, all the particles. So, primary emitter for the bubbles was created. So, and then we using also turbulence and a flock modifier for more natural movement of the bubbles. And then next was reproduce emitter is creating. This is the place in a field condition so that particles are only spawned when the condition is met. So this condition is a linear field. It's a linear field which was previously created and placed at the water surface. The goal for the bubbles to be killed when they reach the surface, and the reproduce emitter spawns new particles at this moment. Oh, so a little bit late, maybe? So fire it up. Yes, here we go. So, and with a new particle group of the respawn emitter, a gravity force was created so that the fall back down after shooting up so here we go. Then after that, a kill object is created so that the new particles are killed when they fall back down to the water surface. So here, yes, here we have that. The kill object is again placed. This must be inverted in the condition using an invert layer because new particles fall from above, unlike to bubble the rise from the below. So here only of a different particle just to make sure the properties match. So let me check. Yes. So the field condition is copied from the bubbles emitter, so that these particles are also killed at the water surface. And lastly, a data mapper modifier is created, which increases the radius of the small fizz particles over defined period. So they grow from 0 to 0.1 centimeters between the frame 10 and the frame 30. So becoming gradually larger and more visible as the water is just starting to boil. So this could also done using keyframes, but with this method overspread control. So then the next step, it is, then we have done a plane with the dimension of a water surface is created. So 500 by 500 provide enough resolution for the deformations of the boiling water. Then a vertex map tag is applied on the plane. Did we run? The video doesn't play. I don't know why. Is this video play? I don't think so. I don't know why now the player is stopped. Sorry for that. Give me a second. So now we have this one. I don't know why it doesn't work. Then we skip a little bit, and sorry for that. I don't know why. For the compositing workflow for this, it's a little bit behind the scenes. All my videos doesn't work anymore. I don't know why. So maybe you have a little bit brief insight that how the workflow is. It's very complicated. It's a long workflow. It's a long pipeline thing that you produce it around over 1 week, and the final results again. Maybe I don't know why. Also, this not fires up. Give me a second. Okay, go again in the presentation mode. So now a little bit again compositing pipeline. Maybe I go back and show you also a little bit the other movements what we done, and maybe work this? Yeah, no. And also the pipeline, all the shaders was created in Redshift. So it's a long video. So it's around 4 minutes, 5 minutes. So that's give you a brief insight how big that was. So compositing workflow, a little bit rotoscoping. That's clear. A lot of layers on top. Give it a little bit pyro stuff. Skip up also for the LED volume in the back. Give more light. After that, for the lens, the little bubbles on the lens. That it's shrinked up, and that's the final shot again with Harald Lesch. So, that was from our side. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
That was amazing. There's so much work that goes into it. It's brilliant, and it's hats off to you, the amount of effort and time and everything that you put into things that you do. And it's such a wonderful pipeline as well, that you have so many things that are ongoing and you have a team that works with it. It's amazing. If you have any questions, please connect with them. They're happy to answer them. You can also scan the QR code to win the Maxon 1 license. We will see you again in like 20 minutes. We have one last presentation. We have Gom Kuran coming up next, and that's the last presentation for today. So see you all shortly. Thank you.
I've always wanted to be able to sit on my couch, sculpt something when that idea strikes, to have that opportunity to just put it down on paper. And I think that ZBrush for iPad really allows for that. And I think in the future, it allows for me and my workflow a lot more iteration, a lot more creative ideas, construction of characters quicker, and it allows me to get my ideas out a lot quicker.
We are human beings. We need like new stimulus, right? And then when I bring the iPad outside to see the nature more, and I can get inspired more, and I can draw and sketch instantly. So it's huge.
You know, you have toys and tools, professional tools. ZBrush for iPad is a professional tool. You can definitely do professional work in the iPad version of ZBrush.
I think the future of sculpting is very bright, because I think before, when you have a huge barrier of entry to someone who isn't an artist, or maybe is but doesn't have the funds to be buying tablets left and right, I think a lot of people have products like iPad, and it's going to allow a lot more people access to be making things that they thought was only possible with a crazy setup.
The idea of enabling like professional level work, not only for someone like me that can travel, but to me, I think the most exciting thing is getting to a future where someone who's interested in this sort of thing that doesn't even have a desktop or doesn't have experience 3D modeling or sculpting could play around and make some stuff on an iPad and get some of that joy and fun that I get from doing this kind of art that I do. That's what's, I think, the most exciting part of it.
I mean, I can really see that to be a very handy tool, especially, you know, if you're like I said, in a conference with 47 producers who can't make up their mind. And if they said, well, you know, maybe if you want to change that a little bit, you could do it right there on the spot with them, which I really see as an advantage. And I think having them involved in that would actually help them decide, oh, I saw him do that and I suggested that, so I like that design, so I can see that being a real plus.
Capsules are our library of assets, models, shaders, materials, presets, and more designed to help kickstart your projects. Our Capsules drop in June included a minimalist home office collection with beautifully designed models and original photographs to outfit your workspace. You can even explore a complete Cinema 4D scene file to see how to create your own home interior rendering. Our extensive library of realistic plants continues to grow, now offering over 600 different plant models to add life to your environments. In July, we completely revamped the look and feel of our material and object capsules in the asset browser. It's never been easier to make an apples-to-apples comparison between materials and get an accurate sense of how they'll look in your scene. We've also rolled out an amazing collection of 3D scanned natural materials by exterior.com, perfect for environment layout and rendering, everything from sand to lava rock to grass. When combined with the 12 volume of plants by Lovework, you can render photorealistic landscapes. We've also continued our collaboration with Fuchs and Vogel to make a diverse set of roofing materials to cap off your exterior architectural visualizations. Maxon Studio, our new template engine for After Effects, was released in June and harnesses the power of over 130 red giant tools you can use to create amazing videos. Whether you're crafting stunning effects, intricate animations, or captivating motion graphics, Maxon Studio empowers you to enhance your videos with a straightforward dashboard that makes the process quick and easy. Need a quick transition effect or lower third? Launch the Studio dashboard and give it a try. We're thrilled to announce a game-changing update to our template engine that will revolutionize the way you customize and manage your designs in Studio. Now you can save your adjustments as reusable presets. Streamline your workflow by quickly applying your favorite customizations to new projects with a single click. Experiment with different styles and layouts without the fear of losing your favorite designs. Share your presets with your team to ensure a unified brand identity. Experience the freedom and flexibility of the Save As Preset feature. Update your plugin to the latest version and start creating with confidence and ease. Cinema 4D 2025 lets you elevate your motion graphics and VFX to new heights with unprecedented control and realism with advanced simulations featuring improvements in pyro, rigid body dynamics, particle modifiers, and MoGraph tools. We've added a number of improvements for particle modifiers. The new follow spline modifier makes it easy to create motion graphic effects with particles flowing along a spline. The spin modifier has been redesigned. We've added align to surface. The math modifier now includes variants, and look, spin, and turn have more artist-friendly controls. Support for MoGraph weights and force objects allows you to quickly dial in rigid body simulations, while the new sparse volume and sparse surface emission types based on nano VDB technology allow for faster and larger pyro simulations. Also, improved parameter options in pyro are sure to light the fuse of your creativity. We've also added a bunch of new pyro presets to the asset browser to kickstart your next project. The new field driver tag adds unparalleled flexibility, allowing you to control object parameters with fields. Optimize your scene performance with the Object Profiling Manager, ensuring your projects run smoothly and efficiently. Cinema 4D 2025 offers continuing improvements with updates to color management and render space settings. The Color Chooser offers a streamlined workflow that makes it easier than ever to choose the right color in the right color space. Colors are also now automatically converted to the proper space when you import presets or copy and paste between multiple projects. New import and export settings for color spaces ensure consistent color accuracy across all formats and assets. New file name tokens allow you to easily tag renders with the display and render color space, so you're sure the right settings get applied when moving to compositing. Achieve exceptional color precision and consistency with the enhanced OCIO workflows. And just in case you missed it, Cinema 4D's June release includes scene nodes enhancements that provide more options to create procedural geometry. The points modifier node, for example, greatly simplifies the process to create custom deformers and remap data attached to points. The set point value node and noise modifier make it easier to deform existing geometry. The outline spline node enables procedural spline outlines, allowing for stacked and nested shapes from a single input. Support for spring connections and motors were added to rigid body simulations, along with easier options for creating connectors between objects. Cinema 4D 2025 also enhances its extensive import and export capabilities to ensure a smoother, more integrated workflow. Instances are now supported in USD import and export, while full skeletal animation can now be exported in USD. FBX import and export now include improved support for units and scaling. Cineware is our bridge for seamless integration of Cinema 4D into other host applications like Adobe After Effects and Unreal. And now, Cineware 2025 offers even more extensive integration and includes a number of performance improvements under the hood.
Check out these rims. Let's go, Jitter.
I've always wanted to be able to sit on my couch, sculpt something when that idea strikes, to have that opportunity to just put it down on paper. And I think that ZBrush for iPad really allows for that. And I think in the future, it allows for me and my workflow a lot more iteration, a lot more creative ideas, construction of characters quicker, and it allows me to get my ideas out a lot quicker.
We are human beings. We need like new stimulus, right? And then when I bring the iPad outside to see the nature more, and I can get inspired more, and I can draw and sketch instantly. So it's huge.
You know, you have toys and tools, professional tools. ZBrush for iPad is a professional tool. You can definitely do professional work in the iPad version of ZBrush.
I think the future of sculpting is very bright, because I think before, when you have a huge barrier of entry to someone who isn't an artist, or maybe is but doesn't have the funds to be buying tablets left and right, I think a lot of people have products like iPad, and it's going to allow a lot more people access to be making things that they thought was only possible with a crazy setup.
The idea of enabling like professional level work, not only for someone like me that can travel, but to me, I think the most exciting thing is getting to a future where someone who's interested in this sort of thing that doesn't even have a desktop or doesn't have experience 3D modeling or sculpting could play around and make some stuff on an iPad and get some of that joy and fun that I get from doing this kind of art that I do. That's what's, I think, the most exciting part of it.
I mean, I can really see that to be a very handy tool, especially, you know, if you're in like I said, in a conference with 47 producers who can't make up their mind. And if they said, well, you know, maybe if you want to change that a little bit, you could do it right there on the spot with them, which I really see as an advantage. And I think having them involved in that would actually help them decide, you know, oh, I saw him do that and I suggested that, so I like that design, you know, so I can see that being a real plus. You know?
Red Giant 2025 injects fresh new energy into your workflows with a stunning set of new features for Geo, such as rig animation support, expanded cloner capabilities, and depth of field. The new Particular Designer gets a refresh with improved preset search and navigation, timeline controls, and AE project saving. Finally, releasing Red Giant's 5th brand new tool this year, we proudly introduce Parametric Curve, a powerful contribution to our superior line of color tools. Parametric Curve provides unprecedented control for handling color and HDR video. Curves, levels, and working with HDR video are standard practices. Users now have the power to manipulate their footage with an HDR curve. Many color adjustments benefit from more nuanced controls than lift, offset, gamma, and gain. Make use of the Bezier curves effect that both processes the image with an HDR curve LUT and also overlays the curve on the image. One great use of this is to invert a color lookup, which isn't possible with some standard color operations. Supercharge your 3D workflow in After Effects with Red Giant Geo's exciting new advancements. Make your objects array pop with expanded cloner features like multiple materials and objects, with inward and outward orientation and more. Dial in realism with the blazing fast, beautiful built-in depth of field powered by Universe Bokeh and controlled by our After Effects camera. There's so many great possibilities you unlock when adding 3D objects directly into After Effects, and now Geo supports the import of rigged animations from FBX. breathe easier and settle into a more relaxed, creative environment with the latest improvements to Particular's Designer. With optimized navigation and preset search, timeline playhead control, and the ability to save your After Effects project without leaving the designer, you can focus on creating art and less on managing the tools. Maxon Studio, our new template engine for After Effects, was released in June and harnesses the power of over 130 red giant tools you can use to create amazing videos. Whether you're crafting stunning effects, intricate animations, or captivating motion graphics, Maxon Studio empowers you to enhance your videos with a straightforward dashboard that makes the process quick and easy. Need a quick transition effect or lower third? Launch the Studio dashboard and give it a try. We're thrilled to announce a game-changing update to our template engine that will revolutionize the way you customize and manage your designs in Studio. Now you can save your adjustments as reusable presets. Streamline your workflow by quickly applying your favorite customizations to new projects with a single click. Experiment with different styles and layouts without the...
Welcome back, everybody. This is the last presentation for the day. Oh, I'm tired, but okay. It's a last presentation for today, but we're saving the best for the last, I would say. Guillaume is a brilliant artist. I had a pleasure of meeting him in Paris last year, if I'm not wrong, and his work is, I don't know how to explain it. It just is so colorful and cute. It's toon rendered. It's just, you look at it and you're like, I want that piece in my bedroom. I want that artwork printed. I want to place it somewhere. It's, if you haven't seen his work, please check it out. Gom Kuran, correct?
Yeah, Kuran. I don't know.
Kuran. Okay. On Instagram, he uses Cinema 4D and is going to talk about his creative workflow process and how he gets inspired by reality and how he creates the stuff that he sees into the artwork that he's going to show today. You can also scan the QR code to download the assets of various artists and play along. And I'll let Guillaume take over and give the presentation.
Thank you, Karen. Okay. Here we go. So, hi everyone. Thank you for coming today. So I'm going to talk a bit about... Oh, there is just a technical problem. I'm supposed to have my notes on my screen. Karen, maybe? Yeah. I'm going to use this.
I think it's only with mirroring it. I don't know if you can extend it.
Ah, that's interesting. Okay. So I'll have to remember then. Okay, so anyway, I'm going to tell you a bit about illustration and animation and how did I get there and the creative process behind it. So I'm a French illustrator from Paris. I've been always freelancing my whole life for more than 10 years now. And my main focus has been the architecture from the beginning, like building and stuff like that. So I work on usually it's like little colorful loops with little characters and curious vehicles. It's like this scene, for example, has been inspired by the lovely city of Honfleur in the north of France, in Normandy. And so yeah, it's mainly architecture. These are little buildings where you can see faces inside of the windows and all. And these are some drawings I did to inspire me. So building houses, and I like to imagine how the life is working all around, like little stories, people living inside the houses, and also big cities. I've been always fascinated by the way everything works together, the transportation, garbage collecting, people walking their dogs and all. And also small villages, like this one inspired by the little villages in the south of France. And I like to make it dance like this. But it can be also big metropolis, Like this one I did, actually this one was the biggest work I've ever made in Cinema 4D. It took me almost 1 month to complete. And it was actually for a puzzle, an actual physical puzzle I did. So I like to imagine little stories on every corner, like this game, these books, Where's Waldo? I had when I was a child, and where your illustration become a game in itself. And then it got printed, and it was really fun to see it as an actual poster at the end, an actual puzzle. So yeah, then the transportation, like I have this passion for transportation, and it's an endless subject for cool creations. We created all kind of crazy machines to make people move from one point to another. So obviously cars, and I like to imagine how they could be built in a cool way. So it's really not technical, but just to make it look good. And any kind of moving machines in the air, on the water, etc. Or it can be also imaginary ones, like just you go crazy in your head, and that's the beauty of 3D. You can imagine anything that you want, and there is no physical reality, but it's living in the screen. So how did I learn? Actually, it was really messy and full of pauses. I never attended like a real class. I learned text to the internet from YouTube tutorials here and there, and that's why I don't have an academic process, and I probably lost a lot of time in my process. I know it's not the best, but maybe it's also where my style comes from, and yeah, it's as long as you the most important is to find the motivation and to reach the destination that you want to go. But the technique in itself is not necessarily that important, and I don't have really technical huge basis, but it's working within my world, so I'm happy enough with it. And for example, one big struggle of all time, and it's the case for a lot of designer, is character design. And for me it was like this big wall I couldn't reach. I tried many times to learn how to properly rig a character and all, but I just realized it was a bit too much for me. So I developed my own really scrappy technique. I mean, for someone who is an expert at character design and rigging, it must be really annoying to see, but these days, for some projects, I'm just using simple benders, modifiers on the limbs, on the fingers, on the body. So these are some examples in the Cinema 4D viewport, and it's the same for all the other elements. Like here, for example, you have the smoke of the motor scooter. It's really not clean. It's just some smalls in an emitter in a metaball. So nothing physical. I'm not using any complex plugin or anything, but it's working for the style I want to reach. And here you can see the smoke. It's just a little detail, but it's changing everything to the scene. So then, how did I get there? I will tell you a bit about my journey into illustration. So in around 2013, I started with a cracked version of 3ds Max at the time, because my brother was working on this, and I was recreating the furnitures in my bedroom. So there was no real spirit. It was just basic illustration at the time. But then I continued. I felt something was going on, so I started to dedicate more time. So this is 2009. Wow, it's really, really old. So I started to add characters and strange little things, but I felt something was starting to happen. So I decided to continue, but for me it was really just a hobby at the time. So in this is 2014, I guess, I did this illustration, animation. So it's really basic, but I guess everything was here already at the time. So I'm trying to remember all my notes, but since they are not on the screen, it's a bit hard sometimes. Then in 2015, I guess, I went away from 3D for a moment and started this project called Bisous les copains. And it was just little loops made on Illustrator and animated on After Effects. And this was the project that changed everything for me, because I started to have, before that I published a lot of animation on the internet, but nothing worked really. But this one got noticed, and I got contacted by magazine. I had some interviews, and I started to work with some companies around the world and agencies. So I made a lot of them, around 60 of them until 2015-16. And it really got me started into the illustration world. But then I decided to go back to 3D, to go further in style, and to be able to have more complex animation. And I started with this really simple vehicle animation, but it worked very well on the internet, so I felt something was going on, so I continued. And at this moment I started to create a series, because series is just, it's a really cool way to apply your skill and to find a motivation to go on. So I started this series with like famous objects from the 90s, from when I grew up. And it got noticed also on the internet, and I guess it's an advice from me, because the series are easy to do. Like, you find a theme and you go on it, and it will engage the audience. It will make people want to see what will be the next one. So with this one, I did maybe 20 little loops like this, and I felt I started to have this maybe a bit tactile kind of style that I was happy with. So from there I had settled my basic style, so I started to work on more furnished scenes with little characters and stuff like that. So that was 2000, I mixed the dates, but it was 2015, something like this. And then I was like, okay, I have something and I can continue. And these were incredibly exciting times. I got to work with a lot of big companies and ad agencies from all over the world. This was for a campaign for Lyft, like this Uber competitor in the US, and we worked a lot together for a long time. So then, what now? I've been really lucky to work in this industry for 10 years now, and it's been really exciting, and I felt really so lucky. But after 10 years of good work, I want to feel this real excitement again of the beginning of when I was starting 3D. So I was thinking of doing more emotional things, like this really emotional cat right there. And I guess the way to keep the motivation going is to explore new fields. So I like to go a bit away from what I'm doing usually, and trying to explore new environment, like this underwater scene and things like that. And also one point here about the workflow. I guess it's always important to question your very workflow, because for a long time I've been working on. When I started, I've been working on 3ds Max, and but I quickly realized that Cinema 4D was out there, and I had to change my whole workflow. And I know it's a pain to start over from the beginning, but for me it changed really everything to discover that there was a tool that existed and that was really better for what I was doing. And that's the same for Redshift that I started to use recently. Redshift, thanks to people at Maxon, and it's really more intuitive than what I was using before. And yeah, sometimes you think your tool are the good one to use, but actually there is something really better that is out there. So it's always good to question your workflow. And yeah, I couldn't imagine at the time when I started 3D that I would be on the Cinema 4D homepage one day, and talking here with you in Amsterdam. So thank you guys. And yeah, this is what I said. This Redshift switch, I took this opportunity to also change a bit the vibe of what I was doing before. So I started to try to do more emotional stuff, like explore new emotions. This scene is more around sadness and loss and things like that. And this is also something that you can reach in 3D, even if it's not realistic, even if it's still illustration or anything. And I felt it was pretty interesting. So back to the main subject, so inspired by reality. That's what I wanted to talk to you about, like the inspiration and where it's coming from. Here, for example, this scene is coming from just a photo I took in the beautiful city of Istanbul, and I wanted to recreate this vibe of the city, but put it inside of a square, because it feels like the city is all integrated, like all the buildings are one in top of each other. So I wanted to make everything fit in a square, and then I added some details and make a little loops from it. But I will go back to the full process later. That was just an example. And this is another one. Like I found this fire truck in the train station in Paris, and I was like, how can they be serious driving this thing around? Like, oh, there is a fire, let's go. So it was just like if it was coming from a Pixar movie or something. It was so cute. So I had to recreate it. And this is an example of things you can see, and you just recreate it in your own way, and then I made it move like this. So I like to see things in the street, but it can be also coming from a photo. And this, in this example here, I found this image from a famous French photographer, which is called Raymond Depardon. It's a documentary master, and he spent a lot of his life wandering in the forgotten territories of France, and taking in pictures these little villages that nobody wants to talk about usually. And I had fun creating the little story of this guy going to buy cigarettes and having his car stolen. And then I continue. This is in the viewport, the look. But then I wanted to continue this process and turn those photos into animation. So I decided to go on with this series. And I guess there is this part, like if you want to find the motivation to dedicate time, you have to find the material that you're connected with. And I grew up in the countryside of France, and for me those images were resonating with my past and my childhood. So I had really fun doing this. And there is this emotional part that is a bit hard to explain, but there is also a more concrete part to the process of creating a style. And this I can tell you a bit more concretely about this. For example, here, the idea is to create rules and then to stick to them. Here, for example, the greenery is not absolutely not the same. It doesn't look the same as it is in real life, but you will keep the shape and the colors, and you will make people believe that it's actually grass and greenery, but it's just blocks of simple 3D shapes, but it's working within my world. And then you have to choose, should I go with faceted mesh or smooth mesh, or what palette of color should I choose, etc. And also the level of details. For example, here the number of tiles on the roof and the size of them is really different from what it is in the reality, but it's working well within my composition. So for the viewer, it's not a problem as long as it's homogeneous with the world you created. And it's the same for the palette of colors. I guess it's always nice to go with a limited palette of colors. It makes your illustration more impacting. And then I had some quirky and funny little details with the dogs driving his car, his baby to the school maybe, or something like that. And yeah, this is really following those rules that you apply to yourself is really it will bring the unity to your work, and it's really satisfying at the end. So this is another example with a Turkish car that I love, the good old Tofaş. The idea is always to simplify and stylize the reality, since you don't have to go in details. It depends on the level of the scale of the objects in your composition, but this one was for a detail in a big city. So I let go all of the details on the hood, on the doors. I just putting, because the mind doesn't need all those details necessarily. And then you will add some style by changing the proportion, like this classic Pixar style, the high roof and the small wheels, things like that. And then there is also the sense of scale composition. So this was taken in the harbor of Istanbul as well. And I wanted to recreate this scene, but the containers here were really small compared to this huge crane, and the same for the cable, so I had to make them bigger. But it's not shocking because it's still credible and within your world. And I had this problem on a recent job for N26, like the German online bank. They asked me to recreate French cities at the back of their credit cards. And I had this problem of scale because they wanted me to represent as well a big iconic landmark and a small bike. So this is for Paris, for example. The Eiffel Tower and the Louvre Pyramid are really smaller than they should be in reality, and the bikes are really bigger, but it's credible within your world, so it's working like this. And the same for Marseille here. There are some really big disproportion, but it's not really strange to the viewer eye, actually. And last part on this section is the reinterpretation. Like this was taken in Armenia, and I didn't remember how the building looked like really, but sometimes you also have to reinterpret what you don't see. And as long as it's working within the world you're creating, nobody is counting the number of bricks or anything, so it will be fine. So now I will tell you a bit about how it's about my creative process by taking this example of an animation I did based on the city of Lucca in Tuscany, where I spent 1 week a few years ago. So I wanted to recreate this vibe of Italy and Tuscany in particular, which is really touching to me. So I went in the streets and I found one spot that was particular to me, which will serve as a base for the illustration. And then there is this really satisfying process where you go around in the streets and you take pictures of all the elements you want to incorporate in your illustration, like the green typical Oni shutters, the shop awnings, the window shapes and everything. Then you will list everything and make a sketch out of it. The laundry on the windows, an old woman watching maybe here, a tree and everything. And here, just for a quick technical aside, I'm working always on a MacBook Pro. This is just what I use, and I'm working obviously on Cinema 4D, and I'm using After Effects for all the color grading, after retiming and all. So first I model the base with just really simple big blocks like this, geometric shapes to set the basis. And then I put my camera. These days I like to work with orthographic camera that are really close to the ground. Then I put the lighting. It's really, what I do is really basic. For someone who is really doing realistic stuff, it must be a bit funny to see, but it's illustration, so it doesn't have to be really complex. So I'm usually using just the sun and maybe an area light to make the shadow a bit softer. And then I will add the details. And by the way, all those steps are really my way of doing it, but there is no proper way. There is always in 3D 1,000 ways to get to what you want, so it's just my way, but it's not the best, or it's just the way that I do it. So then I will sculpt the building and add the details, the windows, detail the trees, add the car here and all. Then I will add the colors, and this is a really important step, the color choice, and it can change until the end of your project. Then I will add more details here, the tiles, the trees, the laundry, and the shop awning and everything. Then I will add the filters either on Photoshop or directly on After Effects, color grading and all. And this is also a really important step that you shouldn't pass. And then I finally add characters. I will show you a live demonstration at the end. I will show you how I do that in more details. And then finally I animate the scene. So it's really basic, but you have the mood of Italy, the old guy, the old woman, the guy reading and all. So now I will show you a bit on actual Cinema 4D. So that was the animation I showed before. This one. So it's just a simple camera, this one is not orthographic one because I couldn't have this blurry effects and camera bokeh and everything. So for once, I step away from my orthographic camera and choose to go with a classic one. And I created this scene which is really basic, just big ocean, the sky is there, the plane in the foreground are just these ones here. For the trees, it's actually a cloner object within this shape here. Let me put, yeah. So it's really, really basic with a random objects here. And then for the characters, they are made of really simple shapes. And within those shapes, I will add, for the monsieur, a little taper object here to make it thinner on the top. And then just a bend modifier to make it move. And I just animate those modifiers. And it's the same for the fingers, actually. They are all made, the whole hand is made of a main bender, and then each finger has his bending tool on it. And also a taper one, but this one I don't animate. And just from this, since I don't need to make them move around or anything, they don't have any limbs, I just animate those settings, and that's enough for what I want to do. Here is another example I did recently also with Redshift. Oh, it's a bit loud. This was from a house I spent the time in during the summer in Galicia, and I wanted to recreate the place where my friends host me, and they had some pigs in the backyard, and they had this camper, and also I wanted to recreate the vibe of the place, and it was not fitting, so I had to make some camera tricks. So here basically the scene is like this, and it's just the whole scene is moving and the camera is following, so it gives this impression that only the camera is moving, but since it's an orthographic camera, it's actually the scene that is moving around like this. And then same, always finding because I'm lazy, I'm always finding the easiest way and the shortest way to do something. So the same, really, the fire here is just made of little blocks with, I don't even remember what I put, but yeah, a wind modifier on these guys. And the pigs, they are just cute pigs holding hands. And the same process here, just benders. And here you have, yeah, this guy here. And so one more example. I did this animation really recently for a client. He asked me, he had a brief, and he wanted like this crazy, kind of curious animation of a guy writing down an ID and then putting this ID into a machine, and then this machine will represent the client work. So I created this imaginary machine like from nowhere, and then the ID is the cube, and it's going into this rocket ship, and it's all really basic and simple, but I thought it was a good example to show you the process. And then it's turning into this planet, and this planet is animating around. And here, for example, I did the transition from the cube becoming the planet. It's working well animating like this, but in reality, it's just really simple process. So here is the scene, and you can see the machine and everything. Cube is going there. And I always find easy way to do things like this. The smoke is just an emitter, and there is some dynamics to the spheres here, so a glider. And then it's going in the air. And here. So it's the same cube, but I put it in a Voronoi object, so it's now divided into into multiple objects. And this one, with just a randomizer effector, it will explode, and at the same time the planet is growing with also some modifiers inside of it. And yeah, it's going like that. So you can see from here, cube going. And the little alien inside also, it's just a really simple guy. There is no rigging or anything. Yeah. So that's it for the live demo. We'll go back. I have just some more slides for you. Just to finish a few thoughts I had along the way, along these 10, 11 years. I think it's important, it has to remain fun for you, because if it's not fun, you start a project and you have big ideas, big motivation, but you don't finish it because you don't have fun doing it. And also if it's boring for you, everybody will see that it's boring, so keep that in mind. And the good thing to do that is to bring some dynamism to your scene. It can be either through the animation, the expression of the characters, but it can be also from the position of an object in a scene. Like this bit boring car can be made really more exciting with some tricks like this, or the camera angle will bring some will convey more personality to your object. And yeah, the idea is always to always experiment. And I know it's a bit hard because you have a full day of work and it's a bit hard to go back to your computer after, but it's a nice thing to stay in the race and to also sell new skills to your clients as well. And can be style experiments, like for example these low polygon style that I never used before, in the shapes, in the texture I was not used to work with. Here a more cartoony look where the shadows are not really shadows but colors in itself. It was really fun to work with. Or it can be a complete new style, like this 2D scene and 2D look, like flat look inside of Cinema 4D. And I just explored and finally found this relaxing little scene of two kind of birds in a boat, and it was away from what I was doing before, because usually it's more dynamic and all, but it felt good to work on something like that. It can be also new palettes of colors, and you will see that changing the colors will really change everything, so more flashy tones or anything that you want. Or it can be a complete new tone or different point of view, like this top camera here, and a really more darker mood, with something a bit convey some anxiety with this character here. Or it can be new camera movement that you're not used to work with. And also it's always important to learn new stuff, like this dynamics in Cinema 4D. I did this little car with Legos with my nephew, and then I exploded it with the dynamics and passed the clip in reverse, so this has this magical effect that it's creating from nowhere. Or you try the new tool, like when I discovered the Voronoi object in Cinema 4D, I was really excited, so I created those buildings, and I imagined this like these geographic spots. It could be in Amsterdam also, where the same building is evolving through time, from the medieval times to the future. With those, I try to add more detail and texture to this one, and it's actually really easy to do in Cinema 4D. In a few clicks, you can destroy like this an object. And it can be also complete new mediums. I bought a 3D printer, not like the one we have here, but a resin one, and because I wanted to be connected to the real world again, and I started to design those little toys, and it's really impressive to see what you have on your screen and then to have it as a physical object after. So it was really cool to do. And then also I did this. It's a bit crazy because it's a bit of an absurd process, because I 3D printed objects and I painted them, and then I did the animation as a stop motion animation that would be really easier to do inside of Cinema 4D, of course, but there won't be this organic and this really tactile touch to it. And also, this is another example, a 3D comic book. I wanted to do this world where the pillows could talk when you're asleep. And finally, this is made also with the tracking inside of Cinema 4D. I realized it was, I didn't know, I never used that before, and I realized it was super easy. You just take your phone and you take a video in the street. This was in Paris, and I imported the video inside of Cinema 4D, and it tracks all the points and recreate the scene in 3D. And I just had to put my little gorilla inside of the scene, and it broadened my horizon like nothing else. So that's it for me. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Guillaume. See, I told you, he does this cute kind of artwork. If you all want prints, he does prints as well. Please reach out to him. You can tell them about that as well. I want a few. I'm pretty sure a lot of us want a lot of that. So thank you again so much. It's amazing what you do.
Thank you.
You can also scan the QR code for a chance of winning Maxon 1 license. This was the last presentation today. We will see you back tomorrow at 9 a.m. It's the last day of IBC. So see you tomorrow, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Fear of losing your favorite designs. Share your presets with your team to ensure a unified brand identity. Experience the freedom and flexibility of the Save as Preset feature. Update your plugin to the latest version and start creating with confidence and ease. Today, we're thrilled to unveil the September release of Maxon 1, packed with updates and enhancements to our award-winning tools, including Cinema 4D, Cineware, ZBrush, Redshift, and Red Giant. This release is especially designed to empower artists on the go, streamline workflows, and boost precision and control like never before. We're excited to introduce ZBrush for iPad, which brings the powerful features of ZBrush on the go, allowing you to sculpt whatever you can imagine anywhere you feel creative. Cinema 4D 2025 extends fast and intuitive unified simulation and particles even further with tools to help you better art direct projects, while advanced users will enjoy new tools to create efficient procedural animation. With Redshift, artists enjoy production-class GPU rendering, now more photoreal than ever thanks to Caustic's improvements, while also offering more creative options for non-photorealism. And Red Giant gives editors and compositors powerful tools to add effects, transitions, and correct color using Maxon Studio to quickly apply creative capsule templates, Geo to add 3D objects with After Effects, plus a new powerful color correction tool for both After Effects and Premiere. Created by artists for artists, ZBrush for iPad offers a fully reimagined user interface and touch-based controls without sacrificing the power and functionality of ZBrush for desktop. Apple's user-friendly touch capabilities make it easy to jump right into sculpting, especially if you're a new user. And you can streamline your workflow using gestures to control common features such as draw size, focal shift, undos, and redos. The new Apple Pencil features will speed up your sculpting process by assigning actions, to adjust things like draw size, Z intensity, or focal shift, or set squeeze to adjust polyframe on or off. You can also customize the Apple Pencil to create simple, quick access to features such as trimming your mesh to the screen, solo your subtool, replay the last stroke, create a new folder, activate symmetry, and so much more. For artists who want to continue their sculpt on desktop, simply save your work. This version allows users with subscriptions to transfer files between iPad and desktop seamlessly, whether it's saving out a ZTL or a Z project, or just pressing the one-button Go Z solution to transfer your creations. ZBrush for iPad's highly customizable user interface lets you personalize your own digital sculpting experience so you can have all the tools arranged just the way you like them. Poly count can reach upwards to the same detail level as the desktop, depending on the iPad memory and version. Up to 92 million polys per mesh has been achieved on the latest M4 iPad. You also can get ZBrush's unrivaled collection of proprietary digital sculpting brushes created with real-world sculpting techniques in mind, so you can get the same type of natural feelings with sculpting with polygons that you get with clay. The familiar ZBrush features you've come to love are now available in ZBrush for iPad. Experience the same powerful tools and capabilities on the go. ZRemesher generates a new mesh with an even distribution of polygons, preserving the essential details and flow of the original surface. Sculptures Pro adds and reduces triangle tessellation with each brushstroke, making it simple to focus on sculpting without worrying about technical restraints. Dynamesh retopologizes while sculpting, so as you stretch the digital clay or add volume, it retains the same basic digital sculpting detail. Array Mesh lets you create duplicate instances of geometry in varying patterns and shapes in real time. The dynamic system enhances your sculpt by allowing any surface to be draped over another surface to give that extra touch to your characters. Live Boolean gives users the ability to combine, subtract, and/or use intersections to create unique results. Polypainting makes it easy to paint and sculpt at the same time, making it possible to paint on a model surface without first assigning a texture map. We're excited that all these features and more are now available to artists who want to work anywhere they feel inspired, and we can't wait to see what you'll bring to life. ZBrush for iPad is included with your ZBrush or Maxon One subscription and is also available as a standalone subscription. This includes over 200 of ZBrush's leading digital sculpting brushes and allows you to load the thousands of custom desktop brushes that have been created by our incredible user base. For anyone wanting to try the world's leading digital sculpting application, now on iPad, a free plan is available with some limitations in functionality. This builds on the same powerful sculpting foundation with 28 of some of the more popular brushes. Looking ahead to other aspects of this release, our product teams have been hard at work integrating new features and updates into the rest of our product lineup. Cinema 4D 2025 lets you elevate your motion graphics and VFX to new heights with unprecedented control and realism with advanced simulations featuring improvements in pyro, rigid body dynamics, particle modifiers, and MoGraph tools. We've added a number of improvements for particle modifiers. The new follow spline modifier makes it easy to create motion graphic effects with particles flowing along a spline. The spin modifier has been redesigned. We've added align to surface. The math modifier now includes variants, and look, spin, and turn have more artist-friendly controls. Support for MoGraph weights and force objects allows you to quickly dial in rigid body simulations, while the new sparse volume and sparse surface emission types, based on nano VDB technology, allow for faster and larger pyro simulations. Also, improved parameter options in pyro are sure to light the fuse of your creativity. We've also added a bunch of new pyro presets to the asset browser to kickstart your next project. The new field driver tag adds unparalleled flexibility, allowing you to control object parameters with fields. Optimize your scene performance with the Object Profiling Manager, ensuring your projects run smoothly and efficiently. Cinema 4D 2025 offers continuing improvements with updates to color management and render space settings. The color chooser offers a streamlined workflow that makes it easier than ever to choose the right color in the right color space. Colors are also now automatically converted to the proper space when you import presets or copy and paste between multiple projects. New import and export settings for color spaces ensure consistent color accuracy across all formats and assets. New file name tokens allow you to easily tag renders with the display and render color space, so you're sure the right settings get applied when moving to compositing. Achieve exceptional color precision and consistency with the enhanced OCIO workflows. And just in case you missed it, Cinema 4D's June release includes scene nodes enhancements that provide more options to create procedural geometry. The points modifier node, for example, greatly simplifies the process to create custom deformers and remap data attached to points. The set point value node and noise modifier make it easier to deform existing geometry. The outline spline node enables procedural spline outlines, allowing for stacked and nested shapes from a single input. Support for spring connections and motors were added to rigid body simulations, along with easier options for creating connectors between objects. Cinema 4D 2025 also enhances its extensive import and export capabilities to ensure a smoother, more integrated workflow. Instances are now supported in USD import and export, while full skeletal animation can now be exported in USD. FBX import and export now include improved support for units and scaling. Cineware is our bridge for seamless integration of Cinema 4D into other host applications like Adobe After Effects and Unreal. And now, Cineware 2025 offers even more extensive integration and includes a number of performance improvements under the hood. Redshift 2025 updates several aspects of our GPU-accelerated renderer so you can achieve photorealistic and non-photorealistic results with unprecedented speed and efficiency. Rendering beautiful patterns of light passing through glass and gems is easier than ever with improvements to Redshift caustics. Enable the new brute force caustics with a single click and easily achieve realistic lighting. Brute force caustics are ideal when your scene is lit by dome lights or large area lights, but you can still choose photon-based caustics that work best for detailed areas lit by point or spotlights. Improvements to the non-photoreal rendering system let you achieve amazing toon-like results and tone mapping for contours, a global contour option, and custom pattern inputs. With this release, contours no longer need to be added to each material separately. Now, the contour node connected to the global contour port in render settings will apply its effect to every material in the scene that doesn't already have a contour node connected. You can also now choose custom pattern inputs for the tone map pattern node. The sprite nodes utility has doubled with the inclusion of an input port for procedurals, like Maxon noise or tiles node. Generating cutouts with procedurals is now simple. Connect the procedural node's color output to the sprite node's input and assign the material to the meshes. Volumes can now be composited using depth data in the same manner as other scene elements with the new volume depth AOV. Clouds, smoke, and explosions are no longer limited to 2D adjustments in post, making it easier to edit exterior environment renders without leaving volumetric elements feeling unrealistic. Redshift native cameras are now supported in Cinema 4D crane, morph, and motion cameras, allowing artists easily to create dynamic and realistic camera movement, including adjustments in depth of field and other Redshift camera effects. Continuing our partnership with Adobe, Substance 3D materials with Redshift for Cinema 4D now include improved options for adjusting the size, rotation, and color space of materials. Presets stored within the SBSR files can now be easily applied, so it's quick to explore different surfaces based on each Substance 3D material. Red Giant 2025 injects fresh new energy into your workflows with a stunning set of new features for Geo, such as rig animation support, expanded cloner capabilities, and depth of field. The new Particular Designer gets a refresh with improved preset search and navigation, timeline controls, and AE project saving. Finally, releasing Red Giant's 5th brand new tool this year, we proudly introduce Parametric Curve, a powerful contribution to our superior line of color tools. Parametric Curve provides unprecedented control for handling color and HDR video. Curves, levels, and working with HDR video are standard practices. Users now have the power to manipulate their footage with an HDR curve. Many color adjustments benefit from more nuanced controls than lift, offset, gamma, and gain. Make use of the Bezier curves effect that both processes the image with an HDR curve LUT and also overlays the curve on the image. One great use of this is to invert a color lookup, which isn't possible with some standard color operations. Supercharge your 3D workflow in After Effects with Red Giant Geo's exciting new advancements. Make your objects array pop with expanded cloner features like multiple materials and objects, with inward and outward orientation, and more. Dial in realism with the blazing fast, beautiful built-in depth of field powered by Universe Bokeh and controlled by our After Effects camera. There's so many great possibilities you unlock when adding 3D objects directly into After Effects, and now Geo supports the import of rigged animations from FBX. Breathe easier and settle into a more relaxed, creative environment with the latest improvements to Particulars Designer. With optimized navigation and preset search, timeline playhead control, and the ability to save your After Effects project without leaving the designer, you can focus on creating art and less on managing the tools. Capsules are our library of assets, models, shaders, materials, presets, and more designed to help kickstart your projects. Our Capsules drop in June included a minimalist home office collection with beautifully designed models and original photographs to outfit your workspace. You can even explore a complete Cinema 4D scene file to see how to create your own home interior rendering. Our extensive library of realistic plants continues to grow, now offering over 600 different plant models to add life to your environments. In July, we completely revamped the look and feel of our material and object capsules in the asset browser. It's never been easier to make an apples-to-apples comparison between materials and get an accurate sense of how they'll look in your scene. We've also rolled out an amazing collection of 3D scanned natural materials by Exterior.com, perfect for environment layout and rendering, everything from sand to lava rock to grass. When combined with the 12 volume of plants by Lovework, you can render photorealistic landscapes. We've also continued our collaboration with Fuchs and Vogel to make a diverse set of roofing materials to cap off your exterior architectural visualizations. Maxon Studio, our new template engine for After Effects, was released in June and harnesses the power of over 130 red giant tools you can use to create amazing videos. Whether you're crafting stunning effects, intricate animations, or captivating motion graphics, Maxon Studio empowers you to enhance your videos with a straightforward dashboard that makes the process quick and easy. Need a quick transition effect or lower third? Launch the Studio dashboard and give it a try. We're thrilled to announce a game-changing update to our template engine that will revolutionize the way you customize and manage your designs in Studio. Now you can save your adjustments as reusable presets. Streamline your workflow by quickly applying your favorite customizations to new projects with a single click. Experiment with different styles and layouts without the fear of losing your favorite designs. Share your presets with your team to ensure a unified brand identity. Experience the freedom and flexibility of the Save as Preset feature. Update your plugin to the latest version and start creating with confidence and ease. Along with these amazing new products and features, we've also added the ability within the Maxon app to quickly switch license activations when working from a different computer, making your workflow more flexible and efficient than ever. We'd like to thank you for your support and enthusiasm for Maxon's suite of products. The innovations we've unveiled, from the launch of ZBrush for iPad to the enhanced capabilities of Cinema 4D and Cineware, new brute force caustics and NPR shaders features in Redshift, updates to Red Giant tools, and new capsules inside Cinema 4D and Maxon Studio represent our commitment to empowering your creativity.